the gaming field, of course, right? So they're able to show a much higher resolution. The refresh rate is top notch, and it's able to be added to a powerful PC that's allowing, it has the actual space for it to be added. Um, Now, 9 times out of 10 is not going to have what you see here. It's probably just going to have those HDMI ports, but those DVI ports, I, I don't think they're going to have that, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think they'll have that. I think they'll have nowadays. It'll just be more um, HDMI ports now, and the reason why I say that is because the the output of a monitor now versus back when this was more relevant, the resolution on these, they got 4K monitors now and curved monitors and things that look better than what you can actually see. It looks better than that. So um to keep up with it, in order to put that output, in order to get that type of resolution out of there, I think is the only way you could do that is over a HDMI cable. Sound cards. So again, kind of a little bit obsolete. I remember these colors coming up in grade school, actually. So normally when you guys got into PCs, we only really just kind of using the black circle for audio out. But if you or for the exam, we need to understand what color goes for these different types of audio ins and outs. So we got a mic in, audio out, um, also audio in, and the thing about these things is that they're normally just wrapped up into a USB-A type of setting now. So I'm using a microphone now that's just USB-A to, I think, micro B connection, actually. And so it's not even having these options is kind of obsolete, and that's just the way we are when it comes to sound cards. But good things to know. All right, moving on to the NIC card. So NIC is short for Network Interface Card. This is how we're going to get Ethernet connection to our PCs. Now, this Ethernet connection is going to be a way better connection than Wi-Fi or Bluetooth or anything that's coming over the airwaves. If we can actually connect it via a Ethernet cable, then we have the strongest possible connection and probably the fastest connection to and from our router. Okay, so it's always better to have those things plugged in to the network versus trying to get it via the Wi-Fi. Remember that I said that the Wi-Fi is always interrupted by other materials, such as microwave, stoves, um, radios, whatever that's riding that radio wave. Wi-Fi is going to be disrupted there. But a RJ45 port, um, it's just a direct connection. And the thing about that is that it can only go but so far, over 100 meters. Then the connection starts to degrade, and you need to actually set up you either bring your endpoint in, or you set up another um, kind of a switch there in the middle in order to carry that information back over to the endpoint. Wi-Fi adapters, you don't really see this unless you're talking about something old. And these are the last one I actually bought was just in a dongle that would connect to a USB-A connection, and then it will give that computer a actual Wi-Fi connection. The thing about that is that, again, anything in 2024 that doesn't have Wi-Fi capabilities is considered to be extinct, in my opinion. Um, so even your watches can connect up to Wi-Fi. So for anybody to be putting in a Wi-Fi adapter. Man. All right. So let's get into the legacy cables and the outputs that they put out. So we already talked about no, we didn't. We talked about display ports, but we did not talk about DVIs. So DVIs, and the thing about these DVIs and VGA ports, now VGAs are more popular when it comes to monitors than DVIs, in my opinion. But the VGAs is going to be your typical blue port, uh, pentagon shape, and only one way to actually set this on, and it screws on both sides, right? It's typically going to be some type of blue cable. If not, it's a black cable that has is somewhere you're going to see blue. Okay, this is a VGA cable, typically going to be for your monitors hooking up to some type of desktop. And that's the thing about that, it's probably going to hook up to a desktop or a docking station in order for it to get some type of video content. Excuse me. DVI does the same thing, and you have different types of DVIs, and they all are configured differently. So you got to look at the pin heads here to see exactly what you got. So I got in my hand now is a dual link. Can't really see it because I put my okay. So that's a dual link that I have here. Again, I don't really use it because everything is really over HDMI. Again, these are not putting out the type of resolutions that you see with HDMI. So getting this type of cables may be cheap. Getting the desktop or the laptop to have these ports on it may be cheap, but you're not going to be able to get the latest and greatest uh, monitor to go along with it. And then if that's the case, then you're not going to get the output that you really want. That clear output is going to be not at hand when you're messing with these type of cables. SCSI SCSI cables. So if you see this, somewhere in the wild, just know that this is old. This is 1970s, 80s stuff right here. You know what? You might see this if you go into an old car dealership. A lot of times they use these printers that is able to print on carbon paper. They use these type of connectors, these SCSI connectors, and not saying that there's anything wrong with the technology. It's just phased out. Um, nowadays you see printers and scanners being minus Wi-Fi, and it's right behind me. So minus Wi-Fi, it doesn't even really care to have a physical connection. But just in case you see these things in the wild, just know that that connector goes to a particular device that's just made for that connection. Okay. And you're talking about a male and a female connection. Um, I don't think it's necessary to say the difference between the two. If it has pins, it's going to be a male. If not, female. And so the 68 pin piece is irrelevant because you're not going to really see anything else that has that many connections. So really outdated material here. If you do see it and it's working for a particular reason, ask before you disconnect it and do away with it. Maybe in certain cases that they need that to actually be connected and work for a certain reason. Serial cables. So you don't really see these also. These are RS 232. Really just old connections that we may have to certain devices. And this is where back in the day where devices were kind of just coming along and being able to not just talk to the internet, they were upgrade for them was being able to talk to a computer and be able to show certain data points on a computer, but nothing too crazy where you could change the configurations of it. So a lot of these connections will just be able to make a connection to a vendor specific application and be able to show basic information. PS2, PS2, PS/2 keyboards and mouse. Same thing for that. It was I hate the fact that I don't have one on me, but um, the mouse and the keyboard had a color on the end of it. I think the color for a mouse was green and a mic was pink, and I think a keyboard was green. I want to say, but either way, uh, the ports on them were undeniable. You really couldn't mess it up when it comes to plugging them in or getting it wrong and plugging it in into the other slots. Okay, so adapter cables. Now, a lot of times, um, you may come across some adapters that allow you to use certain cables on newer technology or technology that's maybe they received an upgrade so now they can talk to each other. The one thing that I see that I call an adapter is take my blur off, is my VGA to um, HDMI. So this dongle would take a VGA cable and be able to plug it into a HDMI slot for a monitor, but it wasn't necessarily be it wouldn't necessarily be giving me the full resolution that I wanted, because the VGA is only going to show a certain amount of pixels, and it's not just going to get it within this adapter. It's not going to get the remaining pixels that I need to for a full 1080p in this adapter. So only thing it really just it really is used for if you are trying to hook something up and you don't have uh, a particular device. So maybe I don't have another monitor. This is all I got. So I got to make this adapter work. Again, obsoleted. You really don't use it. So um, I just use it for this purpose, I guess, just to show you guys and give you a real life um, reason to not pick these things up. But that's all I got. Any questions? This is on lesson 1, and take your questions.
No, sir.
All right. So, how do we move forward? So, we already done 3 weeks of material in Security Plus. But what I want to do is, I still want to catch up with A Plus and get you guys in a particular setting to jump back to Security Plus with enough time for you to actually pass the Security Plus Core 1 and Core 2. So I think if you guys were following me that much in the Security Plus, I have full confidence that you'll be able to pass A Plus and Core 1 and Core 2. I have full confidence. Um, I just need to get you the dates. And again, like I said, I think Dr. Blair will join us on Monday in order to rectify those dates. Okay, let's get into lesson 2, installing system devices. This is where we're going to talk about more components of the motherboard. We're going to go over power supplies, RAM, talk a little bit about the CPU, also talk about a system called RAID, backup systems before we actually started implementing cloud instances. So let's go ahead and jump into it.
Installing and configuring power supplies and cooling. So the first thing we want to look at is that when it comes to power supplies, these are normally going to be in your desktop uh, modules. So in that desktop, at the around where the actual power supply plugs in, that it can be removable, so you should be able to see the screws to where you could take those things out, and then you're able to replace them if they ever go bad. So 9 times out of 10, if you see something that needs a power supply immediately, it will give an error, some kind of error code saying, or throwing some type of fault code saying that it needs another power supply. um, and in the case of a laptop will probably go bad because of a battery. Um, not being maybe plugged up too long. Sometimes you can leave a laptop plugged up all day long, and then now that actually keeps the battery fully charged, and it ends up burning out that battery a lot quicker. In order to test that, is whenever you have your laptop plugged in, if you unplug it and it immediately dies, meaning like screen turns off, everything shuts down, then you're probably going to need a new battery. And just to get that test out of the way for a desktop. And what you see here on your screen, these things are normally going to throw some type of code on the computer saying that they need a power supply to be replaced. And normally you'll see this in a diagnostic test. So in order to get to a diagnostic test, and I'll try to run this for you guys in a live class where we'll spin up one of my virtual machines. We can go into the BIOS and try to run a system test. And if it's throwing that error, those are 9 times out of 10 where you're gonna go get your fans or your power supplies and get those ordered with the manufacturer, and then try to get them replaced in. So you want to make sure that you understand um, the voltage that goes along with it. Basically, what we want to do is for the real world testing, you want to make sure that you're ordering the right type of voltage to your particular computer, because you don't want to put something in there that's not compatible. That's basically it, right? We don't want to put something that's over the limit, and we don't want to put something that's underperforming under the limit. So just keep those things in mind when trying to replace these things out. Now, on a side note, do I think you're gonna replace some power supplies in the real world? No, I don't think so. I think in the real world, I think they're gonna just say, let's just trash it and let's just get another computer, honestly. But just in case you do have to, replace power supplies, because in some server racks, you may need to replace a power supply that's in a server rack, which is different than a power supply that's in a desktop machine. So again, you want to know your wattage, you want to know your voltage, you want to know the outputs of your particular device that you're working with. And again, we want to take those safeties and precautions before we start to work on these type of things, making sure things are unplugged and energy has been drained from them, right? So we want to make sure that we are playing it safe when it comes to working with electricity. And then also we want to make sure that we have the right tools to work with it. There are some power meters, also watt meters that we can order to test to see if the battery's good, or to see if you're getting power to that. But again, I would argue that if you're doing all of that to see if a computer is, you know, really lacking power, um, you probably need to throw it away, in my opinion. But for the sake of this exam, go ahead and understand the power requirements for the equipment, understand the type of voltage and the output that it needs in order to actually run safely and smoothly, right? So let's go ahead and let's look into some of the connectors that you may need for these devices. And we're talking about P1 connectors, 20 pin connectors, and 24. So they come in different styles. I would suggest that you just is honestly just look at what you already have and then order the replacement based off of what's there. And a lot of times when it comes to these modules, when they need to be connected, they make these things interchangeable, and they make them kind of one of a kind for that fit. So a lot of times you'll see that female slot is not made for a universal type of pin, a male pin. It's only going to slot a particular um, male in that's just made for it, right? So even if you have a 20 pin versus 24 pin, they're probably not going to fit each other. And if they do, if you somehow make that work, then they're probably not going to, transfer the power properly. So just make sure that we have that. Now, redundant power supplies is something that I talked about. Um, this is where if one supply goes down, then another one can go ahead and keep it up and running until you're able to replace the one that's failing. And this is great when it comes to, disaster recovery. Um, Understanding that power outages come and we have bad storms, we have things that happen on, not on a time basis, right? And so in order to keep the computers running, the servers running, we may need to have some type of power to redundancy on that machine. Now, I will say that, and when it comes to replacing power supplies in that case, then yeah, we need to understand what we're dealing with, what type of servers we're dealing with, what type of power supplies that we may need to have in stock somewhere in our inventory, and then be able to replace that immediately once we get that code that hey, we need to go ahead and replace one power supply is failing. So that's always good to know and keep in mind. All right, so when it comes to that CPU chip, now we talked about that in lesson one, where that CPU chip sits in the middle of the motherboard, and nine times out of ten, it needs some type of coolant. It's going to attract or produce a lot of heat, and that heat sink is going to sit right on top of it and try to drive that heat away because um, just like how you see in a regular hot day, if your phone gets hot enough, it will shut down because the CPU in it is already working hot enough. And if you play, I really haven't seen it with iPhones, but if you've seen it, I've seen it enough times with Android phones where they get extremely hot just by playing games or just really kind of doing a lot of customary stuff on the phone. And so they tend to get hot, and that CPU is just, by it being in such a small form factor, it can't really dissipate the heat the way it would like to. And so in a desktop session, this is how you actually get that type of fan here in a desktop type of setting or environment. It's able to pull that heat away. And we want that to sit on top of that to create that airflow. Now that airflow, not just because of is going to be produced on top of that CPU, but we also, again, like I said, we don't want the encasing of the server or the desktop to be slotted up against a wall or enclosed under a desk somewhere. It needs to breathe. And so if you have it on a desk, that's a great way for it to get more dust in, to be out of sight, out of mind, and be forgotten about. And if it's forgotten about and it starts to build up dust over time, then we're really kind of making that system run slower over time physically because of the situation that we put it in. So nowadays they have liquid cooling systems. These could be water loops, tubing, pumps, and reservoirs. All of these things that are made to keep that CPU, that chipset, cooler by adding certain, basically the opposite of heat, right? In order to keep that temperature at a more efficient running rate. And so being able to have these things placed on desktop machines is going to make it run more efficient and be cooler over a longer period of time. Now let's go into topic two, 2B, select install storage devices. So this is where we're going to be talking more about hard drives, solid state drives, things that's has more to do with taking files that we create and then storing them somewhere on the computer, right? And so this is where this comes into play. So a lot of times when we go and we're shopping for computers, we look at the CPU, what type of chipset that it has, but then we also want to look at the memory, right? So that's very important, and the storage size. Now I went on record and said that I will settle for a 256 gigabit storage drive because we have the cloud. We can always push things to the cloud. And while you'll have some computers offering a terabyte of storage, it may not, when they're charging you for that amount of storage, you may can get by with just 256. And if you have so many cloud providers already taking that information off of your computers anyway. So I would always kind of opt to go for a lower storage locally because I know that I'm putting things off to a external hard drive and the cloud. But let's go ahead and get into it. Again, like I said, external hard drives and removable hard drives, things as thumb drives or external hard drives that you could plug up to your PC. These things can take your storage from 256 up to 2 to 3 terabytes, right? And you can always move information off of your computers once you feel like it needs to move off, and constantly keep that storage on the local computer free, just in case you need to download something that has a large file set. So just keep those things in mind. Now, when they were talking about the sizes here of these hard drives, uh, having something that's a 5 or a 3, you're talking about those really thick hard drives, and they're gonna be probably sitting here in these drive bays here, right? But again, these are desktops that we're talking about. When we're talking about more of laptops, we're talking more of the solid state drives here. These are the thin hard drives that I showed you guys. They're typically faster to spin up. So whenever you hit your power button on your computer, if it has a good bit of memory on it and a solid state hard drive, it's probably going to boot up within 10 seconds and get you to your home screen ready to work. Where a hard drive it takes a little while to get it going. You will hear things spin up and things of that nature. So I know it's not now in today's world, we don't have too many instances of a hard drive uh, showing up like that. But, a lot of people are moving to the solid state drives and keeping things in the cloud being a big issue too. So uh, while having things in the cloud is great, it's all about having that communication speed, being able to have that network grab those things from the cloud and bring it down in a short amount of time. So keep those things in mind when it comes to storage. Solid state drives are better than hard drive disks. And I just kind of went to the next slide, but they are better than hard drive disks. The hard drive disks are it's old technology. These are physical disks that spins, and they actually write the data down to this disk here. That's why I told you guys when it comes to like degaussing or destroying these hard drives, we need to actually physically pull these things apart. Um, and those pointers that we so-called delete those things from, they are just waiting to be deleted. And then, well, once they delete that pointer back from that file that you created, it's just waiting for it to be rewriting over. And so if you're going to use the hard drive over again, make sure that you use something like a boot and nuke, be it CD, to order to kind of write that ones and zeros over the all the data that you have put on that hard drive in order to kind of erase everything, right? Or if you don't feel like that's still not good enough for you, go ahead and destroy the hard drive altogether, right? And you may want to go into a solid state hard drive, but then want to make sure that um, this desktop here, and I'm gonna go back to this slide. This desktop here has the cabling in order to hook up your solid state drive. Because if we're coming from a 3.5 here, um, my cabling in order to spin this up is going to be different than what I need for a solid state drive. So just make sure that those are the things that you might have to run into when it comes to switching out those hard drives. All right, so let's go into the redundant array of independent disks. This is where we're going to be setting up storage to be stored on our disk in different spots, kind of like a backup system, running a backup on our servers, on our PCs, in order to save information for recovery. So this is a fault tolerance, and fault tolerance is going to be able to make sure that you have something working whenever something fails. So when I had the example of that power redundancy, when one power supply goes down, then the other one kicks right in. That's a fault tolerance. We see the fault, but then we have something to actually um, pick up where that information has went down at. So this is when it comes to data. So back in the day, it would be if a lightning storm was to come through and it knocks out all of the power, then not only do we have to worry about getting the computers back up and online, we need to worry about what was the last thing that was saved on a computer in order for the data to go back to a starting point again moving forward. And that was the problem with um, not having things being auto save. I remember that being a big problem when it came to like creating documents. And if it was to cut off on you, it would be nerve wracking. So let's go ahead and jump right into RAID 0. RAID 0 is going to be a disk striping for performance. This is going to be a one-for-one stripe. Um, there's no fault tolerance in RAID 0, and so it's just going to it's going to write data on one slot down to data 2, down to data up to data 3, so on and so forth, back and forth, writing data back and forth, right? Um, this this will make sure that all of the data is copied, but at the same time is no fault tolerance in there, right? So RAID 1 mirrors two disks in redundancy. So it will write the same data only to two different types of disks. Sorry about that. Now, give me 1 second. Now, I want you to think of RAID 1 as kind of like a one-for-one strike or a one-for-one redundancy. So if data 1, 2, and 3 is going to be up here, and if it fails, then it's going to be down here as well with 1, 2, and 3. So it's always going to be somewhere and fault tolerant. Now, RAID 5 is going to be evenly distributed across all the disks, and it's going to give you the best speed of all of these options as well. And so it's going to be the most efficient, and it's going to give you the best opportunity to save the information that you created. So in today's world, we're probably going to use RAID 5 more than anything else that we see here, but just understand that these are evenly distributed across each parity. RAID 10 is going to be a combination of 1 and 0. Now, this gives you a better copy where we're copying one for one, but it's also going to be performance driven too because of the improvement of RAID 0. So the big thing that you want to remember with RAID 0 10 is that it's a combination of 1 and 0. Now, those flash drives, those USB drives, are removable storage that we can now get for cheap for a lot of storage. You could get terabytes. I think I got a terabyte thumb drive around here that was maybe, I want to say $20, $24, that you could just hook onto your keyring and always have that amount of space in such a small package. And so you can imagine the type of things that you could uh, put on there that you could just store uh, in a any type of setting that has a USB connection. Memory cards are the same way. Now, mostly what I see memory cards for is cameras and different media devices, but they are still some type of removable storage. And so they pack a small, they are a small factor, but they have a large amount of storage on them. Optical drives are, again, kind of like an obsolete type of technology where we have went came and went from the optical disc era so quick, where it started off with CDs and compact discs, being able to put music on them as well as data, right? But then it went quickly to the DVD era of putting movies and feature films or some type of motion picture onto a ocular disc. Um, those things quickly went to Blu-ray, and then after Blu-ray, the internet just took off, and we started to realize that we could just put everything on the internet as far as those type of media um, transfers is concerned. And now no one really cares about or has a need to have that media, that data stored on a particular removable media such as a CD or a DVD. Now, it doesn't say that you shouldn't know about it, because if you do come across those things where you need to install a piece of software, or you need to back up the information off of a old technology such as a DVD onto your computer, then we want to understand, where we need to use these type of technologies at, and then copy them over. Um, I have highlighted here is rewritable, because a lot of times it gives a good indication of what we talked about with those hard drives, where those hard drives could be, you could have the pointers removed from that hard drive from that particular file, but then it needs to rewrite over that data. And that's the same thing when it comes to a rewritable disk, is that we're erasing that data off, right, quote unquote, but then we're just really giving more of we're telling it to override it in order to erase that information before it. All right. Install and configure system memories. So let's jump into system memories. And remember that your hard drive is going to be more storage. Your computer chipset is going to be what type of speed that it's going to have as far as the task that it can do. And then the memory is going to help that CPU out when it comes to creating more tasks and being able to do more things with it. So having that memory there is always a big component of having your computer run smoothly and efficiently. Now, with 32 bits and 64 bits, right now in today's age, we are pretty much all in the 64-bit range of CPU type of RAM and memory. You don't really see too many 32 bits out there anymore. And this is really recent. Now, I'm not saying that they're not out there, but I haven't seen them in a while. And so I'm going to bring up um, system information, and I'm going to show you exactly what I talk about. Like, and maybe you can, when you're going to an older computer, just to see if it's a 32-bit machine, you will look here on the system type to see if it's an X64 or a X32. And really, in today's world, if you need to have a 32-bit, or if you have a 32-bit PC, the only thing this really means is that when you're looking to install certain software, just make sure you get the 32. It's meant for a 32-bit application versus a 64-bit. Dual inline memory modules, those DIMMs. This is where we can add on more memory. So if we have these slots in our memory motherboards, I'm sorry, in our motherboards, and we have those slots for the memory, then we can add on more memory to that computer in order for it to read it. Now, it must be compatible with it, and it must be able to read a certain amount. So just because you can add 32 gigs of memory, if it's only built to recognize 8 gigs of memory, then that's the only thing it will do. And so a lot of times what I would suggest people to do is always go to a manufacturer's website and Apple, Mac, um, is it stats? Specs. And look at the specs on your machine to see exactly what you can add to it or what is built to actually maximize the actual um, capacity of the system. Okay. And so if you can look up to it, it's up to 32 gigs. Now, and this is a for the iMac. Now, if you may buy it at 8 gigs, you may buy it at 16 gigs, but you can always upgrade the memory to 32 gigs if you see it in your price range and if you see that you have a need for it. Doesn't necessarily mean that you're running at a slower speed. It just means that you can squeeze a lot more out of the system if you wanted to add more memory to it. Okay, so just keep those things in mind when it comes to adding memory to your PC. All right, install and configure CPUs. We already talked about the 86 architecture and the 64. This is 32-bit and 64-bit. Let's jump into some of the features that they have. Clock speeds. Now, this is not just I'm talking about the clock that's in the lower right-hand corner of your system, but it's more of the internal machine clock that it has in order to sync with different other devices that have internal clocks as well. And so a lot of times these machines need to understand that these their internal clock is going to dictate how they write logs and understand how they're going to communicate with each other. And so sometimes you may get a drift on that clock. Um, and that goes into a whole nother thing of if you need to change the battery on a motherboard, a clock battery on it. But have I seen it done a ton? No, but it is a thing. And so just be aware of it that these clocks, not just the interface clock that's on your OS, but the clock, the internal clock that it has needs to be synced up. Virtualization support means the feature to be able to create a virtual machine in its system. So what this means is that you know how I show you guys a virtual box and I'm spinning up a whole nother computer within my computer. Well, and that's virtualization. It's creating something it's taking a piece of my CPU, a piece of my storage and memory, and it's creating its own little computer within the computer. And so this is not every computer has this enabled you know from the from Best Buy or from whatever store you bought it from. You may need to go into the BIOS and turn this feature on, but if it does have that feature, then it's able to again create another computer within a computer. Okay, and that's virtualization. We'll get further into that later on in the lessons. Some of the types that we've been talking about is CPU types is workstation servers and mobiles, right? And these are all things that we come to encounter on a day-to-day basis. um, all of these things need some type of brain that's working in the device in order to um, take tasks, execute those tasks and then be able to communicate with each other in some type of networking. And so CPUs lives in all of these devices, and they all serve different types of missions. And so just keeping that, understanding that some of these loads are way more intense than others. So a workstation will not be as is more intense than a mobile phone CPU, but it's not as intense as any type of server that's actually giving and taking orders from random people at random times from random places. So keep those things in mind when it comes to your CPU types and the motherboards that all come in types of forms. And we'll go ahead and jump into lesson 3 next.
Hey, how you?
I'm fine. I'm at work this evening, so I just want you to know I'm here.
No, be careful now.
I am. I'm about to cut my camera off.
Okay.
Good evening.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Doing well. well. Yourself?
Doing good. Trying to get some things set up so I can have some talking points. Are y'all familiar with TeamViewer?
What was it?
Anybody familiar with TeamViewer?
Kind of.
Okay. Nothing real special with it. Just a remote app, and we're going to talk about remote desktop protocol today. So I kind of wanted to show you guys that and how does it work. So I'm just kind of setting it up. I'm going to get started in a minute.
Is it cold up there where you are?
No. Well, yeah, I'm not wearing shorts today, but it's not like northern cold. It's 50 degrees. All right. All right. I might as well close this out. This ain't even work. So I finally got access to the Core One Cert Master, like you guys. And while following along in the Google Classroom, which I would suggest just using the Cert Master to go through the different sections, because it should align with the slides that I have. But this is more literature based. They do have a couple of videos out there in different sections. The one thing that I like, and I want you guys to do on the weekend, is the labs. Taking the time out doing the labs, and then we'll try to go over the labs on the Monday to see what we learned. And it's really interactive so far with the ones that I launched here, just to kind of see how are they going about doing those labs. Have you guys looked into the labs, checked on it, maybe completed one, two?
I haven't yet. So do you
Okay.
want us to go through them like as far as the lessons that you taught?
Yeah, on tonight, after tonight's class, tomorrow I'll put something in the Google Classroom saying which lab to go ahead and do over the weekend, and so we can discuss it on Monday, which is probably going to be just this. This is pretty easy though. It's just kind of letting you click on certain things and you read about it, but probably by the first two we'll probably go over the workbench, installing the GPU, and daisy chain monitors. So we'll probably go over those on Monday. This will help out with the hardware stuff of it, because given the fact that we're virtual and we are not, in a classroom to where I can give you a desktop that you can actually open up and see the motherboard and touch and feel the actual things in an IT department. This lab should bridge that gap. So yeah, I think that'll be a good piece. Now the questions, I haven't gone on with the questions yet, but I kind of want to get ready with the questions where we're getting ready for actually taking the exam and getting those questions down packed. Any questions? And I got 10. Y'all do me a favor. Go ahead and put your name in the chat while I got everybody on. And we'll go ahead and get started. All right, lesson 6, supporting network services. Last Tuesday, we talked about networking and IP addressing, DHCP, ports, how do communications actually. We'll talk about more supporting services when it comes to those networking services that we have. We'll talk about things that they use more in depth. And excuse me, I'm still dealing with my cold, but I'm gonna try to push through. So the first thing we're going to talk about is file servers and print servers. A lot of times in the business, we can have different servers set up and different printers set up in the building. And what we want to do is actually give access to everybody who has a username and password on our domain. Now, normally, if you go to your file explorer in Windows and you can see how many drives you're connected up to, sometimes these can be servers, right? So this USB drive that I got manually connected could be a particular storage server that's out there that you actually can put files on there and save it to. But you can also have network servers that may not be within that building that's networked to it. And this is normally connected via IP addressing. Now, the print server, on the other hand, it used to be shown right here in Windows, I want to say 7 and 10. It used to be that way, but then it changed up in 11. 11 is more geared towards mobile devices and apps and having tiles and having that user interface to be more of they want to make a seamless transition from your phone to your desktops. And so that's why Windows 11 kind of looks a lot different than 10. Anyway, the printer and the printers that we normally have that would show up around the hard drives are now in their own window. And getting a new Windows machine, you'll see some of these default printers here, right? That don't really connect to anything like the Microsoft Print PDF. You probably got this on your computer. You can remove this if you want. I don't bother with it. But in a work setting, a lot of people want to be, they probably don't need to be set up with the hard drives, but they probably do need to be set up with the new printer, especially if they're in a new part of the building. Maybe they are a new employee and they need to print. So we need to make sure that we can go in there and if the printer's networked, then we can go in and get that IP address from the printer and sync their PC up to it. Typically, going back to, hold on, because I had that open for a reason. It was device. Okay. Typically, we use the SMB port 445, and we typically use this port to see those objects out there on the network. We also use NetBIOS and FTP. Being able to see those actual, being able to have these ports allows us more functionality with the devices on our network. So it's very vital that if you can, maybe you could see the printer on the network, but you can't actually send commands to it, then we need to look into if we're blocking that port. Now, what I say Is there some company that's probably blocking these ports? Probably, yeah, maybe. But in most cases, they're not. These should be automatically set to be enabled. Um, I haven't ran into a place where they haven't been. And so hooking computers up to printers and file servers should not be an issue. Web servers, we typically go to web servers all the time, right? And this is where we're talking about web server addresses. But typically and often you have different devices that have their own web server or web page that we would like to go to. Now, we typically use HTTP and HTTPS to communicate with different web servers, web pages. So make sure that you understand that HTTP is on port 80 and HTTPS is on 443. Now, we use a uniform resource locator or a URL to put into our category up here in order to then take control of DNS in order to send us to a web server. Okay. These could be, like I said, it could be a typical already go to with your favorite application. But in the case of, let's say, information here has a web page that actually see a particular page. Now, say how my printer was showing up here in the networking side of it, where it's actually giving off a SSID, so someone could actually connect to it. We either talked about that on Tuesday or Monday, but either way, this is where I would go in to actually change those settings. Now you can go into it on the physical computer, printer, and actually go through the settings and see if you could change it there. But this gives you more functionality, especially if you're not near that printer at the time. You should be able to get to this site. Well, in this case, I'm able to get to this site and be able to look at certain things on that computer. So let's go to network real quick, and we can see different things that we talked about on Tuesday, such as host name, IP address that my router gave it. Remember when we talked about the MAC address? The different thing about this MAC address here is that it doesn't have the dashes in between, right? But remember, MAC addresses are particular to any device that you have on the network. Okay, so even if it's a network card or a video card, if it comes from a manufacturer, it's probably going to have some type of, think of it as a serial number that's particular to that device. That MAC address is that. We go on deeper. We could see that. How do we get our IP address? We got it through DHCP, right? Automatically giving out IP addresses. So that means after a certain amount of time, I will give that IP address back, or my printer will give it back to this router, and it will either get a new IP address or it might get the same one back. I haven't set it as a static one. Don't really see the need to. Now, it is on my mesh network, which is the Metro Router network. So I'm surprised we still connected and we haven't dropped. So if I drop, I apologize. We talked about IPv6. So real quick, from a security standpoint, you see all this information here. Is there anything glaring that stands out to you guys? From a security standpoint. Is there anything that stands out on this web page that stands out to you guys that's from a security standpoint? Like you're looking at it and saying, you know what, that's not right. That's not supposed to be like that. And it's I'll just go ahead and
Is it?
say it again.
I was gonna ask, is it the gateway? But I don't.
The gateway, no, ma'am. It will be up here in the URL. You see right beside it, it says not
Not
secure.
secure.
Not secure. Oh yeah.
And
I was
so that
actually
means that
asking.
we're on HTTP. If we're not secure, then which HTTP are we using? Are we using port 80 or port 443?
443.
Not secure.
So it's port 80. Yeah. Wait. I thought it was port
Right.
443 for not secure.
443 is for HTTPS. And that S is for secure. So this will be the main thing that sticks out. And I would say that if anybody can get on my network, or you remember how I said it was showing up over here, connected to, if they can connect to it via Bluetooth or something like that, maybe they could see this address and they can go to it via the web. And now possibly see more information than I would like for them to see. That's from the security standpoint. Now, from the A+ standpoint of it, we're looking at it like this tells us a lot of information, and we're able to, if we're looking at it from an IT standpoint, we can tell when the cartridges go down. We can tell if it needs an update. You remember when I kept, harping on firmware updates? These don't happen often, but this is where you will go and check those to see if we do have a update for the firmware. The firmware is not going to update whenever the software updates comes out. These are typically off schedule, and you would have to just kind of, I would check for them every quarter, right? Every quarter of the year. But A+ style wise, this is a good thing to have in as far as being able to monitor what's on your network, and then see, if you had a ticket come in and someone says that this printer is offline, you could come in here and see that to see if it's connected or what's the issue. So if you're troubleshooting, you can see, okay, now my printer is online. Maybe it's the client that I need to go in and check in with them. Now, real quick, to make sure that I turn that piece off, that piece that actually broadcasts out, I can go here to Wi-Fi Direct, I think, yep, and go to edit settings and turn it off here. But I didn't turn this on. This is defaulted to be on, so I could turn it off here, hit apply, and now I should not see it doing a broadcast out. So just real quick, when it comes to cybersecurity, when we were talking about having those configurations, those are the type of configurations you will give the networking team or the IT team those directions. Say, hey, we need to disable the Wi-Fi Direct on all printers in the company, and it's their job to go in and do that particular thing, and then you go back. And now Chrome is not really showing the lock anymore. You have to click on these little toggles and see that this connection is secure. And when you see that the connection is secure, then you know that you're operating on port 443. Okay. But if you don't see that, if you see something that's, is saying not secure, you're probably not saying that not saying that, you are vulnerable for anything, but you are standing to, if you put anything sensitive into that web page for HTTP, then it can be seen for anybody who's sniffing the network. Okay, so just keep those things in mind. Digital certificates and digital authorities. Now I shouldn't have closed that out, but those are the people, and we talked about this in Security Plus a little bit. Those are the people who are giving out those type of certificates that lets you have this certificate right here. So when they says that the connection is secure, you look right below it and you see that certificate is valid. This is a certificate authority right here, the Entrust. Entrust is the organization who validated ESPN.com and says that, okay, at this particular IP address, they have the name ESPN.com. We validate that. Remember, the association that I made it's kind of like a DMV. They give you the right to say, hey, this person has a license. They know what to do on the roads in the United States. We'll give them something that validates that. That will be your license. So if you think about it in the terms of a website, that certificate authority is going to give them a certificate saying that, hey, they are doing the right, they know what to do when it comes to communicating on the web. Now, whether they do that or not is on them, but we have validated them to be true in the beginning. All right, so other networking devices we have is mail servers. So in a big environment, we need to have a server that's dedicated to mails. And mail is something that comes in, especially for a big business, it could be millions of mail entries at a time, especially if you're talking about having maybe 1,000 users, 2,000 users, 5,000 users. You think about each one of those users maybe getting 50 emails each within an 8-hour window, right? And that's just on the conservative side, not saying that, not counting spam and things of that nature. I'm talking about directly to your inbox. So anyway, the mail server is there to actually scan those files and to see what's spam and what's junk, what's malicious. You could put things there to actually look at that type of material and see if you can push it onto someone's inbox or just push it to their spam box. You can also take care of that and mark things as spam. And then if you don't want to hear from that particular user anymore, it is an option to block that user, but you can just send it to spam. If you don't recognize the person, or if you just feel like they're messaging you too much, right? Sending spam is not necessarily a crime. It's just like getting junk mail in your real mail, right? It's unsolicited. You didn't necessarily ask for it, but since you stay at this place and you have a mailbox, they're gonna put this coupon in there just in case. Hey, you might want it. You never know. And that's just the I don't want to say the cost of doing business, but anyway, to use the mail servers, you need to make sure that you have port 25 enabled in order to have those services going. Okay, so always remember that when it comes to mail servers. Now we have directories and authentication servers. Now these servers are going to sit in the places when it comes to different servers on the network that have important information on them, or it's a gathering spot for users, such as if you guys heard of SharePoint, things of that nature, and you need to actually authenticate before you get to that particular site. And it could be local, it could be internal, it could be something that you can't get to outside of the network. You have to be on the network in order to get to that site. It could be like that. Give me 1 second. But just because it's on site and just because it's internal, security wise, we want to make sure that everybody is authenticated and supposed to be there. Not everybody needs to see every SharePoint, or to be more particular, everybody doesn't need to be on every drive. So it may be a drive that's just for the legal department, and the legal department is going to have cases on people that they are investigating, maybe former employees, things of that nature. So maybe we want to have authentication servers sitting there in order to authenticate everyone that's in the legal department, or everybody who has business in the legal department, such as the third-party vendors that they're working with, maybe auditors that they're working with. And then we'll use something like LDAP in order to help authenticate with AD that they're supposed to be there. So AD is going to sit somewhere off, and that's how, when we give you a username and password, it's going to, when you want to check in with that SharePoint server is going to reach back out via LDAP to AD, and AD is going to say, oh yeah, I recognize that username and password. This person is validated. Now you check within yourself on if they have access to whatever they're trying to get to. Okay, so it's kind of a two-point check-in, but when they're able to check in and they're validated, then they'll have access to whatever service that they're trying to get to. So the triple A's that I got highlighted here, you have authentication, authorization, and then accounting. So that authentication means the username and password piece, right? That authorization means that you have the permissions to look at whatever you need to look at. And then the accounting is more on the audit side of it. So I'm going to look back to see if you were supposed to be on this server, you were supposed to be looking at that file. That's that, that double checking, that making sure that we hold people accountable if you want to make the synchronization there. So that's where that AAA comes in at it. This is where a lot of identity access and management comes into play at. Got you. All right, RDP, so remote terminal access server. So a lot of times, especially in today's world, we are working remote. And in a help desk setting, when you're working remote, you need to be able to get to other people's PC and help them out. Now, a lot of times, you got to walk a lot of people by the hand over the phone. And someone who's not great with conversations like me, I have my troubles with it, but you just try to make people feel comfortable and try to walk them through knowing the systems, especially when it comes to Mac users. So sometimes a lot of Mac users will tell me what needs to happen, where those settings are, because I just don't know. But I know how the processes of a networking is supposed to go. So we have those conversations there. But on the Windows side, I'm able to walk a lot of people through conversation and get them where they need to be. RDP, on the other hand, allows me to see directly into their PC. Now, I showed you guys my virtual box before where I spin up a virtual machine, but that's totally different than RDP. RDP is going to directly connect me to a particular PC, like you see me do here with my with TeamViewer. Oh, my condolences, man. My TeamViewer is a particular. This is a free software you can get. I'll throw the link into the chat. This is a free software you can get where you can put this on a computer, your personal computer, and then you can put this on someone else's computer that you want to take control of. Now, don't do anything malicious. I'm just saying you can, if you're the tech person in the family. Jesus. Hold on. If you're the tech person in the family, you can have them download TeamViewer and you download it. They would have to give you a code that you see here and a password. And that password is for the security reasons. But this is going to utilize the port 389, I want to say remote desktop is. Hold on. Oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. 3389, I'm sorry. It's going to utilize this port 3389 in order to give you direct access to someone else's computer. Okay. Where is it? So, like, this is my wife's computer, and I can go into her CMD, and let's look at her particular stuff, because as far as when you do this at work, how do you actually know that you're taking over and controlling someone else's computer? You can always go to their you can go to their CMD, type in IP config space / all and get the information there. Now you can see that she has a totally different name than mine, as far as computer name, and you can see MAC addresses are different when it comes to her wireless LAN. Okay, so different NIC card. IP address, she's on the router, on the same router that I'm on. But see, the wonderful thing about RDP and TeamViewer is that this doesn't matter when it comes to the connection. So you remember how I told you guys that technically, to remote into someone else's PC from my house is extremely hard, if not impossible, right? Well, having an endpoint like this sitting on someone else's computer eliminates all of that. And that's what I'm saying when it comes to cybersecurity, is that if someone else is able to put just a simple endpoint on your computer, they're able to remote in just like this and do whatever they feel like doing. Whatever. And it's real time. It's nothing, slow about it. The only thing that's slow is that I haven't ran updates on a computer in a while. Shame on me. But if we're talking about, hacking someone, then I can put whatever malicious software that I want on it right here and there. And so, yes, from TeamViewer, you can download that particular software, and you got to have admin rights to have it installed. But if this was a piece of virus that would allow remote access, then it can do that in silence and doesn't have to ask you for any type of admin rights. So close that out. Any questions there when it comes to remote desktop protocol? Any questions about TeamViewer? All right, give me 1 second. Let me put this in the chat right. Just in case y'all want to use TeamViewer, like I said, you can, if you're the tech person in your family, you can put this on your computer, have it on someone else's computer, and be able to, whenever they having an issue and they call you up, you say, okay, just give me that, give me your user ID, which will be right here. It'll show them the same thing, your ID and the password, and they give you that. You plug it in on your side. You should be able to, remote right in and walk them through, or take over and do whatever you running some type of update to fix X, Y, and Z problem. So use this to your advantage too. Free to use. So sometimes we got to use what we got. All right. Where's my stuff? All right, network monitoring. So this kind of goes back to that that printer website that I showed you, or the printer settings that I showed you. The SNMP is going to be able to look at the network and give you different information about different appliances that you have on the network. And they typically all go to a dashboard that you can look at and then say, okay, well, I need to make sure that I bring this back online. This particular PC needs updating. So such as information like this. And I showed you guys my EDR before. When they have all of this information, this is SNMP working to bring this information in. How many patches that I'm lacking on each one of these computers. And well, it's not doing it on pads, but on the computers is letting me know that type of information. If you go into a particular PC, then I'm able to see even more information. This is what SNMP is going to bring back to you, or bring back to whatever endpoint that you have out there. And it can give you wonderful information when it comes to management. And that's what you want to do. You want to make your life a lot easier when it comes to managing your network, because it in turns creates a more secure network for you, right? So if I know that, we need all of these patches ran, SNMP, having that SNMP port blocked, I won't be able to see all of this, and so I need to actually go to each PC and see that. Okay, kind of making myself work harder and not smarter. Now, a syslog is going to take all of the logs that go in to a particular device and transfer them to a particular server that you may be looking at. A lot of times in security, we call it a SIEM server, SIEM. Here, but you also have syslog servers as well, that they call them. But typically, if you wanted to see one, the closest thing that I could show you is the event viewer. And I showed you guys this before, where this is going to record everything that you do on your computer, right? And so every time you actually get your password incorrect when you're trying to log into your password to your computer, it's going to log that stuff down. The reason why you don't see anything right now is because it's trying to think about pulling that all that up. So I'll let it do that, and I'll come back to it. But the syslog server is going to ingest all of those different logs, and then you should have a team to be able to look these, or any type of all right. So as you can see here, it's been logging every time I log into my PC, it's been recording it. And that was just going down a quarter of the way, and we just got to November. Right. So this logs are from the time that you created the OS on the PC to the end of it. Until you destroy that hard drive, you destroy the motherboard. It's going to always log everything that's going on that computer. So security wise, if you're missing the logs, then that's a good indication that you've been compromised. If you're not recording those logs for some reason, right? But it's defaulted, it should be automatically recording. That's a good indication that you've been compromised as well. So just keep that in mind. If someone asks you where are the logs at on a Windows machine, it's going to be in what they call an event viewer.
How do you say it again? I'm sorry.
Event viewer. Start menu, event viewer, right here. And every Windows machine I have this. Now, where is it at on a Mac machine? I have no idea, but I'm pretty sure it's logging. Every machine will have a recording of the task that is going over and doing. Okay?
Mr. Lee, you do Mac user so wrong.
I do, but I'm honest with that,
and I appreciate that.
And I'm not going to change, and I'm not going to spend that money. Y'all don't know how bad I want that iPhone 16, but I'm telling myself I'm not going to give in. And my phone breaking too. I might. Christmas coming up too? Nah.
Too much money.
Black Friday coming up, man.
You don't need Apple Intelligence.
Claim it as a work expense. You use it.
We got Chat GPT. We'll need Apple Intelligence.
But see, that's the thing. If I get clients that have Apple products, I need to be able to tell them, hey, look here. And I used to do that. So that was one of the reasons why I went to Android. But I might find a reason to get back in the iPhone. Real quick. Nothing. The one thing that I will say, just off topic, is when you sell an iPhone, you will get most of your money back. So it may end up costing you a little bit less money than actually owning an Android. At least you get like $200 back. But nevertheless, where is it at in a Windows? I mean, I could Google it. I'm pretty sure Mac. Let's see, Apple.
You're good. Majesty put it in the chat for us under utilities and console application.
Maybe I need to know. Yeah. Google no. Yeah. Okay. Good combo. All right, compare internet and embedded appliances. So these proxy servers, right? So if you ever hear somebody say a proxy server, think of proxy as a pivot server, or a proxy pivot. Basically, when the traffic comes into this server, the server is either going to redirect you or tell you to keep going on to your destination. So you typically see this if you're going to a bad site at the schoolhouse, right? So if you're at the schoolhouse, you go to the gambling site, which is 777.com. They should redirect you to your school's website to say, this is not allowed, or whatever the case may be, right? Or any type of other sites that they don't allow on the network. These proxy servers are supposed to sit there and monitor those networks. So it's kind of like Wireshark, right? It's looking at your traffic. It's looking at those commands that you wanna go to, right? And you know that you have those type of servers on the network. If you ever went to a place and you thought it was a good website, but you kind of get that message saying that no, this is under political, or this is under religion, in the business setting, this is under religion. I know a lot of schools will probably have religion unblocked, but certain categories are not permitted. So, but I find that to be funny because you couldn't go to 777.com and gamble, but you could do DraftKings and things of that nature. But I don't think a lot of people have caught up with today's form of gambling. But anyway,
that's so crazy because my teacher discussed that when we were in school, like the 777, but then they still had the exact same applications or games on Y8, but it was available.
Yeah, but see, when you have these servers out here like this, like you would dedicate, if you had the manpower, and I'm talking about a IT team maybe of like 30 people, you would dedicate this particular task to one particular person and say, hey, you need to make sure that we have all the categories down packed. You need to make sure all the endpoints on, because these are the proxy server is going to sit out there on the network, but how it's going to actually see everyone's traffic, we need to put endpoints, those same endpoints that I showed you for TeamViewer, something like that. We will put that on everybody's computer. And so whenever you make a call out to the internet, it's going to, that proxy server have a communication with that endpoint and say, oh no, this person want to go to DraftKings. And if I had that person just over being a proxy server manager, then they should have a policy in place to have that redirected, and then set up some training. Typically I've seen, like, if you break those rules in training, break those rules of the policy, then we will have some type of forced training for you, and you can't maybe you can't get your email or something like that until you finish the training, the corrective training, to say, hey, I'm not going to use company's time to go to DraftKings because the Steelers playing tonight and I need to know if I'm gonna make the parlay. So yeah, those type of functions, a lot of these things, man, it needs a dedicated person, if not a dedicated team. And a lot of times we are stretched thin, and the way you are stretched thin is that I might be over firewalls, I might be over the IDS, but so that might take up all my time, and I don't have time to look at DLP. I don't have the capacity for it. And guess what's going to happen at 5:00? I'm not going to look at it, and I'm not going to look at it until maybe Friday, and it's Monday. And so I look at that like you're stretched thin, and maybe you don't have a budget to bring more people in. And for you guys that haven't been in the IT field, you'll get to know real quick. You can have a plan, and then somebody will just come out of nowhere with their own plan, and this is now your priority. And so it could be Friday, and I'm about to work on DLP, but then here comes Mr. Rogers, and now you know what? I got to put all that stuff to next week because I'm not going to work on it over the weekend. But nevertheless, that was my little rant for today. All right. So spam gateways and unified threat management. First of all, unified threat management, that UTM is typically talking about on your particular PC, you already have appliances put in there to look for different threats. Look for and remember, when it comes to like antivirus and attacks like that, those things are already signature based, and so they have a fingerprint to them. There's a certain way that code looks, and so we can have our antivirus already looking for those things, and we don't have to really worry about it. Now we already know what a firewall is, right? We know what the firewall does. The firewall sits at the club, it kicks people out if it's not on the list, and that's important to know. The firewall is always going to be at the edge of the network with its clipboard, looking at everybody coming in, and matter of fact, everybody going out. And if you're not on if you're not on its particular list, it will drop you. Okay. And if the action could be to allow or block, but if it just doesn't see you on the list or know your reason, or it's just a random packet, which what you will get those, the explicit deny rule needs to be in play to where it drops you automatically, right? So IDS, remember, if we're talking about detection, then we're not talking about any type of prevention. We're just talking about, hey, I'm just looking, but I'm not really doing anything. I'm not going to revert back to what's right. I'm just going to record what's happening. A typical case of that is the event viewer, right? Event viewer sees what's wrong. It says that, oh, I logged in. I tried to log in and used the wrong password 20 times in a row. It did not tell me. I mean, it did not stop that person from doing that. It just recorded it. It just detected it. That's a IDS. Yeah, man. When you see firewall, that's what I want y'all to think. It's at the edge of the network, bouncing. All right, load balancers. We talked about load balancers after the fight with Netflix, right? Netflix went there and had an event and told everybody to meet there at 8:00 on, what was that, Friday? Anyway, they didn't have enough people. They didn't have enough servers to house everybody. And so when everybody went there at a particular time, it started to degrade the network immediately. This is where the load balancer is going to come in at. That load balancer is going to sit there and help out with the request. It's going to say, okay, I got 3 different servers here. Instead of just sending everybody to .1 up here, everybody see .1. Instead of sending everybody to .1, I see that .1 got 10, but .2 got 5, and then .3 got none. I'm gonna send a couple of down here to .3, and I'm gonna fill up 2, and then by that time, .1 should be done, ready for some more work, and then we'll send them there. That's what Netflix needed, if not more servers and load balancers to actually handle all of that traffic. Now they should be done for the Christmas Day game, because they just announced that Beyonce was doing the halftime show. So if that's the case, you got to look at it like this. If I'm in that IT department in Netflix and they just announced, the NFL just announced that they're going to do the halftime show with Beyonce, while it sounds like it's not something we should talk about at work, it is, because think about how many people are just going to tune in for the Beyonce show. That's going to be just like, I don't know if you guys see how the Super Bowl works, but you got football fans, but then you just got people that's just for the event, right? The event of, like, I think Usher did it last year, and people will just show up just for the show. So long story short, Beyonce is going to do this stuff on Christmas Day, and you're going to see that. Say if they start to buffer right at that time Beyonce gets on, I want y'all to, I don't care what y'all doing, get on LinkedIn and say, Mr. Mitchell, you was right. They didn't add no load balancer to this whole thing. They did not have the meeting, and they're going to buffer out. Caleb, you had your hand raised.
I was gonna add to that. I was just gonna say the same thing. Like, it's how much traffic it is, especially like during the Super Bowl halftime. It's insane. Like, if you would have
Yeah.
seen like after the whole performance go out, you see a spike at the beginning of the halftime, but then you
Mhm.
see people fall off after it's over. So then they show the record number of people, of viewers, when you go to like you see it on social media at the end of the performances.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure, given the fact that Beyonce hasn't done a Super Bowl, what was her last thing she did? She did something though with the homecoming joint. And then she did something with the Black Panther thing too. But either way, she's gonna put on a performance that's she's gonna perform, right? And that's gonna cause numbers. Now, if they don't have if they don't have their stuff in order, which they should have, because the Jake Paul and Tyson fight should have been an indicator that we don't have enough infrastructure there to house the amount of people that we want to have. They need to go ahead and get with their cloud provider in order to get more servers and then get those load balancers in place between now and Christmas. Go time. Like, really, I'm talking maybe a week before the show, because you might want to test some things out and do a stress test, what we call a stress test, to see how much traffic can you take. I was thinking about that today. Just a side note is that if I was a hacker and I seen that Netflix kind of bottomed out like that, kind of dug out like that, you can set them up as that's a victim, because now you already tell that they don't have enough to kind of recover from that. If you send a DDoS attack to their servers, then maybe you can get something out of it. But if they're smart, they're probably already on it and adding to their systems. All right, legacy systems. So y'all remember what legacy systems from Security Plus is, right?
That's where we're talking about those old computers, things that's not supported by the company anymore, such as Windows 7, Windows XP, Windows 10. With Mac, it would be Leopard, what's Snow Leopard, and then it was, I think El Capitan is old. While it's cool to get those things, and that's the thing, in today's world, you can get those. So like getting an old MacBook, a MacBook Pro, you might come up on a big discount on that. That's cool. But now you're thinking about it, you can only get but so many different updates for that particular OS. And some MacBooks, the internals won't be able to hold the new OS. And so you are never able to get the latest updates that will keep you away from vulnerabilities. You have to live on that particular outdated system. And so keep those things in mind when shopping on eBay and things of that nature, and you getting an old iPhone or an old MacBook Pro. Yeah, it looks the part. It may be slim, but check to see if that OS is still being supported by Apple, and they're sending security patches out for it. Okay, those legacy systems are just going to be open in vulnerabilities, honestly. So keep those things in mind. You typically see legacy systems and embedded in these SCADA systems. When we talked about SCADA systems, it was about, you remember I talked about like the power plants, water plants, those type of industries, industrial industries that maybe they can't take those legacy systems out, because if we take them out, then we have nothing to upgrade to, and we need to be able to work the gears to shut off all toxic water from the particular city, right? So you want to keep those things in mind when it comes to legacy systems in the particular environment that they're in. Now, for a user, a regular user like me and you, yeah, we don't want legacy systems. But yeah, at the same time, I get it. You don't want to be paying top dollar for it, but just do your research on what you can actually buy and be safe with. But anything that you got to understand, that some of these manufacturers are going to put out a formal wording saying that, hey, we don't support this particular device anymore. So you want to stay away from those type of things. But for, a plant, a water plant, or I'm trying to see a power plant, you're thinking those type of places, they probably had those old computers in there since the late 80s. They can't upgrade them. They just need to take them off the internet. They don't need to have any kind of connection to them. And you're worrying more about physical security versus network security. Finally, we got Internet of Things. This is smart TV, smart watches, anything that can connect to the internet but doesn't necessarily have a lot of functions. Those Internet of Things, when you're thinking about it on the A+, I want you to think about, they're not computers, but they're typically accessories of a phone. And even if they're like stoves and washing machines, all of those things are smart Internet of Things. But how do they communicate? You typically communicate with those things via your app on your phone. You don't put an app on your computer to talk to those things. You typically have to have a phone to talk to those things. So if you're thinking about the Internet of Things, think about your phone and anything that will need an app to actually talk to it, a mobile app. Okay, those are typically going to be your Internet of Things. Any questions before we get into troubleshooting networks? All right. Troubleshooting a wired connectivity issue. Now, I got this highlighted. Will you go about that every time someone says that, hey, my internet is acting up, I don't have internet? Yes and no. Troubleshooting really comes down to seeing what's the problem and then trying your best to understand what could lead to that problem. That's 9 times out of 10 is going to fix the issue, because if you could figure out, okay, what led to the problem, you could just simply reverse the problem, right? And that's pretty much what I got highlighted here, where it could be the NIC port, which is, the RJ45 that's on the computer. It could be that. It could be the patch cord. It could be the wall port. But when you really think about it, with those 3 things, that's not going to be damaged just on a, you're bringing the computer from your car to your desk and sitting down. That's probably not going to be anything that's going to be the problem. Maybe the patch cord might be a problem. They might break the copper wire that's in it, actually pinch it and actually may break the connection, but probably not. Typically, you might just jump to the switch port to see if someone's saying, hey, I don't have internet connection, check the switch port and to see if it's on, if it's getting those data lights that I was talking about. If it gets the data lights, then you could see, hey, all right, I need to get with the networking team to make sure that your port is turned on and that you have connectivity. You might not even start with that. You might need to go to that person and look at their computer and see directly. And I've done this a lot of times. I'll go to someone and see, okay, are you connected here? It's what I'm about to say is not the nicest thing, but a lot of times the problem is the person. I'm sorry. A lot of times it's the person. And it's not, I'm not saying that, they're not technical or whatever the case may be like that. It's more on people have different situations, right? They could be a slow morning person, right? And so them doing all of their checks might not be all the way up the par. And so they may skip over that. They may skip over the fact, oh, I'm not connected to the Wi-Fi. Let me connect to the Wi-Fi. So if you do all of that, or maybe they're not used, they're sleepy, they haven't had no coffee, they haven't had their usual routine, and so they forgot to plug up the Ethernet port, the Ethernet cord. And so you go through this whole process here, and really you got to go and check behind the user, and maybe it's just the user just hasn't, done things like that, plug it up to their own computer. You will be surprised on how many times it's the user versus these things failing. If these things failed all the time, there will be a lot of more companies out of business. All right. Troubleshooting the network speed. Now, it could be a multiple things that go when it comes to network speed. To test your own speed, you can simply just say speed test in Google, pull up the speed test, and run a speed test on the person's PC. Now, anything typically over 5 to 10 megs pulling down is pretty fast. It's but a meg one, now we're going to look into what could be bogging down the computer. I wouldn't necessarily jump to the network just yet, because you got to look at it like this. If one person is telling you, hey, I'm having issues, then
you troubleshoot them, but you can't just jump to the network because you would have more people saying that it's a network issue. So you want to just troubleshoot that one person and look on that computer to see what could be bogging down a computer. The main thing that would bog down a computer is a lot of applications. So a lot of applications here. Let me show you real quick. When you go to your start menu and on a computer, Windows computer, you go to control panel, and now it may look like this on yours. Then you go to view by, and I like to go to category, go to programs, uninstall programs. These are all the applications installed on your computer, right? So you could take, if you have a ton of these, and you sort by size, you can start taking some of these stuff off if you don't need them. Now, in a help desk situation, ask the person before you just uninstall some things. But if they're constantly complaining about speed, then start taking some things off that they don't need. But that's the important thing, is you got to understand what they need and what don't they need. Now, things of this nature here that's by the Microsoft Corporation, I wouldn't touch, just because it works with other applications that's on your computer. So you could be uninstalling something that's here that's Microsoft Visual, but it may in turn turn off a section in Microsoft Excel. And now they're calling you and saying, hey, I don't know what you did, but it broke something. What I typically would uninstall is I will look for something that was installed lately on their computer. And if I know it has nothing to do with work, I'm uninstalling it. Amazon Kindle and let's say Qualys, I know for sure don't need to be on my computer. And I can just uninstall that. Click it, uninstall. Okay. And the reason why you want to uninstall those things is because in the task manager, it could be asking for resources. It could be updating behind the scenes and really kind of maxing this whole thing out. And so in turn, remember, a computer is only going to do one task at a time. If it's really kind of bogging down the whole computer, the chip, the CPU, and you hear that fan running and all that good stuff, then we could it'll probably be better just to go ahead and uninstall or stop that particular process from running. Which, if you could go in here to your task manager and right click, and you should be able to end task, right? And that should stop it from doing whatever it wants to do. It may automatically start back up, but that's another thing. All right. So I would look into that. I would also look into other see if there's other updates that they need to be ran. Sometimes you'll see on the start menu that have this little yellow dot that you see here on my name. It'll have that yellow dot here on the power button, and it needs to restart. And that restart will then apply the patches. And when those patches are applied, that restart flag is removed, and then now things can run a lot more efficiently and smoother because it was just waiting for a restart. People get mad about a restart, being told to restart their machines, but a lot of times it does fix a ton of things. I just noticed that I got like 15 people in the class. Hey, make sure if you haven't put your name in the chat, put it in the chat for me for roster. All right. Hold on. I was something else I wanted to say. Where was I? Oh, for external interference, you talking, again, if someone says, hey, my internet is slow, for it to be external, you're talking about more people than one complaining. And typically if it's external, like a power line is down, the whole company is out, and you already know that. And so it's up to the IT department to go ahead and put a communications out to somebody and say, "Hey, we are aware that the network is down. We're working on it." I had one story I was in Iraq, and the internet went down because they cut a fiber line in the Atlantic Ocean. And so, if you know anything about the military, saying no to somebody or, hey, there's nothing I could do about it, is you can't do that, right? You just got to find some way, somehow, to make something happen, right? And I just thought it was funny that they cut the fiber line, which in turn made us all in that whole region of Earth have no internet, and we were still being fussed at about not having the internet and what can we do to fix the issue. And we just, it's like, it's the Atlantic Ocean. What do you want us to do? All right. But anyway, my story is that if it's an external interference, you'll probably already know. Now to fix those things that I've seen generators, you can have external fixes for it. That's more in the disaster recovery. But if you're not built for it, then you just got to find a different way to eliminate that single point of failure. And we'll get more into that once we jump back into Security Plus. All right.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Do you know if like on the newer iPhones when we have all our apps open and then we clear them out, does it still have something to do with the speed, or have they kind of updated that issue?
I don't know if they updated it or not, but yeah, when you close those things out, you're typically cutting the conversation from the CPU and saying, okay, start from a clean slate. Now, if it's still running slow, mobile devices are a little bit different, right? So you're typically running off of wireless, and so you got to check a lot of things. Do you have a good line of sight to your modem? Is a lot of people on your wireless network? Are you on your phone's network? You know, that could be degrading, especially if you in like a rural area and you don't really have a good signal strength. It could show up in your apps running slow, because your apps is pretty much, your mobile apps are doing the same thing that your computer apps are doing. Only thing it is just a different format on how it looks to you. But when you pull up your banking app, your banking app goes to the welcome window, but then it wants to go to a login page, right? And if you don't have great connection to an internet, then it may take a while. And so while you may think it's a lot of apps, it could just be in that case, it could be just the Wi-Fi. That's what I would push you towards. Now, I do clear out my apps. I try to clear out my apps every time I go to, lock my phone. I try to just hit the clear and just clear it out. But another thing that you can start looking at too is how much storage you got on your phone left. If you got like a ton of pictures and eating up that hard drive like that on that phone, or a ton of, well, I don't know how y'all do music. I don't want to sound old, but hold on. Y'all do streaming services, right? So y'all not downloading songs to the phone anymore, right? Maybe. Clear out the phone, clear out your app
through Spotify
and check the Wi-Fi. That should be able to speed it up. Now I don't know if they've had a update to help with that issue, but I'm pretty sure they probably are working on. And if not, if you can look at the updates. Was I late? Am I delayed?
Yes, you delayed.
The
Yes.
updates to see that's normally on the welcome. Dang, I'm super delayed. Let me close out some things.
Can you go back like 3 minutes? What?
Y'all there?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We're in class. We're here.
Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Lee, to go back to the streaming services you were talking about with downloading music, like you
Yes.
can create playlists on the streaming service, and you can just pick the songs. I guess that's like downloading it, I guess, because you.
But that's not taking up. That's not taking up space on the hard drive. That's more on the the communications in the app. Back when I want to say in 05, 06, you would have to download it on the phone and take up storage space.
Wow. We talking like 18 years ago. Wow.
Yeah, my bad. I'm sounding old, but it's all right though, because it to answer. I don't know if I answered your question because I was so delayed. Did you hear the answer, Calvin?
No, I didn't hear it.
Dang. Okay.
Yeah.
That was like 10 years ago. I used to download music off of my off of some website.
Well, I ain't saying that I do it now. I don't do it now. I just didn't know how y'all did it today.
Oh, I used to do it 10 years ago, but now I use Spotify.
Okay.
That's why I was saying I'm from that LimeWire era, so I understand for sure.
Yeah. That was a nice way to affect something.
But I think it's weird how we need data and Wi-Fi to listen to our music now if you don't download it.
Well, it's just
because it's not connected to your phone. Like it's not really. You have to use the internet in order to stream because it's not built into your phone. Like you just can't download like all the music that's out there like within one app.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now if you did that, that's gonna take up your whole storage plus some.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why you gotta use
like some watches, you can download the songs to the watch, leave the phone, and then take your watch and hook it up to your Bluetooth headphones. But then that takes up the storage on your watch, right? So
yeah, but you still on the watch, it automatically connects in a sense. Like my Apple Watch, I have like if I don't have my phone, I could just have my AirPods in and talk on the phone. Then also, it's like it carries the app on the phone.
But
on the
that
watch.
phone, your watch has a data plan to it?
Yes.
Okay. No, it's some that don't have data plans because I refuse to do that. So that's how I know it. You can just have the watch, no data plan to it, and it'll have enough storage. And maybe you get like, I want to say 60 songs at the max. And you can then use it then without the phone just to kind of go for a walk and listen to your music. But you won't get any notifications or any kind of updates like that. to now, Calvin, your question was, oh, did they, when you clear out your apps, you can clear out your apps to speed up the phone, but if it's still having an issue, mobile devices are different than desktop devices. So your mobile device might have a lot of storage tied up in apps, like if you got a ton of apps, right? But it could also be if the Wi-Fi is not great. And if the Wi-Fi is not great, then your apps in turn will run slower. Just like how we just did here, where I had a ton of apps open. I had a ton of stuff I was showing y'all and just left it open. All of those things need to talk back in some type of way back to their servers, in turn taxing my doggone memory. And so instead of dropping, y'all might have seen my face, and that's the UDP that I was talking about, but y'all didn't hear my voice. And I didn't see y'all, but I knew I was talking about something totally different. And then Caleb came in there and said, "Yeah, we download off of Spotify." I was like, "What? I already addressed that maybe 10 minutes ago." But anyway, when you have a great connection to the internet and your apps is cleared out, you should have a faster phone. But you got to look at the storage on your phone, and then what type of internet, or if you're on your data plan, if you're in a rural area that you don't have a great signal, maybe all of that could be playing a part in how the phone is acting. Now, don't get me wrong. I do believe if you don't have the latest, and might be a little conspiracy theory, if you don't have the latest iPhone, I do believe they send out updates to degrade your phone to make you go get the latest phone. I do believe that. So take all of those things into consideration. I would continue to clear out your apps, but at the same time, see if your connection is great, to see if you can clear up your phone or make it faster. You can always reset your phone too. I still believe they do it. They Apple losing that case, it ain't hurt them. And not for them. If anything, that made them more adamant to put a iPhone 16 out after they just put out the 15. They ain't even let anyway. That's what I would do. I would, going back to our slides here, I would check for updates. You could consider malware, but malware on a mobile device, I really haven't seen it. Be honest with you, really haven't seen it. It could be some faulty software though. It could be a software needs to be updated. So that could also be a factor to your speed on your phone too. If sometimes you'll see that an app, when you open it up, it says, "Hey, I need to be updated. Go ahead and update me," but it doesn't force you to do that, and so that could be the problem. And we already talked about if other users have experienced the same thing. And we kind of got with this too, where the only thing I need to say on this slide is that when troubleshooting wireless issues, remember, we want to make sure that we're on the proper Wi-Fi, right? Especially in a business setting. But we also want to make sure that we have a great connection to the access point, if possible. Another thing that can degrade the performance is how many people are on that Wi-Fi, and is the Wi-Fi already struggling? Like, I keep going back to the example y'all gave me when it came to the dorm, and I'm thinking about my dorm when I was in school. Those signal blocks and those walls for every room, it's going to be tough to get through every room door. So you typically, I probably have better reception of the access point in the hallways versus in your room. Now you might can put a repeater or some type of some type of modem in your room from Best Buy that can kind of repeat that signal strength inside the particular room and get a better connection. But I would check with your dorm director before doing that. But having that good connection is always going to be something to troubleshoot to see if that's the issue. All right. To end everything, don't go with, okay, we have a bad signal. Let's go ahead and blame the access point or the router or the switch first. Those things are kind of the last resort to actually creating a better signal when it comes to Wi-Fi and even plug-in Ethernet connection. Okay. That's all I got for lesson 6. Any questions? Lesson 14. Lesson 14, we're going to step into security governance. You guys have heard me refer to this as GRC, or governance, risk, and compliance. This is another realm of cybersecurity that's really not being talked about or hyped up like a analyst would, or pen testing is, in the limelight. But when it comes to big businesses, having some type of governance over what you're protecting, and then what's the guidelines to how we protect those things, is very important. So GRC is a pillar, one of those footholds when it comes to finding out um, what broad of governance or regulations, laws do we fall under. It's very important to have in a business, because if you don't know certain things are there, then you could be holding business the wrong way. And it's going to come down on the security team to know this type of information. So let's just go through the slides. I don't have as many slides today for the first part, but I have more things highlighted, so I will stay on each slide a little bit longer. So the first thing we're going to cover is the policies, standards, and procedures. Each one of these things are different, but they all are having some type of guidance to the company and the people within the company. So policies are going to sit high above everything else. They're kind of like the bylaws, the constitution of what we actually do here at the job. Is not just how do we protect different things in cybersecurity realm, but it could be the policy on dress code. So we're going to dress a certain way when we're in the academic hall. So that policy is just going to be a standard across the standard a bad choice of words, because I'm going to explain why in a minute. But a policy is where we're going to have saying that the CEO or whoever is at the top of the business has deemed to be law. Right? Let's just leave it like that. And that's the policies. Your standard will change from time to time. And with technology, it changes. With the case of a dress code, it changes with what is acceptable nowadays versus what's acceptable in the future. Okay. So it tends to change with whatever's acceptable. So your standards typically they can pivot, but normally they fall still under, they follow the code of the policies, but they have a leniency on what are we using today. Okay. And then procedures are the actual steps that we actually take in order to uphold the standard or a policy. So while we have the policies to use antivirus on every machine, the procedure to actually go about putting the antivirus on, and then the procedure to actually run a scan for that antivirus, is going to be very detailed. And your procedures are not as detailed as your policies. Your policies are probably going to be very broad, never really have too much detail to it. So to give an example where we're talking about antivirus, or we're talking about clothing, a broad policy will say one needs to be clothed with a top and a bottom, socks, and shoes. Well, your standards would be, hey, we're wearing a particular school outfit, which goes with the colors of the school. That'll be your standard. And they'll, if you have different uniforms, they'll tell you what that particular uniform is, right? But then the procedures of how do you actually, let's say if you're part of the you have the mascot or something like that, right? They'll say the procedure to put on the proper attire for the mascot would be A, B, and C. Okay. And they all kind of fall under the policies. Whereas if we're talking about antivirus, we're talking about the policy is saying it'll have a broad statement that will say every computer, every end user needs to have antivirus on their machine. And then the standard would be whatever vendor we're using at that time. So that might be Symantec, it might be CrowdStrike, it may be Exidium. That may be the standard. That's not going to be outlined in the policy. The procedure to actually running a virus scan is going to be turn on the antivirus, point it to the folder that you want it to scan, click on scan, click on full scan or partial scan, and actually go through the actual steps. So long-winded answer for these three different pillars, but this is how we start GRC, right? Now policy is everything, but everything else is going to really explain the policy. So when it comes to policies, the one that you're probably more familiar with on a cybersecurity standpoint is going to be the acceptable use policy. That AUP is something that we use all the time and we agree to all the time, but we don't necessarily know that we're agreeing to it. So you may see an acceptable use policy whenever you're going into your computer lab at school, or if you're going on to a, let's say you're going on to the virtual side of your school just to do schoolwork on Blackboard, Moodle, whatever your school platform is. In order to have a username and password, they probably want you to digitally sign, maybe check off a box or something like that for an acceptable use policy. And that acceptable use policy is going to lay out basically saying you're not going to do anything illegal while in this platform, on this campus, what have you. And so you want to have that because you want to let people know that you just can't get on the internet and do anything within this network. You might have that when if you go into the dorms and you go to your Wi-Fi within the dorms, they should have an acceptable use policy that you click off and you accept before you actually get a signal. But if not, then I would suggest, to really get that bullet point on your resume, go up to your IT department and say, hey, I think we need to implement an acceptable use policy. I have a template that you could possibly use. That'll be a good little, a good way to get some experience under your belt, because sometimes our IT departments don't know about policies that they actually need to have in place, because if something were to happen on the network, when law enforcement or when authorities are looking at it, wondering why, they're going to say, well, didn't you have a policy in place to at least warn people not to take place, do those things on the network? And if they don't know about it, then it's just ignorant to the situation. That's all. So again, if you don't see that for your campus Wi-Fi or your dorm Wi-Fi, reach out to your IT department and just say, hey, I think you need to have an acceptable use policy here on the opening pages of getting hooked up to the internet, maybe a open page or some type of sign up page. The next policy that you'll normally run into in a business setting is a business continuity or continuity of operations plan. This type of plan needs to be in place because it's going to be used whenever a disaster hits or some type of disruption to the company. Now, disasters comes in different types of forms. They can happen in any type of way. It doesn't necessarily have to be a hacker, right? We talked about denial of service yesterday, and it could be God sent. It could be a man-made item. But either way, when the business has been faulted or halted in any type of way, we need to be able to pick it up and then keep moving forward. This is where business continuity comes into play. This is when you have a dedicated team to sit down and think about all the ways that we could come to a halt in our company, and then how do we actually have backup plans for that? Like I used the example of we deliver bread for a bread company, and all of a sudden our supplier for that bread is no longer in business. So does that put us out of business because we don't have a bread supplier? No, you need to have one that's on the backup that sells the products that we actually sell. And then we need to, honestly, you probably need to have an account with them while you're working with your main supplier. And the same thing goes with IT work. Is not only do we have maybe Lenovo for our computers all throughout the system, but maybe we want to have HP account too, just in case Lenovo doesn't want to sell to a nonprofit anymore, or whatever the case may be, where they take us out of the situation and now we need to find another supplier of hardware. And so we can have HP that say, hey, we haven't bought anything from you in the past 2 or 3 years, but we'll like to strike up a business an account. Well, we already have a business account. We want to put an order in, and we keep that supply going. Same thing when it comes to operating systems, applications. We just want to make sure that we're not just putting all our eggs in one basket, because that's a good way of creating a denial of service in some type of way whenever that one service goes away. Okay, so having that business continuity policy there speaks on this, and it's often referred to whenever we are faced with some type of adversity or the business has faltered in some type of way. If you don't have these type of things, then you're pretty much just waiting for something to disrupt. It could be a tropical storm. A tropical storm could send flooding throughout the whole area, and then you don't have a that shuts down the brick and mortar spot that you have, and you don't have a online presence to sell your products, to reach out to your customers and tell them this is the situation we have. Don't hold this against us. If you don't, and people are looking for you, but you're flooded and you don't have no type of way of, being in front of your customer, then you're essentially setting the business up to die. It's only going to be a certain amount of time before your customer is going to find a different supplier. And so it's up to you to always kind of have that continuity of hey, we can still push forward no matter what the situation comes into play. So these documents, the business continuity document, is always going to be a living document. Is always going to be constantly changing. Okay. We went into a little bit with the disaster recovery piece right here, but I wanted to talk on incident response. So you definitely want to have an incident response policy, just to really know what to do when an incident happens. And my thing yesterday that I was emphasizing is that when we change out people on our teams in our departments, we're going to need to bring them up to speed as quick as possible. And these policies help them do that in order to know how do we actually go about holding business here. But when you're adding someone onto your cybersecurity team and they need to deal with an incident, they need to know if you're taking this incident fairly seriously, or is this something that we can just go through the motions and actually just push through, but we make sure we document and let the proper channels know. So having that incident response is definitely, that policy is definitely going to help you out in the long run when it comes to setting the tone. But it's also going to help. It's going to help out for if someone's doing some research and they want to know why certain things happen. They want to look back at that policy to make sure that you covered yourself when it comes to certain things going on in an environment. Because between me and you guys, if an incident happens, if you're part of a breach at your job, they're going to be looking for someone to let go. They're going to be looking for someone to fire. And you don't want the easy stuff to get you a part of that group. If something happens, you want it to be, man, this group of hackers, we had everything in place, but they just got the better of us in this area. or we can point it to someone else. But if it falls squarely on your shoulders of we didn't implement XYZ, then upper management is going to look at that like you're not doing your due diligence. You didn't do your due care when it comes to the company, and therefore it makes things easy for them to move on. So just a little pro tip from me to you. So guidelines are even more, they're not standards, right? And they're not procedures. They're more of recommendations, kind of like, hey, you don't have to necessarily follow it, but if I was you, you might want to go about it this way. That's a guideline. So they're not really held at a high restrict guideline bar. A high restriction where you have to follow these things. That's more on the line of a standard. That's more on the line of a procedure. Definitely a procedure, because they're just going to fall under each other. But a guideline is just going to be like, hey, you don't have to use Microsoft Edge. You can use Chrome if you want, but I would suggest using Microsoft Edge, which I would never do, but still, I'm giving a point of that's the guideline. I'm giving you you don't have to, but if you want to, you have options, right? So those are guidelines. Procedures are going to be, like I said, more defined on a step-to-step basis. Now, more importantly, when it comes to your security operations bit, it's going to be part of a playbook. Now, if you ever read some of these applications, you may see that some of these companies are looking for experience of people having experience with playbooks. And these playbooks are no more different than any documentation that people have written down in IT. Let me explain documentation for a minute. Documentation is something that we all really want in IT, but something that really doesn't happen in IT. We are terrible at it, and that's just being real. We would like to say, hey, we would like to go ahead and write things down and have it, in a documentation form for other people to come and look at it and reference it, and therefore they don't have to call on us to fix a problem. They could just reference the database, and they're able to see the problem being written out. Unless in cybersecurity, I haven't seen it. It's more on the service desk, help desk. Those IT technicians, they're probably more prone to write down playbooks, and give them to teammates in order to solve issues. It's just a bad trait, I think, that once you get into the cybersecurity realm, you don't have time for playbooks to write things down, and plus things can switch and change so quickly. You don't really see it. There's just something about it, but it's nothing hard to do. It's just whenever you have like, okay, this is how you eradicate a virus. You would just write those step-by-steps down. But at the same time, I just don't see people doing it. And a lot of times we refer back to, if you're working with software, you could just refer to the company's training sessions. They got a lot of times you'll get software where you can go to their website and they would have those certain tasks already written out for you. So you could just, reference them instead of creating your own notes, so to say. Now, procedures also goes into offboarding and onboarding, and that's when it comes to hiring an individual and then letting go an individual. So you definitely want HR to be able to have these procedures as well. Now, onboarding, we want to make sure that we have at least we're verifying who you are, we're verifying the education that you have, and we verify at least one experience, and they are able to speak to the things that you put on your resume. So basically doing that background check, and I didn't want to really get into that, but having that background check is important. You don't, especially if you're dealing with sensitive information, if you're working for a government entity and you need a secret clearance, then there's no question about it. You're doing a background check, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You have to have a security clearance because you're seeing sensitive information that's not only detrimental to the company, it could be detrimental to the country. And so that goes without saying that that's something that needs to happen. Offboarding, letting go of someone, you're pretty much just, you have a list of things that you need to do, but one of the main thing that you would need to know for the exam is that we want to eliminate all access as soon as possible. As soon as it becomes feasible to disable the account, let's disable that account. Regardless if it's a disgruntled employee or if something unfortunate happens or there's a firing that happened, we want to make sure that, you know, whenever it does hit HR that this person is leaving the company, HR needs to contact whoever's in charge of the accounts and tell them that, hey, we need this person's account. Not delete it, but disable. And the reason why you don't want to delete someone's account is because, one, it may come back. Two, you may want to, and there's a lot of times I've seen this, managers would like to go through a person's account after they leave. And so getting into the emails, getting into the documents and files, that's what they want to do after someone leaves. Now, you may say, well, isn't that against kind of privacy laws and things of that nature? I would argue yes. But when you leave a company, you're technically kind of everything that's on that computer that you leave is the business property. So files included with that particular PC. So yes, they should be able to go through and still look at things that you have on there. But you know, you have that murky water when it comes to personal information on a company machine. But long story short, when you offboard someone, when someone quits, gets fired, passes, and I mean by away, or just, you know, puts in a 2 weeks notice, we want to make sure that as soon as HR has their badge or whatever, and they have their walk-in papers, we need to make sure that that account is disabled. I already went over the background checks. Remember, when it comes to sensitive information, we want to verify who they are. We actually want to talk to somebody. And this is not necessarily for you guys when it comes to cybersecurity. We just want to make sure that the procedure is in place for HR to carry out those things. Okay. Now, you can have different procedures for a ton of things. You can see here listed desktop deployments or ticket management. But the one thing I have highlighted is after-hour support. So what is the policy? What is the procedure to how do you actually handle after-hour ticket? Because majority of you, whenever you get into the cybersecurity realm, you're going to be given a cell phone. And when you're given a cell phone, that technically means that you're available 24/7. That technically it says that. But you want to know how the policy, how the procedure goes. Maybe you're not available if you're not on call. Maybe you have a call list and the people that's on your team, that person is on for 24/7. But when it comes to you, you could put your phone down at 5 o'clock. So you want to make sure that, not only does your team knows that the other people within other departments, excuse me, they know that they're not just calling you up because they're working on a project, and you know what, I know this person is up too, so I'm gonna go ahead and give them a call and ask them for support. It may not go down like that. Standards. Like I said before, standards could be it could pivot from what we're doing today, but it's basically the best practice. And this best practice is sometimes vetted out by a body of people, not a faculty, but a more like a board members organization. They may come together and deem that this series of standards would be the way that everyone needs to follow, and so a company may adopt that ideology and then just implement that as a standard within the company. So the things that you need to be familiar with in the cybersecurity realm is the ISO 27000 series, and then the NIST 800 series. These are a lot of times when you first getting into cybersecurity, you're not gonna really see any kind of documentation on it like that. You're gonna be so tunnel vision on whatever software you're working on. You're not even gonna think about NIST and ISO 27000. You're not gonna, it is what it is. But these documentations, they are broad documentations that, like I said in the first highlight, it sets best standards. How should we protect sensitive information on a server? What should be set up? How should it be configured? Remember when we were talking about hardening a particular device, NIST 8153 may show you what is the configurations we should have for a particular server that is housing social security numbers. So it breaks it down like that to where now we have our standards, and now we need to change our environment to fit those standards, because the set of best standards will put us in a position to not be unhackable, but it would give us a better chance to keep our information in-house. Okay. Now, in some cases, you may be held accountable if you don't follow certain standards. And the one I'm talking about is right there after NIST publication 850. I mean, 800 is PCI DSS. And PCI DSS is for payment credit card industry. And that is a standard that's showing you how to protect credit card information that you house on your servers and endpoints. So you want to make sure that you have that standard in place and you're following the guidelines there, to especially if you're having some type of transaction going on a website that you host, or if you're, let's say if you're a hot dog stand and you're selling hot dogs, but you're using Square, I think it's not Squarespace, but I think it's Square for payment, or Google Pay, or Samsung Pay, or Apple Pay. Those things, you need to make sure that Apple Pay, Google Pay, things like that, PayPal, that those third parties are using PCI DSS in order to store that information. Because if you do the research and realize that they're not, then we need to pick another third party in order to stay compliant. We'll get into compliant later, but we need to stay within the good standings of the standards that we have set for the company. Okay, so that's just one of the most famous ones, is just PCI DSS. Definitely going to be on the exam. Definitely need to know that when you see PCI DSS, you're talking about payment cards, credit cards. That's how I remember it, just credit cards. All right. Now you also have internal standards such as encryption. What type of encryption are we going to use? Are we going to just use SSL encryption? Are we going to use just 128-bit encryption? When it comes to coding, are we going to follow best practices when it's come to coding? Are we going to have people checking behind each other when code is written and then put in software development? So those standards could be particular to a department, not just a wide scope of the company. It could just be, this is how we do things in our group within our team. Okay, and that standard should keep you in good standings when it comes to security. Some famous standards that we have, and these fall under different categories. GDPR, which is for privacy, and that's more likely going to be on the Europe side of the world. So Europe, Germany, in that area. So we need to make sure that we are familiar with it, especially if we house any data over there. And you'll be surprised with the companies that you work for that have storage in the cloud in foreign lands, and that those documentations that's in a foreign land fall under GDPR. Okay, so you just need to be aware of it. For you guys, when it comes to schooling, we need to make sure that you're aware about FERPA, Family Education Rights and Privacy Act. That's going to have a standard over your schooling when it comes to how do they have their network set up, what type of protection should they have out there, what information should you be giving out about students, not only students. When it comes to like higher up education for you guys, it's not just having a parent's name and a student's name. Your parents, there is more money involved, right? So we're actually doing payments back and forth to the school or to the government, however it goes, but it's money involved, right? The school may give you a check. So we need to make sure that not only do we fall under FERPA, but we might want to throw PCI DSS in there. And so FERPA is the standard that we want to have when it comes to K to college. Just make sure that we fall in that same rights. But at the same time, when it comes to like technical schools or in this case, Pivot, we want to make sure that we are under that umbrella as well, just to be safe. And so while we're not trying to get everything that the standard says to apply to us, we want to make sure that we fall under it, or we use it as best practice, just to make sure that if something does happen, we know that we have the best possible answers in play. In the healthcare industry, we're talking about HIPAA. I'm pretty sure you guys have all heard about HIPAA type of policies that's in place, where showing your medical records or telling anybody a medical procedure that's been done to you violates that standard, and it could end up into some legal matters. The reason why I'm squinting is because I'm having a hard time. I'm a big sports fan, and a lot of times, when it comes to analysts reporting on sports, they're constantly saying things that violate HIPAA laws, right? And it really just kind of came to me when it came to 2020 and the COVID thing, where they would automatically tell people what player had COVID. And I thought that was just, you shouldn't be able to tell millions of people on TV who had a particular disease. And I just thought that was just wrong, because That's just kind of like saying that you know, someone has a STD. That should be only for that person to know and the other person to know, um, or whatever partners they may have. But they should be the only one that decides to disseminate that, and not a broadcaster. So you hear it all the time where someone has torn a muscle in the sports realm, and they say they're going to have surgery next week. That's not supposed to be shared, but it's content. So until they get strict on that, I'm probably going to constantly see it. In the financial realm, when I'm talking financial, I'm talking about banking. You're talking about Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act. GLIBA is how they would normally put it in. We already talked about PCI DSS, but GLIBA is going to be governing the fact that you can't, let's say, for example, you can sell all of your stocks as a C-level individual of a company, sell all of your stock a day before you quit. So that goes against that type of policy. In the government, you're talking about FISMA, Federal Information Security Modernization Act, and that's where we're doing those background checks. We're making sure that people have the proper clearance in order to see the information that could be classified as either unclassified, secret, and then top secret. So you want to make sure that you have the proper clearance, and that you give the proper people have the proper clearance on the machines that's deemed for that information. In the military, if something's secret, then that machine, that actual PC is secret as well. And you can't do anything not secret on that machine. So you can't look at unclassified material, and you can't look at top secret material on a secret machine. It's only dedicated for that type of material. But that's out of the scope of this exam. Governance and accountability. So when it comes to governance, you want to just make sure that people fall in line with the standards that we put in place, and we're just holding them accountable. That's the only thing. We're just going to make sure that, hey, we're doing the right things, and if those things are not in place, we need to put them in place. So you'll have these audits that goes on yearly, if not quarterly, and these audits are just seeing if we have the proper governance in place, the proper configurations in place, maybe the proper personnel in place or machines in place, just to make sure that we're falling in line with FISMA, GLIBA, HIPAA, those type of standards. So that's governance, just making sure. Or you might want to look at it like this. The information that we have for a particular company, we just want to make sure that we understand what we're securing. And another way of saying that is that we understand what we are governing. That data, we need to make sure that we can wrap our hands around it and make sure we guide it in a particular way. That's governance. Data governance roles, when we're talking about the type of, if we're talking about a one file, right? Let's say we created a file in Microsoft Word, then you'll have these type of roles when it comes to the people who can govern those type of files. You'll have an owner who actually is responsible for it. Now, this owner is not necessarily the creator, right? But they are a C-level individual, your managers, your department heads, CEOs. Those are going to be the ultimate person responsible. And so they will be considered an owner. A controller controls the system that the document is on. So they want to make sure that things are patched and updated, things are working, things of that nature. A processor could be someone who actually creates a document, or they could be the one that updates some document, right? So that'll be your processor. Your custodian would be someone who keeps up the maintenance. So maybe someone who understands backing up that data, that one file. They're going to make sure that file is up to date and we're backing it up. And though they're going to take care of it in that realm. Okay. So these are the different roles. You're probably going to see these on your exam as well. Change management. So when it comes to change management, we're talking about changing the configurations of systems in our environment. And we have a process in place where you just don't change a configuration on a server just because you feel like changing it, or you just have time to do so. You need to let everyone know that you're making this change. So when you get to the point where you have a complex network and you have different resources all within that network, you need something like a change management program in order to make those things happen. Now, they don't have necessarily dedicated people for change management. It's kind of a group. Everyone works together for this this type of process to happen. And what you do is you get a little bit of people from everybody who has something to do with the systems involved, and you let them know, hey, these are the things that we filled out today. We're going to be pushing out a particular software, and that will be the topic for today. And we're going to push it out at a particular time. And we have done this. We have done the test. Does anybody see any issues with us pushing it out on Thursday at 2:00 a.m.? And if someone knows something from another department, that's their time to speak up and say, hey, you know what? We actually got something going on at 3:00 in the morning on Thursday. I don't think that will be a proper time because it's going to interfere with our rollout. And we can talk about, what's the best time, if it's necessary to actually do this change, things of that nature. But you basically is just really kind of just throwing up a red flag and saying, hey, we're going to do something, and you guys need to be aware of it. And if there's any kind of changes that happens beforehand or afterhand, we need to come back to the same table and look at the type of changes that we made on a particular night. So that's change management. A lot of companies don't have it, but a lot of companies that I've seen are trying to implement it. And that's a good thing, where they realize when the changes come, they need to have everybody involved and understand that they have a say-so to it, to where, hey, if I don't want, not saying that you should shoot down every change that come through, but if you feel like that change is going to just jack up the systems for the next morning, hey man, no, we might not want to do this. That CrowdStrike that thing that happened with CrowdStrike a couple of 4 weeks ago, that should have hit change management. They should have been able to talk about that push before it actually went out. And if everybody within that whole meeting, maybe it's about 15, 20 people, all heard about that change and no one said anything, then it's on that whole team. But at least I think what happened is that nobody took it to change management. And so that change went out and it affected the whole world. And so their lack of due diligence end up hurting the company more than they could ever imagine. So, like I said, this change management, it brings up, up to a board. Like I said, it's a mix of people from every department, and they just sit around and we come up with, hey, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna change the settings for every user at this particular time. It may need to be at a special time, it may not be. But if 9 times out of 10, if you're working in cybersecurity, you're going to be probably rolling out some type of software. And if you're going to roll out a software, meaning we're going to push it to 500 users, then we need to make sure that we have a little bit of pushback from the users. You're going to have some pushback. Somebody's not going to have a clean install. Somebody's computer going to be broke, right? You're going to have to deal with that. But you want to make it as a small impact as possible. And so taking it to this impact, this change management board is going to allow them to, put more eyes on it, put more minds on it, and, have a collective agreement if this is a good rollout. Okay. So we already talked about the rollout plans. It normally only takes about a couple of 30-40 minutes to really talk about it. But the main thing that you want to have is a backup plan. So just in case it hit the fan that night, and there's nothing worse than being, in a deployment at 3 o'clock in the morning and it just hits the fan. Things is not working, things is breaking, and there's nothing to do. Only thing you can do is implement your backup plan, and hopefully your backup plan puts you back at a starting point where people can come back in the next morning and continue to work as if nothing happened. But if you don't have a backup plan, then man, shoot, you might be in trouble the next morning. But if you take it to the change management board, they're going to ask you for the backup plan anyway. So that should be, a no-brainer. But it happens. Now, those maintenance windows, they normally go to change management all the time. So those maintenance windows talking about patches, and we need to restart servers because servers can't run all day, right? They need to be restarted. They need to get those patches. And a lot of those patches, they come with restarts. You got to have them. So that change management is a process that can help get the optimum time of when that restart should happen. Like in my case, my company is 24/7 around the world. So there's really no good time to restart computers. You just restart them. You're gonna interrupt somebody. It's just really kind of, I guess the most optimum time is things like holidays. But the holidays that we celebrate here in America, we may not celebrate in China. The Middle East, they don't celebrate the same holidays. So like I said, you're gonna interrupt somebody. You just make sure your communications is written to a T, and you make sure you push that out, that people understand what's about to happen, and you just push it out. Okay. And that's the, my next slide too, is just the restarts and the downtime. Just make sure you want to minimize it as much as possible, especially if you have a downtime. And the downtime is kind of like off hours, after hours. So in the case of a schoolhouse, you're talking maybe everybody probably will be done around 12 midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. You could probably still send out a communication saying, hey, during this time at 1 o'clock in the morning to 4 o'clock in the morning, we'll be performing maintenance updates. So the Blackboard software will not be available at this time, and just send that out, but then have it scheduled to do it automatically, so you don't have to really be up for that time. We already talked about documentation earlier, and it's something that it needs to be done. Doesn't necessarily mean it will be done, but it needs to be done. For the test, it needs to be done. Documentation is going to allow you to understand the things that you may not run into initially. So sometimes you'll get some software and you think you know it, and then all of a sudden it does something weird, and you need to refer back to the documentation to make sure that you have the right things going on. But on the other hand, when you're a part of a team and you're working issues, you need to make sure that you write down documentation in order for others can learn from it. Version control. Version control is very important when it comes to installing software, because we're talking about having the latest and greatest or being one behind. Or if a version is vulnerable, we want to make sure we stay away from that version, right? But pro tip, always stay one version behind. Always. Just whatever. I don't care if they have the new font that came out or the new window or what have you. Just stay one version behind. Make sure that that newest version has been tested. But 9 times out of 10, what they're going to do is just come out with a newer version. So you just move up just one behind, but it keeps you safe from that 0 day. Okay. I hinted at automation, but going into our last slide here, having automations is going to be so convenient for you guys whenever you get into this field. Being able to set things up and have it automatically handle that task at a particular time will bring up efficiency 100-fold. So like the email security that I'm working with now, I'm having AI and ML learn how to see what a threat is in an email. So while I was checking maybe 20 to 30, maybe 60 different emails a week, it's now gotten down to 3 emails a week. And so it's learning, it's automating that process. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to take my job, but it does mean that I'm able to work on other things because of the automations that we put in place. And so whenever you see something and someone's able to set something up and then have it perform that action without that person being there, or is going to do it at a later date, then that's taking part of automations. Automation also goes into scripting, meaning we can use PowerShell to handle a large amount of tasks within a Windows environment, and we can use scripts within PowerShell to actually carry out a lot of configurations that we would just go about clicking and then typing and clicking and then typing and then clicking. We could probably do all of that with a script, right? But it does all of these things here that I have highlighted. It reduced the risk of human error. Once we put it in, now we have to put it in right. If we don't put it in right, then it's going to do what you told it to do. But it can reduce the risk of a human error, which a lot of times our denial of service attacks come from our own doing. Sometimes we won't leave well enough alone, and we end up bringing down the network. But overall, automations is a great way to be more efficient at your job and being able to save time and be eventually move towards being proactive when it comes to threats and risk versus being reactive, being behind and just kind of trying to catch up. So that's all I got for the first half. For the second half, I have a couple of sites I want to show you guys, and it's not going to be too long. First thing I wanted to show was the acceptable use policy, and that'll be in this site here called SANS. So SANS is a website that a lot of cybersecurity groups use in order to get awareness, training done, as far as the security awareness training. So security awareness training is something that you give the whole company, and that is more of a high level of security or cybersecurity. It's not necessarily goes in deep like how we've been having these classes. So it's very high level. But a great thing that SANS has is that they have resources like you can have content that you can look at, right? But they have tools that you can get to, like a vulnerability scan. You can give them an IP address, or you can give them a public IP address, and they'll scan your machine every month and give you a report on if you need to do anything with that. But the one thing that I use them for a lot is the policies. Now, let me touch on the white papers. Now, remember, we also talked about the white papers when it came to documentation, having kind of like the best practices. They have a ton of information here that can, send you in the right direction when it comes to all types of topics. Now, for me personally, it's too much information, especially if it doesn't really kind of go with how we're actually doing work for that particular company. So I kind of, take it with a grain of salt, but for what they offer, it's a lot to say that is, only thing you have to do is just create a, a username and password and be able to get some of these resources. So they have a ton of white papers on different subjects, but they also have policies here. So if I can ever get to it, they have different policies that you can take and then manipulate for your particular company. So if you're ever working in a case where you need to create a email policy, you can come to SANS and you can say, hey, you know what? I don't know how that looks. Let me just go to SANS, and they can give you a template that you can manipulate and make it into your own documentation. And they give you a high level. See, remember what I said about the policies is that it's such a high level document that it pretty much just, it doesn't say that any particular thing, any standard that can be used, but it just keeps it high level to where you could plug in your company name and email address and all the things that make it particular to that company that you're working for. But it's not so drilled down into a standard that everybody has to hope that this particular company stays in business. So this is just a email policy. So if you ever, have a boss come up to you and say, hey, I would like to have a policy on, let's get a good one. A policy on email retention. How long should we keep an email after someone leaves the company? Write me that policy and send it to my inbox by the end of the day. You can always go right here, download the document side of it. Let's see how the document looks. Wait till it finish and open it up. Have that weird silence while we're waiting on Microsoft to open the document. And maybe, anyway, while that's thinking about that, I'm going to show you the accepted use policy that we had. So this is going to, say to people, this is what we accept on our network and the things that we don't accept. So I wanted to show that you can always take the SANS logo off, put your logo on there, and be able to just plug and play when it comes to these policies, because it doesn't necessarily have to be direct. Hey, you will not go to these particular websites, but you say gambling is not permitted on our network. Please refrain from gambling. I think it's finally open up here. So you can always, you get a template like this that you can actually edit. You enable the editing piece of it, And then now we can go ahead and backspace. That's in the header probably. Yep. And we can take this out. And then put our company's letterhead up there. Right? So we can use this as a template. Great to have. Nice little website to keep in the back pocket for you guys. So I'm gonna put that in the chat once I open it back up. Sans.org. You never know. You never know when you might need to use it. Something to keep handy. All right, moving on. We got the NIST 100. So remember I was talking about the ISO 27000 series, and then you have this was one more thing, is that this was the incident response documentation that SANS had, and it's not even, you know, that complicated of a document. But this is the type of documents that you can use if you go to a spot that don't have documentation or a lot of documentation. You can use sites like this to help you build that documentation up, and it'll look good, you know, when it comes to creating that, saying that you have created policies. Pro tip, I would probably go through SANS and download the policies that you want and just create fake policies for a potential business or for a church or what have you, just to get the experience of what these policies says, and then you can add that to your resume as well. So just keep that in the back of your mind. Now, ISO 27001, that standard in 853 from NIST is the two standards that you probably see either a security company going to go with, as far as, hey, we're under the government, so we're going to follow 27001, or, you know what, we've been following the NIST publications for the past year and a half, you know, so they'll base their whole framework off of these standards. The thing about 27001 is that it actually costs money to see that standard, so a lot of people don't pay for it. Now it's not crazy money; it's like $127,000. I'm sorry, $127,000. So it's not crazy money, but at the same time, to pay for a standard is kind of wow. So a lot of people do go with the standard of NIST publication 853, where you can just go to this site right here. I'm gonna throw this in the chat, and you can download it in a PDF. And I have it open up here in this next tab. Now the publication is 400 pages long, so if you want a nice material to read before you go to bed to put you to sleep, this would be perfect. But these types of documentations are going to go over the controls that you need. See here? These are going to set the standard for you. Audits, the AAAs, not AAAs, I'm sorry, the assessment, authorization, and the monitoring. It's all that you can reference when it comes to, and this is more on the manager side of security. How are you gonna actually know what to bring in when you're talking about tools? What type of configurations we're gonna have? Because if we're gonna follow a certain standard, then this is how we're gonna bring this tool in, and this is how we're gonna configure it. So that's how you use these type of standards. Okay? This is how you show your CEO that you're protecting them based off of a known standard, such as NIST. This is a company that is not government based, but it's respected by government entities. So you definitely want to be able to reverse this if you're not going to fall under the ISO 27001. All right. The HIPAA example, just went to the website. And this is more on, I feel like a lot of people, they know what it can have so many different implications of what to share and what not to share. But you definitely don't want to violate those things, especially in the world of COVID. Remember when having the COVID card, you could they had the little plastic piece that you could put around your neck and show that you had the COVID vaccination. Well, I asked this to you guys in the chat. Do you think that's a violation of HIPAA to say if you got a particular shot or not? The same thing when it comes to flu shots, right? You don't necessarily tell people that you have a flu shot. They just suggest that you should have it. So, but I understand the situation for letting people know that you had the vaccination for COVID. It was just when it comes to the HIPAA laws, are we really stepping over that line? And so it's a fine line, but at the same time, you can come to their website and see if it below that standard in order to make sure that you're falling in line with that standard. Same thing on PCIDSS. Last thing that I got here is the version control that we talked about. Version controls is why control panel. Every piece of software is going to have some type of version to it. Remember, these versions are just changes that they make, and with every decimal point that they have, they are either minor to minimum changes as far as it goes to the right. So when you look at this Microsoft Edge WebView, this has changed majorly, changed 127 times, but everything after that has been minor changes. So that's what I'm saying, where you don't necessarily have to go to the bleeding edge, meaning the latest and greatest version that comes out. You could just leave it to where, we're on 127.0.22, and we never went up to 2.26, right? If that's the case, I mean, the only thing we're probably missing out is some font, something very minor, maybe like a dark view, or the window looks a little bit different. Maybe some settings have changed, but something that's not really major. Now, for the case of OneDrive here, I'm sorry, not OneDrive, Google Drive, when it goes to 96, then I might want to change. I might want to upgrade, but Google is a little bit different, where once you open up an About tab, Google, it automatically tries to update, and you can set that not to do that, but I think they have it automatically on. Let's try it again. It'll be in help and about. See how it's already for updates, and then there's no way of stopping this, as far as I know. It's going to automatically update if it's there. So we see here, this is Chrome. So Chrome has the, where am I have the latest of Chrome is updating to what? So let's see what changes. It's on 101 now. Let's see once it finishes. Was it a major update or just still a minor one? Yeah, I would consider it to be a major one if the 0 turns to 1 or something more, or that turns to 128. And a lot of times, Chrome won't finish an update unless I relaunch Chrome, which I can't do because I'll lose you guys on a Zoom call. But Let's just see what it comes through with. Now, mind you, like I said, this is putting me on the bleeding edge. I didn't ask for this, but that's just right now. That's just where I got it to auto update. I think it's in the settings somewhere where I can tell it not to auto update, but it's good to see this part right now. If it takes a little bit longer, I'm not going to put you guys through that. If I move the mouse, maybe it'll move faster. I don't think that works, but in my mind, it does. All right. I'm not going to put you guys through that. We'll see what it is tomorrow. Make sure I pull that up and make sure I show you guys what did it upgrade to. I just would like to see it in real time. All right. I'll hold off on that. That's all I have. Any questions? This lesson starts off talking about assets and what does an asset mean to a company and how do you want to protect those assets. So an asset doesn't necessarily have to be bank accounts or money or it can be, but it doesn't necessarily have to revolve around that. It can be anything. And one thing that a lot of people don't understand is that a reputation is an asset, right? Soon as your reputation is flawed, then the business probably is going to go down. So you want to make sure that you understand that protecting the reputation of a company is just as important as protecting the queen's jewels, as they will say when it comes to, let's say if you work for Oreo, protecting the asset would be maybe the recipe for the cookies. Or if it's working for KFC, maybe protecting, what type of new meal that's coming out, whatever the case may be. I work for an industrial plant, so having the information closed off from other industrial plants of what we're making is very important. And so we want to make sure that the sensitive data is always protected the most with, as many controls as possible, protecting those things. But at the same time, we want to make sure that our computers that everyone has, they're protected as well, because they have access to those sensitive documents and things of that nature. So they're just as important as, data leakage from our data center. So anything that has a value, whether it's physical or intangible, the proper words are tangible and intangible. Tangible things that you can touch, feel, those are tangible items such as routers, switches, physical firewalls, computers, human beings, employees is what I would normally say. Employees, those are valuable assets. That's tangible. You can actually see and touch these people, right? Intangibles, like I said, those are valuable too. Those are your integrity, your reputation for the company, the word of mouth that people spread when it comes to, do they want to do business with this company? All of those things come into play when it comes to an asset to a company. And so as security professionals, we need to understand what is important to the company, like I've been preaching, what is important to the company, and then how do we actually provide security for those certain assets. Now, I also have assignment and then ownership. So especially if you're working in a really big spot, maybe 500 users or more, then you have different departments where everyone could be assigned a certain amount of assets to them, and then it's up to them on how they actually want to provide security. Now, the security team can highlight what we're going to use for everybody, what tools we're going to use, right? But it's up to that department head to understand if we're going to actually implement it, or does this constrict my users so much to where we can't get our jobs done, so you know what, I'm going to not use it. So having that ownership when it comes to different people in charge, those managers, it varies from business to business, but you just have to set a standard and then hope that everybody plays along with that game. And it will be a game that's being played once you get in, you'll see what I'm saying. It's terrible. But anyway, you want to track your assets, especially your physical assets, if possible, right? And for the majority of the time that I'm talking about these slides, we're talking about physical assets. Now, it couldn't be digital as well. So still look at it in that time frame, that mind frame. Don't look at it as intangibles. But if it's digital, then we need to touch the actual physical computer. Asset tracking. So we want to make sure that if we can, we get some type of spreadsheet or maybe some type of report that shows everything that we have our hands on and we're protecting. If you don't know what your landscape is, then you don't know pretty much how to protect it. So if you're thinking about it, let's look at it from a medieval time frame, where if you had the castle and you had the castle, but then the actual village around the castle, if you don't know who's all in that village, then you don't really know where to put up the fence and protect the perimeter at. And so that's why you kind of want that inventory there, where you need to know what all we have, and if somebody else going to bring something new in. Because as you see on that third highlight, I got MDM highlighted. That is a perfect way for people to bring in more vectors into our footprint, into our things that we're trying to protect. They bring in their personal PC, their personal phone or tablet, and then now we got our data is sitting out on something personal. But if your company's small enough, you can go and touch each one of those machines and actually get the naming convention off of them or the serial number and record those things down. Now, in bigger companies, enterprises, we use network scanning. Network scanning could be kind of like how I showed you guys hosted scan, where you're doing a network scan and it brings back just the high level information of each machine. And you could take those things and then record them and then break them down into even smaller categories, such as what type of OS that we're running, what machines have what type of software on them, those things like that. And it's easier to understand your landscape when you break those things down into a smaller category like that. Because when you have things such as CrowdStrike that happen, you as a security professional need to go back to your inventory and say, okay, which machines have CrowdStrike on them, and if so, how do we actually correct them? Okay, on top of all that, do we have any computers that don't have CrowdStrike that we can continue to work on? So we don't want to make us a victim of denial of service and not have not be a victim of single point of failure. We definitely don't want that. So we want to make sure that we understand what we have in our landscape, and then how do we actually plan for the future when it comes to business continuity. I already kind of touched on mobile device management, but MDM is, like I said, it's a great way to bring in your personal device to your business email, right? And while it may seem to be convenient or not a big deal, it's a lot of, if your personal phone is affected by, let's say, some type of virus, and you just so happen to have a business email on that phone, then it stands the possibility of spreading to that business network. So for you guys, you know, all of you are in school, so you kind of look at it like this: if you're using your school email on your personal device and your personal device gets corrupted, can it find its way into the school business or the school network via your phone? And if that's the case, does your IT staff at school know about it? Are they tracking who has the school email on their personal phones? And if so, you know, what MDM is supposed to do and what it can do if you configure it right is that if you decide to put let's say, you know, if I work at you guys at school and you decide to put the school email Outlook on your phone, I can configure the phone to be, well, before you put the app on it, I could configure the settings to be, hey, in order for you to have the school email on your phone, I'm gonna need to see an antivirus on it, and you need to have a biometric passcode unlock on it at all times, and you need to have a PIN number of 6 digits, and you need to change that every 3 months. I can set those configurations up in order for you to have that school email on your phone. Now, that may not be ideal, and it may be a pain for some of you, but that's, if I'm running the show, then that's what I'm going to do to protect the data as much as possible. That, because I can't control what you scan on your phone or what you go to on your phone. I just can't control that. That goes into the privacy laws, and I can't control that. But I need to control my data that's sitting on your tablet, on your phone. So I need to control it in some type of way, and that's where MDM comes into play. Now, just to jump here to configuration management database, the CMDB is something that helps along with that more on the computer side. It sets up what software we should have, what type of settings we should have on our Windows PCs, and making sure that if it deviates in any type of way, that it rolls it back at a certain point in time during the day or at night, more preferably at night. So if we say that we don't want any printers to be on our network, but then somehow you bypass that rule and you enable it in order to add a local printer to your machine, then my CMDB is able to see that change and then roll it back to what I had as a standard of no printers on the network the next day. Also, cloud asset discovery. So this is big too, because, you know, yesterday we talked about the cloud we talked about the cloud yesterday, where we're talking about not only having pictures and documentations in the cloud, but we can potentially have a whole system, network in the cloud. And so sometimes you have servers up there, routers, and databases out in the cloud somewhere. You need to make sure that you have an inventory of those as well, because they can be spun up so fast, and really they could be out of sight, out of mind. You know, when you're actually ordering a server in, it's a big thing where you're paying maybe $1,000 for a new server, and then it comes in this really big box where you have to sign for it. Then you have to drag it to the data center, rack it in there, make sure it got the power and everything. You are physically dedicating time to it. But to spin up a server in your cloud instance, it could be forgotten as soon as you go home for that day, because it's just simply clicking some buttons. I say that to be aware of it, because if you're not aware, someone could potentially already have several servers in your name, and you're paying for it. And if you don't understand what you're paying for, have an inventory of that, then it could be wasting money. And definitely, you got more questions to answer if you already have somebody doing something in your name and spinning up servers in your name. That's on the grounds of being bad. So when you're going and taking that inventory, you want to make sure that you prioritize what's sensitive, and then what is I would consider to be normal inventory, just things that we may need to replace in the next 3 to 5 years, off of wear and tear. Now, a lot of companies, they may, especially those once you start getting into the $1 billion companies, overall $1 billion, they're going to probably be replacing equipment maybe every 2 years. And so those are 9 times out of 10 not sensitive information PCs or devices. Those are probably just, regular workstations, and the real sensitive information is probably out on a data center somewhere. But you need to understand the impact if that server was impacted, or if it goes down for a couple of hours. What is the impact to the business? Right? I keep saying it because that's it. It won't hit home until the business is not running, and then they come to you as the security professional and say, "Hey, what did you do?" And you have to figure it out. You have to figure it out, and then you have to come up with an answer quick. Going back to the inventory, you want a standard naming convention. This is important for just organization. So you can, when your computer comes from the factory, it comes with a just a kind of like a random naming convention, and it's up to you to actually change that if you want to. I'm gonna do IP config. Should show me my name, but it seemed like IP config has never showed me anything on this class, and I always had to go to all. But anyway, this is my host name, and every computer has a host name, but you want to be able to change this naming convention to something that represents the company, but at the same time maybe cheats a little bit and tells you how many computers you may have of that kind. So a lot of times I may see stuff like let's say MIT. This is for me, for my, let's say my company, MIT PC Win 10 _6. And that lets me know if I'm a new hire that this is for the company's name is Mitchell Technologies. So that's MIT is for Mitch. And then the PC, of course, is it's a Windows PC that's running Windows 10. And then the individual naming convention for them is, it's a 6. So I probably got 5 more computers that have this similar naming convention. Configuration management should have been on that other slide that I was talking about when it came to mobile devices and the configuration that it has. That configuration management is a really big thing when you're talking about handling 500 plus users and then maybe 100 different applications, and everybody doesn't get the same application. Everybody doesn't have the same settings on there. Like some people will have higher settings, admin settings, and you need to tailor that for their job. What I mean by that is that sometimes people just want to be able to install a piece of software. You don't really need a full admin to do that. You just need to be able to make changes to the hard drive and actually uninstall software. But you don't need to have full access to reset a computer or rename a computer. Like renaming a computer is just as simple as, I think in Windows 10 you can just type it in, rename your PC. So here in the settings, let's see if this pulls it up. Dang, I already had that open. But anyway, I can rename it here. Just thinking about it. Let's see what comes up with it. So this was really different than how I learned how to rename PCs in the military, but now it's pretty much really simple. You put in your naming convention here that you want. What was it? MIT PC Win 10_6, and then I will hit next and go through the whole process of renaming your computer. I don't want to do that because it's going to ask for a restart, and I don't want to drop the call, so I'm going to cancel out of that. But it'll rename this computer, and now you would need to get another IP address from your router because your router sees this PC as whatever it's named as. And once you change it, it needs to kind of have that whole process again. Probably need to keep that open. But change control and change management. If your company is big enough to have a change control and a change management system in place, great. But a lot of I've worked with some mid-tier companies that did not have change control in change control and change management is pretty much whenever you want to make a major change to a server or to anyone's computer, like at a vast state, we're going to install a new version of Microsoft Windows, or we're going to install a new version of Adobe Acrobat, then that needs to go up against a board of administrators for the IT department. And they need to see this change and then be able to sign off on that change if they deem it to be proper. And it can have some politics behind it, but 9 times out of 10, if you're a security professional going towards the change management board to upgrade a piece of software or maybe to uninstall a piece of software and you're just bringing it to change management, you're just looking for a validation that's saying, hey, I'm following the protocols. I'm not trying to make any changes that will surprise some people in the business. The change management group is going to accept your change and then put out a piece of communication to everyone saying that, hey, on Thursday night, Lee is going to uninstall the latest iTunes software on your PC. So just leave it up and running, and the change management or the configuration management tool is going to roll back that particular software. So if you want to look at a configuration management tool, it will not 9 times out of 10, what you're going to run into is EMCM, Microsoft Configuration Manager. And this is something that you could learn how to do. And that's another one of those little silos that I like to bring up when it comes to finding a niche within cybersecurity or IT. Being able to understand Configuration Manager, or what they used to call SCCM, which is now called something else. But anyway, it's called EMCM. So if you can learn this would be, I think, very valuable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in the chat for everybody, just in case you want to take a look at it yourself. But very valuable tool to learn. Remember when I said that, you go against the change control and say, hey, I'm going to install a new application. They'll bring it to you as a configuration manager, and then you will use EMCM to actually push that application out. The only bad thing about that is that you got to work late. And when I'm talking about late, maybe 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, because that's when all your changes is going to happen, especially if you're in the United States. You're going to be doing all your changes in the wee hours of the morning. Of course, you're going to be able to take off the next day, but you're going to do all your work when people are gone. And then you need to make sure that the PCs are ready to go as soon as they come in that next morning. But I've seen some lucrative careers in the configuration management field. So like I said, I put that in the chat if y'all want to take a look at it. I think it'll be lucrative. Data backups. Data backups need to happen. It goes without saying that if you don't back up your information, then you're just waiting on a crash or a ransomware to really set your company back. And so not having a nightly backup at this point in IT is kind of like you asking for it. Like, why? And also having backups is a perfect way of fighting ransomware, right? So ransomware, when you click on something and it encrypts your whole hard drive and they asking for a ransom back, the only thing you will need to do is call your IT department and say, hey, I need another computer and I need it to be backed up or recovered with my backups that you already took, right? That should be automatically. And once they're able to image a new PC and get it out to you with your old backups, then it should be a seamless transition where you only kind of really was out of work for maybe a day or two. And then you can get back to work. But not having backups, you're asking for some type of setback, because as soon as you have an outage of some kind, whether it be man-made or God's will, when it comes to like hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, backups is going to be your best friend, because it's just going to be seamless. Really, your last day of work should be on the new PC that you get when you get it. And now with the implications of the cloud, there's really no reason for you not to have a decent backup happening all the time. Okay. So just not, I think that's just is unexcused. Is just no excuse for that. If you can do a backup, do a backup and do it regularly. I'm talking every day, every hour. If it's not too extensive on the network. But you got to understand too, backups are network intensive type of deals where it's trading that data back and forth. Now that's a great way to use TCP on a day-to-day basis, where you're doing a data backup. It needs to make sure that it drops no packets, right? Because you want all your files to be whole and completed the way they left your computer off to the cloud or to the backup SAN drive, or what they call the group drive, where everybody kind of shares the storage, and we're kind of constantly backing up things there. In virtual machines, you have a similar thing for backups, but it's more on the side of starting back over. That's the simplest way I can put it, and that's with VM snapshots. Now I spun up VMs, and what a VM snapshot does is that I don't know if you guys can see that small font, but when I go up here to snapshot, I can take a snapshot of a particular snapshot of a VM. And what it does is that it takes the current state of what my VM is. And if I had a particular configuration setting, or if I had a particular data sitting up there that was saved at a particular point in time, when I take that snapshot, what happened is that whenever I spin this server back up, it would always come back and start off in this current state. So if I was to change it 24 times from the time that I spun it up from this current state, if I don't take another snapshot after those 24 times change, then it's going to go back to the original state here in snapshot 1. Okay. And that's a way of restoring your information. Not necessarily, I wouldn't look at it as a recovery point, not a recovery, being a backup, but in a way it is kind of like rolling back. It's just with backups you're stopping at a certain point in time on particular files and settings, which snapshots is kind of the same thing. But if you don't take the snapshot after you're done making the changes, each time you spin that VM up, it will revert back to the particular same spot. You can just be working on your computer and not do a backup, and it constantly keeps growing with the hard drive and the memories. But soon as something crashes or has a hiccup, then it stops wherever it's at. And especially if you got like ransomware or something like that, where you need to just wipe the whole thing and then recover from backups. Whereas if you get a ransomware on a VM, then that ransomware can just be alleviated by just turning off the machine. I could turn off the machine, and then when I spin it back up, it's going to spin back up to a earlier spot that did not have ransomware. You get what I'm saying? And then that is going to alleviate the ransomware spot. Okay. So not saying that that's what you need to do to alleviate ransomware. People shouldn't be clicking on stuff that they shouldn't have no business clicking on. That's how you alleviate ransomware. But since you're not going to have that, just in case you're in that spot and you're working with a VM, you can always take a snapshot. I have someone take a snapshot for you and say, you know what, as soon as you mess up, I'm going to just go ahead and revert right back. That's snapshots. So destruction of data. I kind of like this part of the lesson, because I think a lot of people don't understand what's all really saved on a hard drive, and then just clicking delete and having it go to your delete folder or recycle bin is not actually deleting the information. It's just it's telling the machine not to point to that information anymore. I hope that made sense. So I'm gonna try to explain it in a different way. Even if I delete something in my files and then I go to my recycle bin and I say, hey, empty the trash can. When I empty the recycle bin, it cannot be recovered from that particular space anymore. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's totally wiped off of my PC. What happens, in order for it to actually be wiped off, it has to be overwritten. And in order to be overwritten, the pointers on your hard drive need to come around again. And so we all seen a hard drive be kind of like this spear, looks like a little small CD. Those pointers need to come back around and say, you know what? Lee said that it's okay to write over this file. So with this new thing that we're going to save, we're going to put it over this piece that we say that we can go ahead and write over. Excuse me for 1 second. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ola.
Okay, you mentioned the thing about the hard drive head overwriting the previous files, but what of in the SSD? How does it do that?
SSD, I don't know if it's the same circular piece in it or not. I know the older ones were thicker and you can actually feel the disc moving around in it.
Yeah.
Just because it's slimmer, I'm not too sure if it's all just chips in there. But it's the same function. It's the same function to actually delete. And I haven't got into the asset disposal or like sanitation, destruction, and then certification yet. I haven't got into that. I'm just into we want to delete this file and it goes to the recycle bin. I think I will go on a limb and say that the process is the same for a solid state, even though it's still slim. That it still needs the pointers still need to go back to that deleted file and say, hey, we can write over this, and then it's gone from that particular hard drive. Now, that's why when you see police or FBI investigations and they raid someone's home, they're looking for hard drives. And unless you do something like this, sanitation or destruction, and I'll go into the ways of that, unless you do something like that, then they have tools that can bring up those old pointers. You get what I'm saying? And they can look at whatever you thought that you deleted. So that's why I tell everybody that if you got a new computer, mind what you do on your PC, because they do have they do have machines, software that can pull up that old data that hasn't been overwritten just yet. Okay? And I'm sorry, go ahead. Say it again.
Even if one can also like retrieve data from flash drives too.
Yeah. It big time, because those are not volatile, what they call information that's lost. When we get into incident response, you'll hear me talk about volatile information that's so soon as once you get into forensics, we want to get the information that stays on the machine. Well, that's on the machine that has power to it. And what I mean by that is that once you unplug a PC or you cut the power to a laptop, then it loses that information instantly. That'll be in your memory, in the RAM, and in some browser memory. It could lose that information instantly. But what's less volatile is stuff that's written on your hard drives. So that'll be your thumb drives and the actual hard drive on the PC. And then especially if you're hooked to the cloud, and then it's game over. And that, it's a big push to push everybody to the cloud, because if I can get those, I'm teaching you to regularly back up, right? So if that's the case, then when it comes to criminals, then they're going to hopefully get into that whole backing up to the cloud too. Those things, like I said yesterday, they just don't erase your information. They need to keep that information for maybe 7 years at a time. Maybe. And so what you think is going off the cloud, they probably still got it. So to answer your question, I would say an educated guess will be yes. It's the same way for a solid state, regardless of how you go about deleting. It's probably still going to be there. Now, how do you sanitize? How do you get that information off, right? So, you may be asking yourself, man, shoot, I want to change out my PC now, but Lee done told me that the information going to be there. Even if I clean it, right? You can so-called reset the PC, but that doesn't necessarily rewrite your hard drive. And so what you think is clean may not be as clean as what you think it is. And I'm gonna say that again. What you think is clean may not be as clean as what you think it is. And so keep that in mind when you're talking about upgrading the phone, selling that old phone. And yeah, we reset it, but did we reset it? Yeah, we set it back to a factory setting, but you were writing stuff to that hard drive, if I'm not mistaken. So keep those things in mind. So how do you sanitize it? You have to run a piece of software on it that's going to constantly write ones and zeros over the hard drive. What I mean by that is that it's basically those pointers are going to constantly just rewrite basically when I said ones and zeros 7 different times over a hard drive to make sure all the data is completely wiped off. Give me 1 second. Let me try to look up something for you. Give me 1 second. Let me try to find this because I know you're probably thinking, okay, what software is that? Yeah, Bootnuke. So this is the software that we used. And I'm trying to see if this is a legit site. Give me 1 second. Let me take a look at this thing. All right, so we used to use something like this. I don't know about. This is the name of it. All right, I'll say that. It's called DBAN Boot and Nuke. Boot and Nuke. So I definitely wouldn't download this. So I'm not going to give you this address. But anyway, what it does is that it runs the software over that hard drive. And like I said, it runs a sanitation feature over it to make sure that it completely writes over everything. So it doesn't matter how long you had your PC, how many things you saved on it, it's going to rewrite it over 7 times until it's completely wiped. Then you put your OS back on it, and now you could say with confidence, I have a clean hard drive that I don't mind giving away. Now that's on the personal side. Well, hold on. Let me just go back to destruction real quick. Another way is destruction, right? Actually putting a bullet through it or hitting it with a hammer, putting it in water. But you can't use the hard drive after you do destruction to a hard drive. You know, once you damage it, once you damage the disk inside, then it's unusable. So pick and choose. You can either lately I've been keeping my hard drives just because as technology gets more and more better, you don't know what people got and what they can come up with to look at old information that you got. So you can either just go with destruction or you can wipe it and see how you feel after wiping it. I don't know. Any questions though? Continuity of operations. So I've been preaching this pretty much indirectly the whole time, where we want to make sure that we have a line of processes in place to make sure that we have operations working for the business. If the business goes down for any type of like hiccup or any type of denial of service attack of any type, then we're not doing our job. If the business stops, they will look at you of, hey, what's going on here? So we need to make sure that we have these type of plans in place, and that you're hitting all your spots when it comes to how to keep the business rolling, regardless if a third party is out of business. How do we fix that? If we're constantly, we make sandwiches for a living, and our main supplier of bread has decided to close up shop, do we not have someone else that we could just automatically plug right in to get our bread from? Or are we just going to pay more of a premium to get something on a short notice and then try to work out a better deal later on? You know, having that continuity is very important. And while it's not looked at the cybersecurity team as, hey, you got to be a business savvy person to understand what's going on, I promise you, if the third party has a problem, let's say if they were attacked, you need to understand what you need to have in place to shift everything over to the next third party that does the same thing as them in order to keep the job rolling along. So some planning risks could be some ways you can actually alleviate some of the problems of actually running into denial of service or some type of hiccup in the business is you can have cross training across employees. It's terrible, and you will see this at least one time in your life, is that you're going to go to a business, especially in the IT field, and you're going to meet that one person that's been working there for 25 years, or he or she will be the longest running tenure there, and they know everything, and they just so happen not to write nothing down. And you have to either learn from them on the fly, or you just got to know a good bit of stuff too to survive. And it's tough because I've been around people like that to where it's just hard to get them to share information, and then you actually put it down to paper. And then with, technology constantly changing, you're trying to learn on the fly as well. So having that cross train is very important, but it doesn't happen all the time. But if you can have it happen, if you're in a position to make it happen, make it happen. It'll save you some time when people want to go on a vacation, which they want to do every year. And I remember two of our most important individuals to the team wanted to take a 10-day vacation, kind of like back to back. One got off his 10-day vacation, and then the next one started. And it's kind of like, you hope nothing goes on that week or those two weeks that they're not here. So just a big chaos. But anyway, remote work plans. COVID really showed everybody how to have a backup plan for just about everything. And I don't think a lot of companies were looking to go remote, but now as we do a lot of things via the web, I think they're taking those things into consideration to actually, do those things more often. Things that could throw wrenches in there is if you don't cross train, if you don't have plans when someone goes on vacations. Let's talk about if they have layoffs or they have some type of firing. That could be detrimental, where you're learning from someone, and then now we totally let go a whole department or a whole team, and now you have to pick up the slack in those areas, and you have to learn on the fly. Those are just, you know, not good good plans for recipes, and it's tough, but I believe that if you work for a big enough company, you'll see it constantly. The rapid hiring, um, I've never really had any problems with that, but I just look at it kind of like when someone comes onto a team, and if you are well versed in what your job is, and you just so happen to know exactly what they're going to do on their job, teach them and make sure that you teach them in a way that you want them to cover you. It's not necessarily them taking your spot later on. It's more of, it's supposed to work as you're teaching them how to move up into your spot as you're moving up into a senior spot. That's how it's supposed to work. And I emphasize the word supposed to. Now, those things, believe it or not, doing those things give you a high availability. Those high availabilities goes back into the continuity of business operations, constantly keeping those things running. That high availability gives that illusion to users that, hey, this business is always on par, making sure they give me the proper product each and every time. I'm gonna give them more business, which is in turn goes into scalability and then elasticity. And what that means is that basically we can add more people, we can add more processes, we can add more machinery to our business because we are always giving our best foot forward. Now, when it comes to a data center, real quick, and then we'll go on this break. Real quick, data centers and having that high availability. A data center sometimes is not as big as what I shown with the Google data center yesterday, but sometimes you could just have a building that's set off to the side, or maybe it's in a different city that could be on standby and ready to be placed into action if something happens to the main building. And you have different stages. So this is why you have hot, warm, and cold. Now the cloud is just off into the cloud. We talked about the cloud yesterday. The cloud can be set up kind of like a hot data center, a hot site. But we're not getting into that. Just know the cloud is always ready and is pretty much better and cheaper than all three of these. Now, all three, the hot, warm, and cold, it needs for it to have a physical location, a physical address, right? A cold site for a data center is going to be a building that just basically have the basic necessities, water, lights, and maybe an internet connection, But normally if something happens to your main building, it gets flooded out, gets hit by a tornado or earthquake or what have you, you can tell everybody within 2 weeks, come to this new location. We'll have at least workstations up and running for you within 2 weeks. And that's what a cold site will probably do. Around a week or less, you're probably talking about a warm site. So you probably got all your lights, your water, and your internet, but you might have some furniture there as well. You might have some projector screens, just some bits and pieces of the office, but it's not necessarily a one-for-one swap. And that's a warm site. Now, the hot site is exactly what I was kind of getting at with the warm site. It's a one-for-one swap where you leave one building, it had everything for people to come in there and sit down and get to work. This hot site has the same exact thing. It's just in a different location. But the thing about a hot site is that, of course, it's going to be the most expensive because it's going to be set up in that way. And it's going to probably be eating up electrical bills as far as running internet out of it, water out of it. you're probably going to need to have someone actually there cleaning that on a day-to-day basis too. So hot site is definitely going to be more expensive. A warm site, not so expensive, but yet we need people to go over there every now and again to see how is it going and maybe clean up a little bit. Cold site, you definitely can probably, don't need to have it, and it could be eliminated just by having the cloud when you think about it. Because if we could tell people just to stay home and go remote, then you don't really need a cold site, in my opinion, for most cases. Unless you need something there, physically there, to actually do the work. But as far as the IT department goes, probably don't need that. But if you need to have the marketing team there, or maybe you're making some type of product, maybe a cold site is a necessary thing. It's all according about what the business is. So we at the top of the hour. I'm gonna jump back into high availability after we take this 15-minute break, and then after I do the last of these slides, which it shouldn't be bad, I'm gonna show a couple of hands-on material, and then yes, sir.
I wanted to ask if the slides are available on CyberHub.
Yes, I need to put the slides on CyberHub. I got the videos there, but I need to put the slides there too. But I will put them up, I promise.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So, all right, top of the hour, 15 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll finish up.
One more thing, were you able to see the email I sent you?
I got your resume. Hold on. So high availability, going kind of still stemming off that continuation of the business being able to have a business continuity plan. High availability needs to be tested, and then you need to have some type of plan of fail open or fail safe type of plan. And we want to make sure that this has to have that about high availability. The redundancy needs to happen at some point in time in our logical map. So either we need to have a dual internet provider, maybe several servers that do the same thing. But anything that's going to be able to withstand a damage hit to it, be able to be taken offline, but then still have that process, that part of the business still thriving and being able to go forward, just because we planned it out correctly and we foresaw things. And I think more importantly too, is that when those things actually happen, that incident that happens, to have an incident response plan is going to be major. That people know what it is and then know their role and how to actually do their part in that incident. So another thing that you could see some companies do is load testing. So that load testing is when they're seeing just how much capacity, how much traffic they can actually take before going down or lagging, be able and get to a point where they just can't provide an actual service. You used to see Netflix do this a lot. I remember speaking on Netflix a little bit with you guys about how they used to have buffering issues. Well, having that loading testing also contributed to that, where not only do you have a lot of people calling on the same movies all the time, and you needed different areas to be set up with that software so you can distribute that movie from different spots. But if you got like a ton of people coming on, man, you could just bog down a server without your fault, without it being your fault. I think you see it a lot of time with the gaming industry. The Xbox servers are unavailable at this time, and I think that's unexcusable for Microsoft that has data farms all over the place. How is it's so many people online to where it brings down a server, a gaming server. So it baffles me that some, Microsoft could have that issue, but I think it's something that they'll probably get over at the same time. So what I always kind of stress the fact that we needed an internet provider and then another one just in case one had their wires cut or they were offline for some reason. But I never really got into the power redundancy. Having dual power is big for some companies. I knew it was really big for a banking industry that I worked in. A particular bank was they were so gung-ho on having battery packs or ups, as you see here in the second highlighted sentence. They were so big on having ups there to where they wanted every branch to have a set of ups on the teller line. And what it did is that whenever they have the summer storms come through or any type of a lightning storm and it knocks out the power for that particular bank, it would at least keep the PC up to at least save the information for the. Remember when I said that you have some information that's volatile. So whenever it cuts the power, it loses that information. So say if you went into the bank while it was and you about to deposit $50,000 into your bank, but then the lights turn out as soon as they either transfer from or to your account. Either way, they lost the information saying that you just transferred 50,000 to your bank, to your banking account. You would have a fit, right? So in order to alleviate that, the bank put in these ups so that if the lightning did strike and it just so happened to get all those things lined up, that the ups will then keep that power on for, I think it was rated at 4 hours, that it would keep it on. But it kind of still alleviated the point of it was kind of, you would lose internet access if the power turned off. So they had to come up with other ways of keeping the internet up. Not only just keeping the power on the PCs up, but I was just at that time. But you want to have dual powers if possible, especially on your servers, physical servers. Now, if you're going to the cloud, you don't have to worry about that because your cloud provider will have definitely more than one power source for their data center. But if you're running servers out of your own building, then you want to make sure that they are on. If one power source goes down, immediately the other one is automatically hooked to it. You might have some cases where you're hooked up. Some servers have two power supplies hooked up to them, and you can always have them hooked up to ups or some type of backup generator. Now, for a different bank that I worked for, they had generators outside. And in the military, we use generators. But the thing about the generators is that they're so big and powerful. One, they can, light up a whole building if necessary. But then you need to have diesel fuel on hand in order to keep those generators going. And then in the military, we had older generators. So we had to have a team of soldiers that would always know the maintenance of those generators and be able to do maintenance on them at any given time, especially downrange in Iraq and Afghanistan, where the heat will beat on those generators constantly and break them down almost daily. So not ideal, especially now when you're talking about the cloud. There's no need for really none of these actually. If you're just going to store everything in the cloud, then physically, I don't really need this in a banking situation. I'll say that. But it could be some areas where you're needing this. I'm not just going to say that they're obsolete, but in my line of work right now, I haven't seen one of these in a long time. But I'm not saying that they don't have their place in the work field. Diversity and events in depth. So, me getting and kind of still preaching the same thing. Have diversity when it comes to your vendors, your third parties. Don't just be a Windows shop. Make sure you get some Macs in there. Make sure if you're gonna do all Windows for the PCs, for your desktops and laptops, have your mobile devices be Apple. Have them to be some Samsung, some Apple. But I would like to see more diversity in it. Yes, it's a lot to take an inventory of it, but that's we started this whole lesson on just making sure you have your inventory of all your assets, and having that vendor diversity is going to be real big, because if one vendor goes down, then you don't have to worry about that affecting your whole shop. You can continue on with business as normal, and you just have to make a small adjustment because Samsung has put out a bad patch, and now everyone who has a Samsung phone can't use that phone. But that doesn't mean that they can't use their iPad to continue working. Okay, so and then I have cybersecurity highlighted here because the thing that happened with CrowdStrike is we're putting all our eggs in a basket with one vendor, and then now that vendor craps out, and we are a victim of that. All of those businesses that could not work, TV shows, airports, stores, all of them that couldn't work, put all their eggs in the basket with one cybersecurity company, and that shouldn't have been the case. You have hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity companies out here. Diversify, bring other vendors in, have them on standby. I guarantee you this is that when you bring in your cybersecurity team or a vendor in for a particular piece, like, hey, we want you to do phishing on our emails, and that's all we want you to do. They're going to pitch that we can do email security encryption, we can do two-factor authentication, we can do firewalls, IDSs. They're going to pitch everything to you, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you give them a ride on everything just because they say they can do everything. They probably can do one thing very well, and then they have something that kind of does everything else kind of well. I think everybody has something, every cybersecurity company has something that they do 100% better at all the other things that they offer. But they offer a lot. I'm just saying keep it mixed up. And from a hacker standpoint, that's another thing. If they just know that you just mess with Linux and Mac OSs, then there's no way that hacker doesn't have to be well-rounded in order to get past those type of devices. They could just know that particular system. But if you sprinkle a little bit here, a little bit there, that defense in depth is causing them to, okay, I have to know Windows firewall, but I also have to know Palo Alto firewalls. I need to know Snort. I need to know Azure. And then I heard that they got some AWS machines on hand. So I need to know about those machines. And when you put all of that diversity in there, yeah, it's kind of hard for one person to have all of those traits at a very high level. You're normally going to need a group of individuals that are used to hacking large companies in order to get past all of those diverse systems in your network. Some things you could put out there that can lure hackers in and then kind of do your offensive attacks. And it's not of an attack really, but it's more of you're doing recon or you're doing research on an enemy, is you could set up honeypots and honey nets. So these are fake sites you could set up to where a hacker comes in and they're doing reconnaissance on your company, but then they see something that's intriguing to them. Maybe they find a computer that's online that's has less security systems on them than your normal one, and so they kind of see a victim already, and so when they remote into that machine, or they somehow penetrate that machine and they start to look for the files, you have something on there that can control what they see, not control what they see, but you can see how they are actually conducting themselves on that PC, on that HoneyNet, that honeypot. You want to see what tools are they using, what commands are they using, where did they go? When they got into the PC, did they go straight for the files? Are they looking for the type of account permissions that they have? What is the characteristics of this type of hacker? And then when you find that information out, now you can tailor your sensitive assets to combat that. And now you can feel better, that you feel more protected because you've seen this in the wild working on a honeypot. So I think these are great tools to have, but I have yet to see it done in the real world. I think a lot of times in the real world, we're so reactive. We don't have time to be proactive in this case and really set traps out to see hackers and see exactly what they're doing. So I think a lot of times we're just trying to, we have, again, since we've been doing this class, I've been saying, hey, you got to be on this, you got to be on that, you're going to be on this. And I'm pretty sure you're probably thinking, man, this is a lot of stuff. How is one team supposed to take into consideration all of these factors of a business that's constantly changing? And you just kind of do it fly by night, man. It's a lot to take in, and you rarely ever get to the point where you're putting out honeypots and you're monitoring a honeypot or a honey net at that. A honey net is like a bunch of honey pots, right? And it's a network of them. And so we're going to watch this whole fake network lure people in. That's proactive, and I haven't really seen it. Not saying that it doesn't happen, but I think you'll probably need a very big team in order to provide that type of offense. Testing resiliency. So going back to actually preparing yourself for a DDoS attack or some type of DOS attack, we want to have some type of simulation for it. Maybe you're having a pen tester come in and test out the network, see where we're weak at. But you can also have tabletop exercises where we all kind of get into a meeting room and we go over a particular scenario. And in that scenario, I'll ask Anthony, what would your role be? And then I'll ask Leah, what would her role be if Anthony does A, X, Y, and Z? And we can go over these tabletop exercise scenarios just to know if everybody knows what the plan is given the situation. It's a great training tool. I don't think it needs to be done on a monthly basis, but maybe every 6 months, you might want to pull your team in and sit down and say, hey, let's just go over this particular scenario just in case it happens. It may seem corny to talk about it now. Like, hey, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to go in here and talk about what if. But in this line of industry, you probably do need to talk about it, just because, like I said, it's not if it's going to happen, it's when it's going to happen. And when it happens, you're going to need to be on point and constantly everybody doing their job in order to get past that incident. And then we write those things down and have a after action review. That's tabletop exercises. So failover tests happens a lot of times with networks that I've seen. So what they'll do is that they'll have the main network shut down and see if there's a failover test to the backup network that happens. Now, normally this happens after hours because we don't want anybody on the internet at work to not be able to do work, and we can't get the failover to happen right. But the failover is not, in my opinion, is not validated until you actually do it during business hours. You have to do it during business hours because that's when it matters the most. If your network goes down, you want to make sure that it fails over flawlessly to the other side and it connects and people are, I mean, they should see a blip, maybe 5 seconds without internet. Be real, maybe 30 seconds without internet. And then they're back up and running before anybody starts to say anything. But if you are too scared to actually do that during the daytime, then you won't find out if it happens, if it does happen, until it really does happen. And then you got simulations, and that goes back to the pen testing that I was talking about, where we're actually putting boots to the ground. We're actually having someone look at our configurations, see if they can get into our firewall, see if they can get into our files, lock some stuff up, see if they can get in physically, and put in a keylogger. And do we have something that can detect the keylogger? Things are like that. So those simulations are really big on testing if you have the right plan in place, the right tools in place, and you can see if you got the right people in place too. All right, physical control. So now we're talking about the actual building or things that we can touch. This is more tangible. So this goes underrated because it's, when you think about security plus cybersecurity, you're thinking about more things that we can't touch, things that, you know, people are just typing all day and we just putting in code and we just not physical with it, right? Everything is just not, you're not touching nothing. But it's a big player in this game because you could put up all the passwords you want and all the firewalls you want. If I just go in there and take it, then what? This is still a DDoS attack. Where's the failover? You know, I just took the server, I took it home, and I don't have to break into the server. It's the fact that you don't have a server anymore. So now how do you continue to work? Did we think about that? Did we have a tabletop exercise on that? Probably not. So physical controls is just as important. Now, a lot of us won't have the opportunity to have a site layout or decide where the fencing may go on our building. But if you do, then you need to look at, do you need a 12-foot fence or do you need a fence at all? Is it that important? Is it that serious? Do you have sensitive information on campus? Then maybe I do want a fence that's up. And then if it's really serious, if it's talking like government material, maybe I want a barbed wire fence. Maybe I want a security guard at the top, at the beginning of the gate. Maybe I want them to be able to look at people's ID and record everyone who comes into this property. Maybe I want another security guard at the beginning of the building. So all of those things come into place with physical security. Now, lighting to me is a little bit extreme, but let's talk about it, right? So we have cameras that points at all the blind spots on our building. In order to see those type of things, we need to look at a building at night and then see exactly where are our dark spots. And then if we need to put lighting in those areas, or can we get cameras that have infrared and show individuals clearly at night? Things to consider. When it comes to the Security Plus, the exam is not going to go that in detail. I'm just going off of what I've seen in my experience. But they will have this on the exam, bollards or ballads. Those are kind of like these poles, these short poles that don't have chains to them, but they are so closely beside each other to where you can't just take a car and ram into the front door of a building. Those ballards are there to actually stop those type of vehicles and things of that nature, those type of attacks. Now, when it comes to the exam, will ask you about locks, actual door locks. And so you have a normal lock and key, but then what they're going to probably harp on is that man trap and then the access of using badges. I'll go over badges first because it's common for us as human beings to be on any type of property and have some type of identification on us. Having those, if someone doesn't have an ID badge, it's almost a dead giveaway that you are a visitor or you have some other thing in mind when it comes to being on the property. And so having an access badge is very important. But then that also gives you the power to lock off certain parts of a building or of a property because we can give permissions to whoever needs to be in a particular part by giving them access to that badge. Man traps are it's kind of weird to explain, but a man trap is where it's kind of like I want to say an entryway between an entryway. I don't know if anybody has seen something like this. Give me a thumbs up in the chat if y'all ever seen something like this. But it's where you go into one spot of the building and then you can't go into the other side of the building until you give access. Now, I've never seen anything like this, but I get the concept of it. And so I'm pretty sure CompTIA asked you about this because this is a good way of not even letting that person into the lobby. We can just, hey, if you don't, unless someone come and get you from this area, this kind of safe zone area, you can't even get in. So that's man trap. Then the last slide I got here is the security guards and the cameras. Now, I already kind of talked about a security guard, but the one thing you want to know about a security guard is that they need processes. They need to know who's coming in, coming out. I remember going back to my alma mater, and they have a security guard at the beginning of the gate, but they don't really do anything like that. They kind of look at you, drive onto the campus, and then they may ask you what you're there for. So if I'm looking at it from a security standpoint, if I had got me a nice little Time Warner cable shirt and said that I'm here to fix the networking issue in the Pinson building, then I'm pretty sure my security guard will write that down and then take me to the Pinson building. It might even give me access to it. And that's a social engineering attack. And I hate the fact that I could say that in it. It's probably true, but that's the harsh reality of it when it comes to your security guards. Your security guards got to be able to know that they could be had at any time and that people can use social engineering on them, especially when it comes to intimidation or fear, in order to get their way. So if you just roll up on campus and you're just kind of irate, like, yo, the network's down. I don't have time to sign any papers. I'm here to fix the network. Please take me to the nearest network closet in the administration building now. If you go with that type of energy, 9 times out of 10, somebody's going to probably take you to where you want to go. And even if you only stay in there for a couple of minutes, you could put something into their network that can talk back to your computer. And the only thing you really need to do is just plug in a USB stick. They have this stick called a rubber ducky, and that rubber ducky is kind of like just a remote control data grabber, and it reports back to whatever machine that you have it hooked up to. So just off of maybe 5-10 minutes of an interaction, you could pretty much take down a whole system if you use the the social engineering parts right, especially if they don't take down your name or the reason why you're here, validate who you're coming to see. That's the thing about security guards is that they need to have a process of, hey, a visitor comes on, okay, who are you? What do you come to do? Who do you come to see? And then they need to find that whoever you're coming to see needs to sign you in and take you to wherever you need to go. And on top of that, if I'm really high speed, I'm gonna give you a badge, a visitor badge, and in exchange for that visitor badge, I'm gonna take your license, or I'm gonna take something that's valuable to you, so I know you'll come back, right? I'm just not gonna let you ride onto the campus or into the building. That's not what we're not gonna do. So and I get it. Some places might not want to do that exchange, but if I got something sensitive, oh, you gonna leave something with me, because because if you take something and then you come back by and get that material from me, then somebody from the office could possibly come down and say, hey, stop that guy. They took something or they placed something here. And so those things can be alleviated just by at the security guard station. Now, you have cameras. We already talked about cameras and having the CCTVs outside of the building, constantly monitoring. May want infrared on them, but it's all about really your lighting. Now the new thing now is drones, and now I'll get into kind of sharing my screen a little bit with pictures. So these drones. These drones are used for reconnaissance for people who can look over the victim's property and then see exactly what's going on with that property and where could they possibly go at. You know what? This is taking too long. Let me go to let me just do. I'm gonna do Allen University maps, and then I'm gonna go to the maps because Google has. You don't really necessarily have to do a drone, but you can get probably a better picture with a drone. But you could probably go and look at Google Earth and be able to look at all of the different settings that you want to look at. Where am I looking at? I'm looking for. I feel like sometimes when I get online with you guys, that's when everything hides from me and I can't figure out what I want to do. There it is. And I want nope, that's it. Okay, so I can look at this particular university, and this is what a drone is going to show you, right? But a drone will probably show you clearer picture of this at more in-depth vision. But I can pretty much scope our victim by just doing this and just seeing, okay, maybe I want to go in here. A drone could possibly see if I could see if there's some cameras there. Where is the security guard gate at? Things of that nature. Where could I set up a hotspot? Could I set up a hotspot across the way in this gym that leaks information over here? But this is how, drones collect that type of information. And right now, with it being airspace, I don't know if people really know how to govern themselves with drones. I just had I had a situation. I'm a Carolina Panthers fan, and we just had practice, I think yesterday, and someone showed up with a drone and flew the drone over practice. Well, if you're trying to keep your plays secretive, then you probably want to tell the fans don't show up with a drone. But they didn't tell anybody. So if you don't tell people what to do, then they probably are liable to do anything. And so somebody showed up with a drone and actually recorded practice. So that was dope at the same time as being kind of like, you got to be smarter than that. So let me see. I showed you guys the VM shots, snapshots, and then we talked about the reset, right? Of having the boot and nuke, of erasing everything. And I wanted to point this out on your Windows machine is that you have a reset on your machine, but this is what I was saying about doing this option, resetting your PC. Choose to remove or keep personal files, then reinstall Windows. It will reset your PC to make it feel new, right? So it'll go pretty fast. And if you feel like your computer is sluggish, then I would suggest you do not a recovery, but you save the data in your files. And then I would suggest you do something like this, reset the PC all the way back to a, straight out of the box setting. That will make it feel, as fast as if it was brand new. But this is not going to clear everything on that hard drive the way you think it will. Again, if you had that special software that's probably only available to people who's supposed to have it, you could recover some things from that deep down onto that hard drive. But you do have this option here to reset the PC. It's just not as effective as wiping the PC with a boot and nuke type of CD that's going to write ones and zeros over it. And then I had wanted to show you guys the ups. Where is it? And configuration manager. I had it. There it is. So when I was saying about going to my working for the bank and actually going to the branches, we will put these things in right here. And this will keep the computers up and running. Now you can get one of these. I don't think they have to be this expensive, but like I said, I would only use these if it's dire need on a computer or something that you just need for it to be up. 9 times out of 10, whatever we have probably have a mobile battery to it. So if the lights go out, then you probably have so long to actually keep a charge on your phone, and probably by the time it runs out, the light should be back on. But this is a classic case of ups. So you can see it's a redundancy in network. You see 2 of them right here. The coax is not a redundancy because you have a coax in and a coax out. Now you could probably daisy chain those, but it's not a redundancy. Then you have, of course, redundancy in power. And yeah, this is you could set it up like that, but again, I don't think that the world is here. I think we're past this now. I don't even think this is great for generation purposes or something like that. If the lights was to go out and be out for maybe a couple of days, I don't think it could probably hold a good bit of power for amount of hours, but I don't think that it's worth it, in my opinion. Not for $200. But lesson 11, enhancing the application security capabilities. So we're going to be talking about mostly ports and the things that can help you out when it comes to having these applications on your network. But then how can we make them more secure than just putting in, a firewall or some type of ACL that can protect them? What other things we can put in place that can help us with that security level? So let's start talking about protocols. Remember, protocols is the way that we talk to each other on the internet, from device to device. So it's various ways that we can communicate with each other. And protocols, having secure protocols is probably, right, the most secure way of doing it. But it's not the only way of doing it. And it's not the only way that people are doing it. You have some companies out here that's it's easier to use a more insecure way, or maybe they haven't found a way to communicate securely. And so, if that's the case, then we need to be aware of that, and we need to be able to put things in place in order to make sure that we are not leaving ourselves vulnerable because of someone else's capabilities. So the one thing I know for sure on the test, they're gonna ask you these three right here. What is insecure when it comes to a protocol? Telnet is deemed to be unsecure, as well as HTTP and FTP. Now, back in the day, I want to say early 2000s, late to 1990s, Telnet and HTTP were probably more prevalent back then than it is today. It's kind of hard pressed to find a website that doesn't use HTTP, but you do run across it every now and again. And your browser is smart enough now to give you those warnings that, hey, this website is not operating on port 443. So please be aware of any type of sensitive information that you put across into this website. Because remember, if they're not using HTTPS, then they're using clear text to run everything across the network. And so I could take my Wireshark and be able to see that traffic going back and forth. The alternative to Telnet will be SSH, being able to remote into a server. Just keep those things in mind that if you're going to remote into a server, we want to use SSH versus Telnet, because again, once I'm communicating across the network, then I can see certain information going across on an unsecure line. Now, going to FTP. FTP is not a file transfer protocol, is not necessarily going to, a lot of companies are not using FTPS or secure file transfer protocol, SFTP. They're not really using those. And not saying that they don't exist. I haven't ran across them where it was promoted like, hey, we're using a more secure way of connecting file transfer protocol between one system to the next. I want to be sure, but I would go on a limb and say that whenever I put a file into the chat, we're using just FTP. We're not using a secure standardization of a secure protocol to transfer those files back and forth in the chat. And when you think about it, it has to be like that because we're not setting up any type of secure communications with each other. So we don't have that tunnel that I speak of when I'm talking about IPS or VPN. We're not having that when it comes to the Zoom sessions. We're just kind of, hey, this is almost kind of like texting almost, and I'm just sending a file within a chat, and it uploads that file, and you guys have a link to it to be able to take it and then download it from that uploaded area. So that's the only one that I would say that, it is insecure to use FTP, but in the real world, you're probably going to run across just FTP, and users are not really using anything else as of yet. So I'm gonna go back. No. So next slide. So transport layer security. This is where we start talking about the secure manner of how we actually use HTTPS and HTTP. So a lot of times when we're talking about browsers and web browsing, we want to use secure socket layer when it comes to transferring or using a secure manner of HTTPS. And we want to have this the now versions now of 2.0 and 3.0. I haven't really seen 3.0 out there, but I've seen definitely SSL 2.0. The one thing that you don't want to use is a version of TLS 1.0 or any of the TLSs. The thing about the TLS is kind of like the FTP too. When it comes to it's a known unsecure way of communicating, but a lot of companies have not made the change over to SSL encryption in order to have that secure manner when it comes to their website. And so a lot of times when yesterday we talked about having Zscaler and ForcePoint as a web proxy, looking at that type of traffic. Zscaler and ForcePoint is bred to actually block that traffic if they're not using an SSL encryption, just to kind of keeping things ahead of you before you actually go and engage with those type of sites that are not up to date when it comes to the encryption of the site. So remember that for the exam is that when we're talking about SSL encryption is the way we want to go. We're talking about 2.0 and 3.0. Any version of TLS below 1.2 we're not going to use. But I would be on the verge to say that every version of TLS we don't want to use. I would lean towards that when you're looking at doing this exam. So if they ask you any kind of questions about TLS, just know that we don't want TLS. If we got to use something, we're going to use the SSL encryption, okay? Now you do have some attackers where what they want to do is they want to take the equipment or the site that we have and then downgrade that site to a old version of TLS and then be able to take advantage of it. And they call that a downgrade attack. So that's why it's important to have those things upgraded and using those newer versions of encryption when it comes to websites. So TLS security, give me 1 second. Not sure why that was there. I'm gonna take that one out. All right, secure directory services. So when we're talking about a network directory, we're talking about subjects, objects, and then the permissions that they have on them. So we seen that last night when I showed a file and then the permissions that goes along with those files. Now you want to have those things secure and then named properly to actually keep it legible for others who may come onto the team or who may leave the company, and then you have new hires. So you want to make sure that those things are named properly, but you also want to make sure that they're not named so obvious to where if the hacker does get into a particular account, then they can know exactly the president's laptop, and they can tell that the difference between their laptop as well as a CFO's laptop, a chief financial officer's laptop. So you want to make sure that you have a naming convention, but it's not so obvious, right? Now your environment has different other naming conventions for different resources, such as a file server, servers, web servers, web proxies, printers, so on and so forth. All of these objects, we want to make sure that we have them written down in kind of a map, that logical map that we did a couple of classes back. We want to make sure that we indicate all of these things, because from a higher standpoint, whenever you have inventory that year, or if you're looking to replace certain items, then you can go back and go ahead and rename the new resource to follow that same naming convention. But you can also know what's in your environment and what needs to be upgraded at that time. Now, going off of that naming convention, we're talking about Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, or LDAP. This is what's going to really communicate with that software that I was showing you guys in AD. AD is going to be able to communicate with those resources out there on the network. And this is how AD is going to talk to them using a protocol called LDAP. So whenever we are, now it's limited on what Active Directory can do with a particular resource. So it's not going to necessarily make the printer a switch almost, right? You can't just make it do what it was not built to do. But from the resources or the extent of AD, it probably could, you could send test pages to that machine from different parts of the network. Maybe you're on the second floor, you want to print on the 9th floor, and you can connect through it via this protocol and be able to run commands that way. So it has its advantages, but at the same time, it's not going to set the world on fire, in my opinion. So the SNMP protocol, we talked about this yesterday, where we are using this type of protocol to monitor and to track different types of objects and resources on our network. We want to make sure that this is up, because you don't want to go around to every piece of object on the network and then see what's going on with it. You want to be able to put tools in place to be able to talk to that machine or that device, that storage, and be able to tell certain things about it. To give an example, on your servers, you want to make sure that you could see it from a central spot, some kind of dashboard. And maybe I want to just tell if it's up and running. Does it need patches? Is it pending a reboot? Is it down? Is it going to give me an alert? All of those things can be sent and communicated through the SNMP protocol. And so in order to have that is real convenient. I'll say that. Can you live without it? Yes, of course. But you must understand that when we're having these things implemented on our network, we need to make sure that we are aware that it's implemented and that we're using it. Because if we're not using it, then we forget about it. And if we forget about it, then they become subjects that could be taken advantage of later on. So we want to make sure that we always are tracking what protocols we're actively using. So remember, we went over FTP a little bit on the second slide, but just to double down on it, we want to talk about how FTP is in a lot of applications that we use, but it's not necessarily the most secure way of actually communicating, but it's the way applications are used today. So when you think about all the applications that you can attach, that little
paperclip that you can attach your email to, attach a document to an email, or you could do that in Facebook too, in the direct messages. You can attach a paper there, or in Zoom, of course, like I've used before. And these things are probably not secure. So again, if you're looking at if you're on Facebook and you're sending something via the attachment, if I'm looking at it on a Wireshark type of communication, then I probably can see that attachment, because it's going to use clear text, and that's just, the only thing it's doing, like I said, is just going to take that file and upload it to a central point where that next person can come get it. SSH, on the other hand, is going to use some type of encryption in order to cover that communication from endpoint to endpoint. A good idea of that is having an email service. The email service is 9 times out of 10 going to be more secure than using FTP, and you can be able to attach documents there and not worry about if anyone intercepts that email, unless you just send it to the wrong spot, right? But you don't have to worry about that. And so I would say go that route when it comes to sending information. If you're going to send documents, always try to send it over an email service, because it's going to be naturally secure. But if you need to, or if you're in a crunch, then you can go ahead and use your FTP in an application. Now, with the email services, remember, SMTP is going to be port 25, and this is a clear text by default. Okay, but a lot of times what you'll notice is that email is coming from an internal source, and that internal source is going to be an encrypted network. And so we can have that capability to be able to have security on our emails as we're sending it from spot to spot. Now, the email gateways, this is where, in a professional environment, we have servers that collect the emails all in, and then we have antivirus that can run on them and to see if there are malicious in any type of way. Or sometimes we have a machine learning AI that's running on that email server to see if this is a spam or some type of phish. And for the most part, it works okay. And the reason why I say that is because I've worked with 2 different ones that are main players in that field of email security. And it takes a while before the machine learning actually can understand what you deem as a spam or a threat. And it's so many wording, it's so many different words that you can use in an email that can be easy going without sounding too like you're trying to automatically sell a product. If you automatically say, hey, check out this link, you can get 40% off on the next purchase, that's automatically going to sound spammy, and it'll probably be picked up by the normal spam blocker that everyone has, right? So if you take a look at some of your spam, you'll see some real good phishing campaigns in there too. But going back to this email security that I've been working with, we have the machine learning a good bulk of it. I want to say maybe on a day-to-day basis, it maybe can decipher between 200 emails. But then on the manual part of it, what I have to actually look at is maybe about 25 different emails a week. And so of those 25, I need to decide if it's going to be a spam, a clean email, or a phishing email. And then based off of the reasons of why I chose
those certain categories for each email, the machine learning will then adjust how it would receive that particular email, not that particular one, but one similar to it the next time around. My only problem with that is that is in order to really kind of get it to where everything is taking everything that comes into that gateway is actually handled by the machine learning or the AI. It's going to take maybe about a year of me actually doing those 25 a day or 25 a year of just kind of teaching it how to actually look what we deem to be a spam type of email. DLP and emails. So DLP is data loss prevention, and this is where we want to be aware about what we send out in emails. The thing is that when you're a security professional, you will work with everybody in the company, and everybody in the company has different job tasks in order to get things done. And sometimes emails is something that's the only thing they do is communicate with other vendors all the time. And a lot of times they may send sensitive information over. Well, it's our job to try to catch that. But if you want to get ahead of the curve, I think an insider tip is we don't have a lot of companies don't have DLP involved into their network just yet. And I think that's because they don't know how to actually implement it. I don't think they know how to set it up to where it's looking for sensitive information leaving the network. I think it's easy for us to just set up a policy and have it look for particular names and social security numbers, bank accounts. That's easy, but it's not necessarily something that every company, one, can afford, two, know how to set up in order for it to run seamlessly. Like I was talking about with the emails. When those emails come in, I still have to manually look at those things. But the thing about DLP is that you want to be able to stop those things before it actually happens. You want to be proactive enough to where once somebody sends something out, it automatically flags and then sends them an email and say, hey, you sent out 2 social security numbers based off of this policy. And, we didn't let it go through. You don't want to be reactive and say, well, it already reached its destination and we just figured out that, you know what, you just broke the HIPAA laws. So we don't want that. But the thing, like I said, is that in order to set that up in the policies, and I'll show you guys that in the second hour, to set that up in the policies is kind of cumbersome. And you probably need to hire a whole staff just for DLP alone, just to make sure that the policies are set up correctly and what they're looking for is proper. Because I don't just have to send out a 9-digit number. Is it 9 digits? 3, 6, 7-digit number for a social security card. I could send out maybe the last 4 as numbers, but then type out in words the first 6. Keith, you got a question? So you want to tune your DLP system to be able to look for those type of changes and try to catch the criminal act in any type of way. But DLP is so in depth of how people can actually take information out of the network and send it to other places. It could be a number of ways. And remember, we talked about mobile devices last night. When you throw mobile devices into the mix, it adds a whole nother dimension of what people are saving on their phones
if this is their phone, how does that affect the business when it's personal sensitive information for the business, but it's a personal phone? And see, I can't just go and wipe the personal phone because that crosses over when it comes to privacy. And so that's why it's so important not to bring your own device or have someone have their own personal device getting into business sensitive information. Once it's on that person's personal PC or phone, then it's technically their information. Technically. And so all that falls under, data loss prevention. It's just so we want to get ahead of this. It's just, I think a lot of companies are already established and they can't get ahead of it. And I think maybe they would have to cut their losses and really kind of just have a starting point of saying, hey, everything after this start date, we won't lose, but everything that happened beforehand that we're not aware of, we need to be on standby for if we need to go to the company, go to the press and say, hey, we had this data breach. I don't know if you guys know about if you have a data leak or if you have some type of breach that a company has, maybe I think 24 hours to 48 hours. If it's a big company, right? Have 24 to 48 hours. So they have to address why did the data leak happen, or they need to address the people who were involved, the victims. So if they lose people's information, they need to send out a statement of what happened, and that needs to go across with the law enforcement too. It's funny that with all the breaches that you hear about and the hacking that you see, you never see anybody take a responsibility of like, hey, we did the hacking and now we got to go to jail for it. You just constantly see businesses apologizing for what happened. And that's just the state that we're in. So like I said, just to kind of wrap this whole slide up, DLP is a big part of that if we can stop the data from getting out of our grasp, our control, then we don't have to worry about coming up with we still would need to have something like a template, but you don't have to worry about having a press conference and saying why we clicked on the ransomware and now we don't have none of y'all guys' information. A good example of that is I don't know if anybody in here, thumbs up in the chat if you was affected by the AT&T outage. I think I want to say about 3 months ago, where AT&T, none of their cell phone towers worked and no one could call anybody or text anybody. Well, I was a part of that for my work phone anyway. And it just now came out that AT&T sent out some information that they were a part of an attack, data leakage, and they leaked so many different customers' information, right? But they needed to come out with a statement that day that the AT&T towers were down. And so you saw that, early that morning they had issues, but it wasn't, to the 6 o'clock news that they actually had a statement on that saying what happened and why did it happen. So DNS filtering. We didn't go too in depth on DNS, but remember when we take it back to the networking side of things, DNS is a way that we can have DNS is a way that we can have our computers know where certain websites are, right? In domain name systems is how that happens. It's not just having mentaltech.com
be a website. It's actually the IP address on how it's actually found. And so, like, my favorite thing is just VirusTotal altogether. It's just it gives me everything I want. So I'm at this website now. The way computers talk to each other is the IP addresses. That's why everybody gets one, and that's why we're able to communicate on a faster scale instead of trying to disseminate words down to a machine language, which is going to be based off of ones and zeros at the end of the day. But from a higher level, computers talk by numbers, a lot of numbers, right? And so having, instead of 103.169.142.0 be my address, and I say to you guys, hey, go to my website, it's going to be here at this IP address. That'll be so confusing. But to humans, it's much more easier for me to say, hey, just go to metrotech.com without the H. So I'm wondering, I don't know if it's set up this way, but we'll see. If I can put 103 into my URL, maybe it goes to my website, maybe not. I remember I used to have a certain amount of IP addresses I could try. And instead of the IP address stays there in the URL, it would actually flip into the actual domain that was registered. So I'm gonna go to 8.8.8.8. I want to see if that comes up with a IP address with a domain. The all eights is a Google DNS, right? So you see how I just typed in an IP address, but it checked in with the DNS naming system, right? And seeing that 8.8.8.8 is actually DNS.google. So let's see if I could put this in. And I'm just doing this off of a whim. I don't know what it's going to show. So I'm kind of happy that I just see this so you guys can see it as well. And remember, that was the IP address that VirusTotal gave me for my website here. So that's how the machine or a computer is actually going to look at my IP, my address. I know it as Mitchell Tech. The computer, the DNS system is going to know it as 103.169.142. And then when it goes there, it will then translate, it will show me that it went to metrotech.com. Now, why do we bring all this stuff up for security and then the security factors that it could hold? We want to make sure that we keep our DNS lists as true as possible, right? So somewhere on your computer is a list of all the domains that you have, that your computer has already associated with IP addresses and then domain names. And then instead of it actually trying to take a long time to figure out the difference between the two, since we already have a record of them, then we could just go ahead and reference that list and make it even quicker to go to our favorite websites, especially if we already visited there before. Now, if you manipulate that list, if you change that list, then we have something called DNS poisoning, where I'm going to change it to go where I want it to go and not necessarily where it's meant to go. So the only thing the DNS is doing is just kind of like a phone book. It's just referencing what two names, what name and number is correlated with each other. Okay, and so we have a different. We have some DNS right here that they have here that you can click on and go to their DNS system. But I just showed you guys one of the ones that I always use is just the 8.8.8.8. and you can go there and be able to see how DNS is. And I say, what better way than to have Google, be your DNS, because it's the most search engine and it's probably going to be able to resolve those IP addresses quickly, or the name quickly, right? All right. So secure codes. So let's talk about coding. We haven't talked about coding yet in this class. And I know a lot of times from the outside looking in, a lot of people think that cybersecurity is coding, some type of coding, or you have to know some type of coding. And I'm here to say that I'm a proud person to say that I don't know any type of coding, and I don't plan on learning it no time soon. I think you have departments for those type of tasks, and they are professionals, and you should let the professionals do what professionals do. Me as a security professional, I need to make sure that I have the code reviewed, right? We always want to make sure that that's going to be on the test. I can almost guarantee that. We always want to have the code reviewed, but that doesn't mean that you you review the code, because you probably ain't gonna know what you're looking at. But those coders, they need to have a higher up or someone of the same level look at the code to make sure that what they are writing out is secure. One, two, is that what you mean for your code to do? So a lot of times the patches come out because of miswritten code, and the patch is going to fix the code that was malpracticed in the first place. But if we have a review, if we have a peer review, then we stand just that much more of a chance to correct those things before we actually roll it out to the public. Because once you roll it out, then really you're just kind of waiting for someone to actually find the problem with the code and then be able to manipulate it. And sometimes some hackers, I wouldn't even call them hackers. They're kind of like in that gray area. You remember when I talked about the black hat, white hat, gray hat? Those that live in that gray area may see a problem with some code, or they find the bug before anybody says anything. And just because, remember, if they find something before anybody has anything to say about it, it becomes a 0-day vulnerability. And is known for some gray hat hackers to find that and then charge not a ransom, but just kind of charge a fee to a company to say, hey, this is the problem that I found. I want you, before I give you the problem, or before I tell you how to fix that issue.
Is that the same thing? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Is that the same thing as a 0-day exploit?
Yeah. So you're taking advantage of that 0-day. You can, if you find a 0-day and then you're able to fix that problem, you can essentially sell the fix to the company, right? Instead of having, because what you're going to do is say, hey, Microsoft, I found that when you go to control panel and you do X, Y, and Z, I can control every application in here and uninstall it with three strokes of the button. And this is how you do it. And you show them that. And then you say, okay, before you get your team to work on this, I have the fix right here. Before I give you this is what I want for the fix. That's the gray hat area, because you essentially hustling them to get a profit off of it. But the good side of it is that you're going to the source beforehand. Let me let me say, you're trying to hustle them out of the money. But if they don't want to give you the money, then you could say, okay, I'm going to release it to the wild and let people know that this is here. So you then have to work on getting your team together and trying to get them to get that fix out there as quick as possible. So, I mean, it's funny business, but at the same time, it's the cost of doing business. At the same time, is if you are good at coding or looking at those type of code languages and understanding how applications work, and then you're able to you don't have to necessarily go with a big company like Microsoft or Apple. You could look at, I would me personally, and this has nothing to do with CompTIA, but I would go to the app store, see what new apps come out, and manipulate those new apps, and then contact that manufacturer and give them those type of information. Now, I wouldn't take it and say, hey, I'm going to sell it to the dark web and let people, manipulate your app after that. But that's a way of getting experience, and then at the same time getting real world experience, legit experience off that.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
So isn't that kind of like bug bounties?
It is. But the bug bounties start off from the company, right? So Mitchell Technologies is gonna, I just put my application out. I want to see if there's any issues with it. You know what I'm saying? So I want people to go at my app from a black hat attacker's standpoint. You don't know anything about my application. Only thing you're doing is going through top to bottom, and you're combing through to make sure if you see anything wrong with it, let us know. Right? Then we'll pay you based off of what you find. It's what I just explained was more on, hey, I'm thinking my application good. I'm about to make some money off this. And then here you come and say, hey, I know you weren't looking for this, but since you wasn't looking for it and I found this, this is what I can offer, or it can go this way. It's not pen testing, because pen testing, I'm inviting you in. And then we sat down and we go over our parameters. We go over our rules of engagement. I'm looking for you to test my application. Finding that 0 day, I'm not even looking for it. As a company, I'm not even looking for it. You found it. Oh, that's a surprise to me. Now I got to sit back as a business owner and say, is this going to be detrimental if I don't pay Jonah if I don't pay the $24,000 that he wants? Will that cripple my application? Maybe I want to pay him. So that having that 0 day is going to be, if this was a pen test and you found the 0 day, see the 0 day in a pen test, I'm going to tell you, I'm obligated to tell you what I found. If I don't tell you what I found and then come back 2 weeks later and be like, hi, I didn't tell you about this. You got this going on. That's unethical. You probably won't get another job like that. But finding a 0 day and then letting them know, hey, I ain't saying I'm going to do right by you, but this is what I found. This is what I like for compensation. And I'll tell you how to fix that. If not, then hey, whatever happens, happens. That's something different. That's hustling right there on a cyber side of it. A good convo.
Do you recommend, how do you recommend getting into it deeper?
I would go, honestly, I'm gonna type something in the chat. CEH. I would start there, learning I don't want to send that there. Learning the certified ethical hacker. I will start learning the concepts in there, and then letting that go into looking for pen testing jobs. If you're gonna do it the white, and see, I would only suggest the white hat side of it.
Right.
As far as the gray hat and the black hat, I mean, you just do what you want to do at that point. That's my advice would be. But from the white hat side, I would start looking at the certified ethical hacker, see how they teach the elements in there, because they're gonna just tell you how to actually tear these things apart, how to tear down a website bit by bit. What is a hacker looking for? If you're gifted in that area, then I think going in that area and being a junior pen tester is the way to go. Here's the thing about it is that a lot of companies don't have a pen tester in-house. Very expensive position, and you are only really you're not used as much, because a lot of times a lot of companies only want to do a pen test once a year. They don't have time for things to be breaking all the time and interrupting people's day. Honestly, whenever I seen a pen tester come in, I knew nobody wasn't gonna get no work done, no real work done for 2 weeks. He was just coming in there to wreak havoc and break stuff and go home. So I mean, do I think it's going to be on a rise? Yes, but I think it's going to be on a rise for more independent contractors who are going to get those big contracts to come in maybe 2 months out of the year and actually, wreck shop, then go home, give a report, and then go home.
Yes, sir. Because I've been on YouTube and it's like called Hack the Box, and that's what I'm trying to learn. But some things are kind of confusing, and they walk you through, but I'm still kind of just wandering in the dark.
That's why I say start with the CEH and learn the concept. The CEH is going to be, it's an advanced certification. It's above the Security Plus. But it's going to be an entry level on hacking. It's going to teach you what the bad guys know. And you may say, well, Lee, why you don't know it? Well, I don't care to know. It's my job to set it up secure from the get-go. I'm supposed to be proactive. Having that CEH is going to teach you how to be reactive and proactive at the same time. And it's not in my realm to know how they got in. I need to know how to get them out. And first and foremost, I need to know how to not let them in the first place. So I need to know those protocols and processes of how to do that. So I would get into the CEH, learn those in between things that you probably are missing when it comes to Try Hack Me, and then I would probably keep those things as things that I go back and forth with, and go back and forth with that application and with that material. I'll try to find you some material on the CEH and send it to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So we talked about input validation. We always want somebody to check behind us when it comes to those coders. Injection attacks, that goes back to that input validation. Anytime we're talking about people having forgery websites, or they put some type of injection on your website, that can be alleviated by having two or more checking the code to make sure that it's written properly. It can be alleviated that way, right? When we also want to make sure that we keeping our block and our allow list. So it's always gonna having that upkeep of, are we doing the right thing, is always going to be important. Having that allow, we allow these certain applications, we allow these certain protocols, but then we want to make sure we block the things that we don't want, because we don't want to put them in we don't want to put ourselves in a position to where we're like, we don't even use this. Now we got to figure out how to stop it from doing what it does. That's just unnecessary work, and man, it'll burn out people quick. Memory management. So when we're talking about that buffer overflow, being able to throw information into a input and then get a overflow of the memory into a document or some type of Excel spreadsheet showing, especially when it comes to like SQL injections and stuff like that, having that memory overflow. We want to make sure that we put things in things in place in order to stop buffer overflows and things like that. So maybe, you know, when it comes to a SQL injection, maybe when we have our username and password and we have that little block that we could put information in, maybe we put a cap when we're writing the code. Maybe we put a cap that, hey, we're only going to accept letters in the username. We don't want to accept any numbers. And if so, maybe we want to accept numbers, a special character, and then letters, numbers, and special character. But then it's not going to accept any type of 48-digit combination or any type of script that goes along in it. So it has a cap, and that way we can eliminate certain attacks that way. Maybe when if you do put in a 56 character in there, that's a script or something like that, to give it a command, that it has a error that it returns with. The code returns an error. And so having those things in place, then we can have but that also goes to the input validation. We want to make sure that people see that, and then we have them write code that's secure to understand that, hey, this is what we want to put in place to alleviate the buffer overflow and mitigate that issue. Real quick, with the server side and the server side and then client side validation, when it comes to your endpoints, you can have your endpoints check at your particular local workstation, or it can check at the server side. Now, server side, when that endpoint checks in with the server, if everything checks out, then we're good to go. But if not, then it needs to download updates or what have you. The client side may be smart enough to reach out to the cloud and check in that way. And if everything is okay, then instead of reaching out to the server or some type of command center, it can just reach out to the cloud once it sees that internet connection. A lot of times, you're probably going to go with, well, in my field of being remote, we always are going to choose the cloud versus any type of going back to a server, because if you're going to have that traffic back to a server, you're probably talking about some type of VPN connection. All right, real quick, last slide. Sandboxing, testing. So when we're talking about bringing in new code or having some type of code validation, or we're bringing in new software, if we can have some type of software testing or an environment where we can test this stuff out before we put it into the play, then we can. This is us being proactive, and we don't have to worry about things going haywire, and we have to roll it back from production, right? So having a sandbox somewhere you can, or a development environment, you can play around with these certain settings and be able to have it in a control environment. On the other hand, sandboxing is a way to play with malware too. You want to have that malware in a control environment, isolated from everything else, and you should be able to get to that box that's infected, but at the same time, it cannot get to other things on the network because it's affected, right? So we want to make sure that having that sandbox, if it's possible, if the networking team has something segmented for that, that we actually use that. Okay, so we're at the top of the hour. Let's go ahead and take 15. Be back at 7:16. Okay. So the second half, let's go and look at what I got. First thing I want to do is show you guys the DOP aspect of it. So we're back in that EDR system that I have, and we're in the data loss prevention system section. So we have two different spots for this, right? We can have it. We can actually look at I think the applications. Was it applications? Application store management. Where was it? Security. And so we can look at the security standpoint of it and see who actually has it. And then here, if DLP actually finds any kind of files that someone was trying to send out, they can quarantine those files and it goes here. Now we can always roll it back and say, hey, here you go, put it back on your PC. But that this is more, restoring back on their device is more for if a person has some files on their PC that doesn't need to be there. Maybe they are an intern and they have several Microsoft Excel spreadsheets with all of the accounts numbers on it, and they're not in the accounting department. And so we can have that endpoint, the endpoint that's on that particular machine for here, it'll be down here, Exinium. And we can have that scan this whole PC when it does this antivirus scan, kind of in a similar way. It's checking for particular cues in a file. And it really kind of just opens that files up and read it, right? And if they find something that's to his liking, it will quarantine it here, and then we can take a look at it. We'll of course get a alert, and then be able to take it from there. But more importantly, what I wanted to do is take you guys to the configuration part of it and show you exactly how these things come to be. And so if you go into the general tab and scroll over to the patterns, you can see about those things that I was talking about. Are we just going to look for a generic 10-digit account number? Are we going to look for PII, personal identifiable information, date of birth, street address, social security numbers? This is where we could set those things up here. And I think if we go ahead and edit it, we'll probably have to edit it here. We can go ahead and put in different variables. So this is how you stay ahead of the game by putting in different patterns that people may use. But DLP is not necessarily a given that information won't go out, right? Because here, like I said, you can put a pattern of XX dash dash and then the last four, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and create that pattern. And then now when somebody types out the first 3, DLP will look for the last 5 to be that pattern. You know what I'm saying? So that's how we can have different patterns that it's looking for, not just the 3 digits dash 2 digits dash 4 digits. It can be this. It could be, hey, we're just looking for the last 4 digits. We're looking for 1 and then the last 4. All of these different combinations that someone could use that can possibly be put into a document and then attached and then roll out to an outside account. The thing about that is it a way around it? it's always a way around it when you got this. And that's a phone. Since don't want to show it. Phone. If you got a phone, you can just take a picture of it. Take a picture of it. DLP won't be able to track that. And again, what I said, if it's your personal phone and you take a picture of it, of business data, that business data technically becomes personal information on your personal device. So we have to jump through hoops in order to get to look at your device and catch you in that scam or that leak, because your phone has nothing, it should not have nothing to do with the company. And so us as security professionals, we just can't say, hey, no, you took the picture of the email with your phone, give us your phone so we can take a look at it. You go into jail if you do that type of stuff. Like if you ever run across people like that, which I have, that are very adamant about the type of power they have being in a security professional, being in a security profession, be wearful of that, those type of people. And it's not that serious. It is that serious, don't get me wrong, but it ain't that serious. It ain't. Anyway, there's DLP. All right. And we can have these things, of course, alert us when things go awry, and then it goes into that that quarantine field that I showed earlier. Now we can look at different files, right? And these work well because while I could take a picture of maybe 50 accounts, maybe if I'm working for Bank of America and I got millions of accounts, I want to throw everything into a zip file and then have it and then email it out. If that's the case, then yeah, you know what I'm saying? You can keep it. If you're going to keep it digital and then try to leak the information, we could put something like DLP into play and be able to catch that information on its way out. We also have exclusions. So you're going to get tickets. If you're running a DLP system, you're going to get tickets about, hey, you don't need to block this. I'm supposed to be able to send this stuff out to, let's say, if you're working in HR and you need to send people's information to Blue Cross Blue Shield, which is an insurance company, then yeah, we need to go ahead and set your computer into a type of exclusion, or we can get it so granular down to the file type, and we can set that file to be added to a particular exclusion path or those groups. Okay. Any questions on DLP? Again, like I said, I think it will rise, be on the rise as more companies go to the to the cloud, I'm sorry. And we start to protect things that's in the cloud. But for those old school companies that still have servers on campus or within the building somewhere at the business state, it's going to be hard for them to go back and try to have DLP cover all of the different information that's out there. Things that people have already created, modified, and sent out. It's really no telling where that information is at. It could be old computers that people had and never was properly disposed of properly or wiped properly. So it's no telling where it could be possibly residue of sensitive information. And so I would just suggest to that company just to kind of have your statement ready, that if it does happen and personal data is leaked, that you are ready for a statement and be able to have damage control ready to go. All right, so the next thing I want to talk about is the DNS. Let's go back to DNS and how we can actually, and I've been practicing some DNS stuff when y'all was on the break. So how DNS works again, and I just want to show you guys on a CMD how it works. So I'm gonna pull up a CMD real quick, and I'm gonna do a command called ns lookup and hit enter. Now what it does is that it checks to see, this is basically asking the DNS server to either, whenever I put my address in or domain name, to give me back the opposite information. So if I put in a domain name, it's going to give me an IP address. If I put in an IP address, domain name will come up. So I'm going to use morris.edu because that's my favorite one to pick at. And what it's going to do is it's going to look for the DNS server for it and tell you that morris.edu resolves at the IP address of 20. Let's see if we could throw this into a browser real quick. I want to see if it comes up with it. Let's get a window over here. Just throw that in there. So this goes to the backside of Morris. And I don't have access to that, which is good for them. Let's try another server. Let's do mitchelltech.com. And we already seen this IP address. It won't resolve there. So let's try espn.com. We get a bunch of them here. But we get, anybody knows what type of addresses these are? Put it in the chat if you know what type of address that is. I'm not pinging it. I'm just I'm asking DNS to resolve the address for it. So what I want to see if I can pull up a web page by just having the IP address. I used to be able to do this, but it seemed like lately people put a stop to this mess. Yahoo. And that's a IPv6 address. Wow. So this one did resolve to a site, well, at least a front-facing site, something that gives me a graphic, some type of web server. We'll be right back. Thank you for your patience. Our engineers are working quickly to resolve the issue. I wonder where this is going at. Like on this, I don't know on their structure, but you know, just by taking this IP address, it did not resolve it to a name, but it did go to a particular site, which is interesting. Let's go to that's 64. Let's go to 63. Same thing. Thinking about it. Hey. Connection is not private. In the chat, why is it not private? Why is this connection not private? No answers. Y'all there? Y'all ain't there. Same thing here. The connection is not private because it's using HTTP and not HTTPS. Remember, it's crossed out here. And so we're using port 443 or port 80. Which one we're using? So we'll be using port 80 on this. So that's pretty much DNS from a CMD standpoint, just kind of seeing it, how your local PC is going to be resolving IP addresses. And really, we already went over the ports from yesterday. So that's really all I had for today. All right, let's jump into lesson number 8. This is where we're going to be talking about vulnerability management. Remember when I was saying that cybersecurity is split up into different type of sectors where you can either be a cybersecurity analyst, engineer, DLP specialist. Vulnerability management falls in one of those categories of, it has its own sector, it has its own lane, and this is where we're going to be helping the company recognize the vulnerabilities that they face, and then how can we actually put things in place in order to help them alleviate or mitigate those issues, those vulnerabilities. So let's go ahead and let's jump into it. First thing we're going to talk about is the device and the OS vulnerabilities. Normally, when you're talking about vulnerability management, you're going to be talking about some type of PC, mobile device, tablet, whatever's hooked up to the internet is going to, really need some type of patchwork done to it. And so understanding that these things are talking to the internet, but they also are needing updates from time to time is very important. And so we just want to make sure that we understand the severity of those vulnerabilities. Some may be small, some may be 0 days. And I'll go through 0 days in just a second. But those that are small should be routinal. And that'll be, really updating those PCs once a month and making sure that we see a rise in vulnerabilities. But then when we apply those patches, we see the numbers in those vulnerabilities go down. Right. And then kind of level off and then to rise up as we get to the end of the month, going into that second week of the new month. So for for those who don't know that when it comes to Windows products, Microsoft always will have kind of like the second Tuesday of each month will be their patch Tuesday. And that means that they'll push out all the patches that are necessary for the vulnerabilities that they found out the prior month, right? And so we would always kind of understand that on that second Monday that we need to prep for Patch Tuesday, which we would do a lot of resets. Maybe we even have the change management to go through and actually have a reset during that off hours so we can go ahead and bring servers back up. We can reset everybody's computer that's inside the building. We, make sure that it restart and, we clear those patches, because once you apply those patches, sometimes they will not take effect until they actually get a restart. Now, I mentioned 0 days. 0 days are vulnerabilities that happen on the dime or just at that moment, and they don't have any kind of patches written for them. And so that's a big problem when you're talking about um, everything that is associated with this vulnerability now has no fix to it until that provider can provide a patch for it. In some cases, some 0 days happen for those out of date OSs that we talked about, where they don't have any type of update coming because we don't support that piece of software anymore. So now that 0 day is just a permanent vulnerability that we always got to deal with. So you want to keep those things in mind when dealing with the severity of vulnerabilities. Now, there's different types of vulnerabilities, of course. Here on this slide, we're going to talk about the legacy systems where a lot of times with legacy end of life, that's just basically we're holding on to software and hardware too long, and we're not really setting ourselves up to actually move the system or the process to the new latest and greatest.
So we get kind of stuck in our ways of just staying on the same system, and then you get lost as far as maybe that company goes out of business, maybe they move on to a whole nother version that we don't want to pay for. Whatever the case may be, you get these legacy systems out there and you get these end of life systems that are just out of date and there's no helping them, right? Firmware vulnerabilities. So a firmware is going to be closely to your chipset. And this is the system before your OS actually populates. So when you hit that power button and you kind of see that black and white writing that comes across the screen, and then it kind of like has this 80s feel to it and it loads up. That's normally your firmware going through its chipsets checks and making sure that the keyboard is working, make sure the screen is working, make sure the fan is working, going through all its checks. It goes through it fairly quickly, but it goes through it, right? Now, sometimes that piece of the system needs to be updated. And normally Windows and Apple will let you know that, hey, we need to go ahead and update this. And you shouldn't unplug your computer when we're running this actual update. And so a lot of times you'll see that with that. And then also if you go into your local router, you'll be able to see the same thing if it needs a firmware update. And so whenever you see a firmware update, you pretty much want to, take time out and let's go ahead and address those issues because those can be overlooked, and then they're probably going to be more severe as far as what they can let a hacker do versus a patch that you didn't necessarily patch for the month of June. Okay, so just keep those things in mind. Virtualization vulnerabilities. So remember, when I gave you guys the VirtualBox address, and if you have installed VirtualBox with another OS on there, remember that new OS that you put onto your computer is like a brand new computer. So it needs to have the patches ran on that as well as the one that's hosting that particular OS or that particular virtual machine. So you have to treat that as two different machines versus one, right? You just can't update your personal one thinking that it's going to update VirtualBox. Okay, that's two different systems, two different applications that need to be addressed. So also obviously is with the application as well, making sure that your applications are up to date. I showed you that a couple of times with Google Chrome, going up there and looking into the about section and making sure that it updates on its own. And that's the same thing that goes for any other application that you work with. And a lot of times you'll see the end of life and the legacy systems apply to those versus, the actual hardware, a piece of server that's actually out of date. You'll see it more with the application that's out of date and no one's even you can't even really contact the manufacturer for it. It's just out of date. We already touched on 0 days, but I'll go a little bit further into it. It's just, like I said, these are vulnerabilities that are found in the wild, right? They are found by normal people, and then they go to the manufacturer and let them know that, hey, this is out there. And when they let the manufacturer know, or let's just say, you found it out in your company and you go to the manufacturer's website to see if there's a fix for it, and there is none, then it's the first day or the 0 day, the actual doomsday or whatever you want to call it. It's the first iteration of it. And so we have to wait until there's an actual fix for it. Normally, when it comes to 0 days, if you got a well-known company that's really trying to keep their reputation going, they're going to probably have a patch out by the end of the day, if not the next day. And even if they don't have to, if it's on an inopportune time, let's say during the holidays or something like that, they'll probably get a team in to actually give you a workaround to mitigate that vulnerability. But the patch for that 0 day won't be too far after that. Okay. So I've witnessed a couple of 0 days, but it's a little nerve-wracking at first because of who you know, if people don't understand it, they may think that, oh, we're getting hacked actively, like right now. And no, that's not always the case. You have to look at other factors in your network to see if you actually have um, someone in there moving around, moving stuff around and stuff like that, where you know you have different boxes that you need to check to actually see if there's a hacker actively into your network. But a 0 day does let you know that hey, you have a gaping hole when it comes to a vulnerability that you need to take care of immediately. Vulnerabilities also may come in misconfiguration. So when you're setting things up, if you are not using the proper protocols, maybe you're using weak passwords, things of that nature. When you're configuring these systems, these applications, you may be setting them up wrong or just in an insecure manner. And therefore, while it's set up, it's vulnerable. It's actually easy to, you know, get past those levels that you have. So you remember when we had the big outage during the class where I was trying to show you my home personal router. I was trying to, you know, get over to the fact of saying, hey, there's a default username and password on a router in your house. This is how they give you these things. And that default configuration could be known by anybody that's familiar with that product or has worked for that company before. And so when you have these default configurations, um, it is a vulnerability for the people who are in the know that may run across your type of equipment and have the ability to go ahead and take advantage of those things. Now, on top of the default configurations, you also have cryptographic configurations that could be vulnerable too. And this is simply coming down to using an algorithm or some type of cryptography that's just weak. Um, it doesn't really have a robust system or a robust algorithm to it in order to create enough of a encryption in order to withstand any type of brute force attack that comes against it. So we want to make sure that we are using the proper protocols, the proper encryptions when it comes to networking configuration. So if we're using HTTP, then that's a weak protocol. That's a weak encryption that we are using when it comes to web browsing. We need to use HTTPS in order to get that secure factor that we have that we will want in our system. Now, side loading, rooting, and then jailbreaking. This is more on the mobile and tablet side, the mobile phone and tablet side. This is where we're bypassing the default settings and going into the kernel of the actual phone, and then changing settings on it that are usually not meant for you to actually change. And so when you're able to do that, then you're opening the access to anybody being able to put anything on your computer or on your phone, really. When you think about that, then it's more for the Android users versus the Apple users because it's harder to get things into the Apple Play Store the Apple Store versus Google Play. Um, if you download the wrong thing from Google Play, then it could give more access to that particular user if you have rooted your phone or you know you jailbroke the phone in order to gain access to it to do whatever that you wanted to do with it. But it could give more access than what you are bargaining to do. So just be mindful of that when faced with, hey, I want to jailbreak a phone or a device. It may give more access to, you know, putting things on a computer or a device that you're bargaining for. Okay. Applications and cloud vulnerabilities. Let's jump into that. So we're talking about web application attacks, things that can happen on a web browser. or in a web application. Cross-site scripting is where we can create a different site, but at the same time put scripts within the site that allow for certain commands to be ran. And so it may mirror a particular site, like the ones that I showed you, and I'll show it again in our next class. But I'll show it shows kind of like a phishing site, so it's a mirror one-for-one site. But when you click on certain features within that fake site, it may have some scripts that's hidden in that particular web browser that run in the background on your PC. And so that's why it's so important to look for the cues on these fake sites to make sure that you're not on a place that's, doesn't have a certificate, not using HTTPS, looks weird. Maybe the URL is not written correctly. If you see these cues, then it's not only is it important to not put information into it, it's also important not to really click on anything because they could be running something in the background. Okay. Same thing when it comes to SQL injection. So this is where a hacker can do some research and be able to understand that there's a SQL database, or they're going to take a wild guess that it's a SQL database, collecting all the username and passwords from the username and password section of a web browser. And they're going to put they're going to inject some type of SQL command in those fields to try to get some information back, due to the fact that with the, hopefully with the commands in the way that it was set up, that it was set up in a misconfigured way or a defaulted way in order to spill some information back. Okay. So we want to be aware of that when it comes to creating our SQL databases, making sure your database team is doing things properly and securely, to avoid these type of attacks that may happen. All right, cloud-based application attacks. So these attacks could be just targeted to a particular application on a cloud platform, and you need to, be able to understand in your threat feeds if these applications are pertaining to your security applications or the application stacks that you have for your company, right? In order to understand that, like I said, have your feeds or understanding where you're going for real live information. It'll be important to understand that, and then once you see those applications that may fall in your realm, then you take the precautions that you need to take in order to keep the business safe. One of those precautions could be a security broker, or a CASB, right? So a cloud asset security broker sits in between the user, the device user, and then the cloud provider. So that cloud provider could be anything, right? I'm going to use Box.com as the cloud provider, and it's sitting between you. So that CASB is sit on your computer, and whenever you drag a file from your computer up to Box.com, that CASB will scan it to make sure that there's nothing sensitive going out, or if it is, then it makes sure that it checks this list to make sure that it's proper to actually leave. Security brokers, I haven't seen too many places with a robust system of a CASB already set up and running. The places that I've been are looking to get further into that, but they haven't really have a mature model of it just yet. Supply chain. So a supply chain could be a vulnerability that's waiting to happen, right? We talked about the ransomware attack that shut down the whole East Coast of America, where they couldn't really get any kind of gas anywhere, right? So that's a supply chain type of vulnerability. If you're doing something, and that process in the business is relying on one particular supplier, then guess what? Like we said before, this is a single point of failure. If that supplier goes down or is attacked themselves, while nothing happened to you and your company, it does reduce your supply of whatever you're getting from them. And so now we have to either find a alternate or we just have to be without until they're able to get back up and running. And then you need to think about what information do they have of you and your company that for them to be hacked or data leaked or whatever the case may be, what do they get from you in order and let that slip out the back door? So those things you need to keep those things in mind when it comes to your supply chain. You more than likely you want more than one, but the caveat to that is that you need to understand how much of a budget you have, and then what can we actually do with it. So this is where the planning goes on at. When you're planning for recovery or continuity within the business or recovery when it comes to disaster, these things come into play, and you need to, be open-minded with the type of supplies that you get, and then run that stuff up the chain to make sure that everybody is okay with it. They sign off on it and be able to have it in their back pocket for whenever, a problem does arise. All right, identifying the vulnerabilities. How do we actually figure out that we have vulnerabilities on our PCs and on our servers? 9 times out of 10, it's going to be done with scanning. So there's two big players in the scanning market that I know of, and that'll be Rapid7 and Nessus, or I'm sorry, there's another one, and that's Qualys. And we'll take a look at those tomorrow. But those three are going to be able to have systems that sit on our network in different spots and be able to scan the network and see different workstations and servers that are connected to our actual network. And then on top of that, they can see what patches that they have received and what applications they have. Now, they can make changes of pushing different patches there, but it takes more. It takes more of a authenticating piece to do that. So a lot of times you'll see people who are working with the Windows servers push patches out via Intune or WSUS, which is WSUS. And it's kind of it varies from shop to shop or from business to business on how they actually want to go about doing it. But to finish up on this slide, you can actually get one of these tools and be able to basically tell what PC needs these things. And based off of the scans that you run, you could tell if things are severe or not, right? Based off the scoring. And we'll go off the scoring later. Like I already named, Nessus is a free vulnerability scanner. Now you have to set it up in a virtual box, or some type of server, but it is free for those that are willing to go about actually trying to download it and then install it. OpenVAS is more on the web browser and vulnerability domain. So they're going to look at those web browsers, websites, and then have a list that they compare them to see exactly what is vulnerable and then what is not. Threat feeds. Now, I already kind of said that, you should have some type of threat feeds going on. And a lot of times I see these coming from the actual cybersecurity companies, such as Symantec or Broadcom. Rapid7 would have some. You could get them. It's pretty much anybody who's offering a security tool probably has some type of RSS feed that they're probably, giving updates on what's out there in the wild, what to look for, things of that nature. I honestly think that the best place to go to for real up to date feeds is Twitter or X, or however you wanna call it. But it's a community of cybersecurity analysts and engineers out there that's already just sharing information. I think the first time that I've heard of not know before, but Log4j is something that we had, I think, like last year around this time. Log4j, I found it out on Twitter versus any RSS feed that I got going to my inbox. And so while it's not professional, but it is on time in real time, and that's where the people are at. So sometimes that's where it kind of it rules what's going on. Now, some good places that you can go and see some threat feeds are listed here. IBM, the FireEye website is pretty good. Recorded Future, I've seen and worked with them a couple of years ago. Proofpoint is always a good leader when it comes to email security. So all of these places have their hands into what's going on today in the real world, and what type of threats that we are actually facing today. Now let's talk about the dark web, the deep and the dark web. So the dark web is where these are sites that are on the internet that are not registered, and you have to have different ways of getting to the dark web. So this is normally where illegal activity is going on because of it. The way you get to the dark web is um, it has so much of an anomaly of how to actually take your IP address and switch from different networks to different routers. Um, with all that switching, it actually creates a security to it to where you really become almost invisible to anybody monitoring you on a regular basis. So, for a personal note, I never been to the dark web. I don't have a need to go to the dark web. And in my position, I don't need to go there. Even as a SOC analyst, I don't think that you would need to go and check that place out. It can get, from what I've seen, it gets real dark quick over there. And if you're not really built to try to put the Tor router on your computer and then try to navigate your way there, I don't think it's any place to really kind of go. So just know that, in order to get there, it's not just as simple as opening up a web browser in incognito mode and then going there. So just keep those things in mind. Now on the other way, the kind of like on the other spectrum of vulnerability assessments, is you got places like that will hire you to be a vulnerability management, right? But then you have other places where they want you to do an assessment, and this is where pen testing comes into play. And pen testing has a user come in and be able to run tests against different phases of the network, processes in the network, everything that's in your business. They're able to run some type of process against it to see if there's some type of weakness to it. And on this slide, it goes a lot deeper than just what this slide says. But normally you set up some rule sets on what a pen tester can actually do in your environment, because potentially they have you're letting a hacker come into your network and not only see the vulnerability, attack on the vulnerability if said so. And so this could really just bring down the company that day. I remember my first pen test that I ever witnessed and tried to defend against. Uh, he ended up taking down our whole system that day, and we had to tell him to stop, within the first 2 hours of saying, hey, all right, just chill out, roll everything back. And then, we proceeded forward after we set the rules and boundaries in. But here on this slide, you got a black box testing. This is where I know nothing about the network. I'm pretty much starting from outside of the building, and they're telling me, hey, all right, try your best to get into our servers, or just to find out what you can about our business, and then try to work your way in that way, right? Then you have white box texting, and this is where I know everything about it. I'm understanding that you got different servers. I may even know the different OSs that you have on those servers. So I have a great deal of information about what's happening. And then there's gray box testing, where I know a little bit of something. Maybe I even have a little bit of access to particular places. And this is, a lot of times you might see gray box testing because you want to get the information from that you get from a black box testing, uh, but you don't want to go through the trouble of him or her taking down the whole network. And so we will say, hey, come into the building. We'll give you a guest password, username and password, work from there, right? And stay within these boundaries. That's gray box. But, to really find out truly what vulnerabilities you have from a hacker standpoint, you need to have some type of black box testing, to, just say, hey, this is my company's name, go for it. And whatever comes out of that comes out of that. But it could get ugly. And so a lot of times you want to have testing environments for those particular situations. Bug bounties are something that you all can do if you have a feel for pen testing, and being able to hack and do that ethically. Then you can look at bug bounties as being something that you can get some good experience on and make some money on the side, when if you're able to look at the codes and be able to decipher those things. Now, I've said before that I don't know how to code, and I said to you guys that you don't need to know how to code, but I would say this is the exception, right? If you're gonna do bug bounties, if you're gonna do pen testing, that I think understanding Python is probably gonna be a good learning point of coding, and understanding what to do and what not to do, and then how to manipulate that code to make it do what you want it to do. Now that's where I would say the exception is at. But just because you don't know how to pen test doesn't mean that you can't be in vulnerability management. So just wanted to get that out there. All right, so vulnerability analysis and remediation. So let's jump into it. We're talking about the scores that you see. So when you run these scans will come back with a score of each vulnerability that they find. And then normally the higher the score, of course, the more critical that it is. Does that mean that you actually change that at that point in time? You see a critical? Maybe not. Maybe not. It's according to what it is. It's according to what PC is on. It's according to who owns that PC, right? If this is the CEO and he has a critical vulnerability that needs to get patched, let's see if he's in town. Let's see if we can get him another PC. Let's see. Let's test out all our options before we just run up there and say, "Hey, get off. We need a doggone computer," and start running patches and restarting. That's a good way to get yelled at. So all the patches, just because it's a low doesn't necessarily mean that you ignore it. Everything is taken into consideration, and then based off of how your company holds processes, it'll basically dictate on how you actually mitigate these vulnerabilities. But on the test, you're going to see Common Vulnerability Scoring Systems, that CVSS, that's what it's going to stand for. And whenever you see that CVSS, just know and commit to memory that chart that you see over to the right, where 9 being a critical vulnerability, and then everything in the middle being kind of like medium to high, and then anything lower than a 3 will be considered low. Now, sometimes you get these scans back and they may give you a false positive. And a false positive means that we got something, but we're not too sure if this applies to you or if it's actually a vulnerability. And a lot of times you'll get a lot of false positives. And what I end up happening is that you'll put exceptions in for these false positives to not alert on these type of things, because it could be, while the system thinks that this is something you should be worried about, you can put critical thought to it and say, you know what, I don't need to be alerted on this particular thing. Let me go ahead and put an exception in for this false positive and not be alerted on this particular thing. Now, on the flip side of that, you have false negatives. False negatives are vulnerabilities that should be alerted to your attention and are not. That's a problem, and that's more on the tool not being able to be configured right to understand what is a critical process or a critical vulnerability. And so if you have false negatives, then you need to, make sure that we look into it and set that alert up that every time you see this, I want to be notified immediately, because the last thing you want is that a false negative goes by and you treat it like, whatever. It didn't alert, so therefore, everything is good. Not always the case. So you want to make sure that you run over when you're running your scans, you're looking at your logs to make sure that everything is proper. Prioritization. So just like how I just said in the last slide, based off of the score and then false negatives and false positives, we're going to prioritize, what is critical, and then how we're going to go about actually solving those issues. And having a classification is important when it comes to, the description here, the low, medium, high, critical. Yeah, that's important, but the exposure factor is also important too. How many people is it actually getting to? Is this something that'll get out of hand very quick? Excuse me for a second. Is this something that can get out of hand very quick? Or is this something that's just for 6-7 people that we can, knock out within a day? What are the impacts? Is it, if somebody gets compromise, is it something that can get out of hand real quick? Is it something that if it's compromised, it stops the critical function of our business? These impacts plays a major part on how you actually react. So therefore, going back to this chart here, that impact on a medium might be so high to where, hey, now this is a critical. Because even though it's a medium, our impact and our exposure factor are very high. So therefore, you know what? We need to take care of this yesterday. You get what I'm saying? And so just keep those things in mind. Risk tolerance. How much risk are you willing to take when it comes to reading those vulnerabilities and that assessment? Are you willing to sometimes they call it risk tolerance, sometimes it's risk appetite, where is, do you have the capacity to actually withstand a vulnerability? And that's in turn saying, do you have the appetite to withstand an attack on this particular vulnerability? So if you knew about something and then you didn't do anything about it, that's, accepting the risk. And then you have the tolerance to actually take whatever's coming with it and be able to keep the business moving without any type of repercussions. So response and remediation. So sometimes, most of the times, it's going to be remediated via patching, but sometimes we can have a cybersecurity assurance. So something, let's just say you were hacked, right? Data leak. Um, we can essentially move that off to a insurance policy holder, and the things that we have taken damage on, maybe we can recoup some of that money based off of the insurance policy that we had. Segmentation is also great. So those 0 days that we had, if we can't really do anything about it, segmentation to the network will always kind of alleviate the fact that, anything in a legacy system, end of life, 0 day, I could segment that device off, and then at least I don't have to worry about anyone getting to it. Now, nobody can't really do anything with it as far as working, but that's just what we have to do right now when it comes to 0 days and end of life, right? Compensating controls. Do we put things in place to offset what we have going on? And then we got exceptions and exemptions, like I said before, when it comes to those false positives, putting those things in place, making sure that um, maybe we don't want any debugging type of logs to alert us anymore. Maybe someone needs uh, this particular software, so we have to accept now the vulnerability that comes with that application. So now we put that into an exemption. Okay, so validation, after you fix your patches or after you patch your machines, you want to rescan. And those rescans is going to let you know if you fixed the issue, you addressed it, mitigated, whatever the case may be, it'll let you know if you have taken the right steps. And so we always want to rescan. And then more importantly, is that after we rescan and we have those reports come out, we always want to show our higher ups, what are we doing? Did we take care of the issue? And this in turns let them know, okay, these are the actions that we're taking to keep us safe, because there's a great way of job security, because you are constantly showing the CEO or whoever you're reporting to that we are vulnerable. We're taking vulnerabilities every day, but we're also taking actions against those vulnerabilities, making us safe, mitigating those vulnerabilities on a day-to-day basis. And you can see that here in this report, and it happens monthly. So it's always something to look at, always something to report on, and that's always a great thing. So like I said, to summarize, vulnerability management is one of those areas that I would definitely tell you guys to get into if you want to kind of go a different route than being an analyst or engineer. Is one of those fields in cybersecurity that is not talked about a lot, but it's such a critical piece for the companies that do have it. So always, we'll talk about it more, like I said, tomorrow. But always just keep this in the back of your mind when it comes to looking for those jobs. And yeah. So we'll go over the hands-on piece tomorrow in the beginning of the class, and then we'll take any questions on that. All right.
In there as everybody jump in, they could just look. But
Yeah.
let me see here. I went here and I already signed into CompTIA's Pearson VUE just to kind of see if I can set the course for myself or take the exam myself. And
Okay.
they do have it as two separate core tests. I can get back. Dashboard. And this is how, so here on Pearson VUE, you can make sure I got you over here. here in Pearson VUE, you can see all of the CompTIA type of certifications that they offer, and you can select the ones that you want. Of course, for A+, we're going to pick the first one, but then as you see here is Core 1 and Core 2. Now, if you're feeling comfortable with Core 1, such as, you know, the hardware, equipment, and some basic networking, if you feel comfortable with that, you go ahead and sign up for the 1101. The more operational core will be Core 2, and you can sign up with that with a different time than just taking Core 1. But you could take them both at, you know, back to back if you wanted to, from what I understand. Now, with the questions, as far as how many questions you get, I'm not too sure. And I could do more research on it to see if I can get you more of a exact number, but I'm assuming that it will be similar to Security Plus, where you're going to be about around 80 questions. And well, I wouldn't say 80 questions for 2 exams, because I think that'll be over about 4 hours, 5 hours to actually give you time. But I would say around 40 to 50 questions, and then some PBQs, performance-based questions in between that. So let me give you a better answer on that. Everybody else who joined while I was in mid-conversation, we got redirected to go ahead and take care of the A+ first. So I sent out a link earlier this morning about a new classroom to go ahead and join, so we can put our stuff in there. It'll be Alabama Collective A+ Core 1 and Core 2. So we're going to go ahead and jump into that and knock this out, and then hopefully get back within time for Security Plus, which I know we will, because looking over the material, I think you guys already know it. It's just doing things in the proper order. So we're going to go in and tackle that moving forward. Moving on today, Dr. Blair will be back on Monday to let us know some dates that we can have hard coded into our calendars, so we'll know when we should be prepared for Core 1 and Core 2 to be done, and then we should go ahead and focus back on the Security Plus.
Sounds good.
All right. Any questions moving forward, or from what I just said? I guess I'll go ahead and finish this up while I got it on your screen. So you can pick these, and you'll do the same thing for the Security Plus too. Once you go into the Pearson VUE, you can either take it as a proctor exam online in your own environment, or you can go to a testing site. Now, the testing site, for me, it was tough. Maybe that contributed to me not liking it the first couple of times, but you got to prepare for if you like cold environments. In my case, I didn't prepare for it. So I came there with a short sleeve shirt on, and I got cold, and they wouldn't let you go to the restroom and things of that nature. So you got to sit there for about 3.5 hours trying to take that exam. And it was another obstacle that I had to actually take. Doing a test at your house with the proctor exam with this online with OnVUE, that's great. But the problem with that is that they want your camera to be on all the time, and then they want you to pretty much be in a closet. Really, they want you to be in a closet with no doors around you or any type of desk with objects on them. They want to take away everything that you have possible that will assume you to be cheating. And so they will ask you to spin your camera around the room and remove yourself from different things. And that might not be always the greatest thing if you got people coming over, or whatever that could happen at the house. You really need to be in a peaceful state for at least 3 hours in order to take that exam. So pick and choose which one will work better for you. For this purpose, I'm going to go ahead and choose the testing center. And this is what you're going to need to really kind of bring. Is really 2 forms of ID. So let's go ahead and click next. And then what it'll do is ask you what English language you want it in. And if you are from another country, we're going to say no, unless you are from another country. Click next. Policies, read that, accept them. Now what happens is that now you get to look at who's offering that exam. And from what Dr. Blair was saying, that it's probably going to be on you guys' campus. So it may be different, but that's something that we could bring up to her. But if you're going to be filling this out, you can look at what campuses or businesses around you that are offering this exam, and then you can get a actual time slotted. So we can check one. I think it's 2 we got to check. And then we click next, and then it should give us some options on when is the next possible time to take them. I like to take them on the weekends if I can. Then you book the appointment. Now, once you book the appointment, it will ask for a voucher number in order to pay for it, and then you're locked in for that date. The thing about that is that you get a reschedule, but if you reschedule the exam, you have to do it at least 24 hours before your time that you put. If not, and I think it's still even as so, it's $50 to actually change that reschedule time. So make sure that this is the date that you want, the time that you want, and everything else is cleared out that time. Okay. So that's very important too, because I don't know if they're going to pay for, they may pay for the exam, but they may not pay for the reschedule if you need to do that. Okay. All right. So let's jump into it. We're going to be talking about A+, starting with motherboards. So A+ is a basic IT certification that's going to give you the knowledge of physical components, but then the basics when it comes to really working in help desk, service desk, anything where we're taking in tickets from our clients and then helping them out with their computer issues. It will not tell you so you can't get this certification and then be like, oh man, I know everything with help desk. It doesn't work that way, but it will give you a understanding of how to move around. Now in certain slides for today, it will be kind of outdated. And what I mean by that is that we don't really use that technology nowadays. You may run across it in like previous lectures that I gave where I'm talking about industrial sites where they have in those machines that we just can't upgrade. They may have some of the components that we may bring up today, but a lot of times if you're talking about working in a modern help desk setting, service desk setting, you're probably not going to see this material. And even if so, you probably are obsoleting it out because they're just not going to work with the new technology. Okay. So, but the one thing they will have is motherboards. And in order to have those motherboards, we need to have connectors going through them. So let's start with the outer casing of a desktop. This is a desktop machine that you see here. This is typically going to be under a desk or on a desk or however the IT department sets it up. But sometimes these can come into a big tower like you see here, or they may be smaller. I've seen some that's so small to where, small forms that you can Velcro to the back of the screen because the screen is way more bigger than the actual computer. And this is a good example of what I'm saying is that this is getting kind of phased out. These are not necessarily things that the latest and greatest is going to be putting in orders to Dell to actually get towers. A lot of our users are on the move now, and so they will opt for a laptop. And even if they needed a desktop, it probably want just a small form. I would personally go for a small form desktop to put on my my desk in order to keep the clutter down. But for the exam, they want you to know that they can have several components on the front of a tower. Now that optical drive disk is or optical disk drive is at the top. That's where we're putting in CDs and DVDs, which we don't really, you know, outdated technology, but if you run across it, then that's what you use it for. But you also have these optional pieces here right under it that's our blank, so you can open up a side panel on this desktop here and be able to actually pry those doors off and then slide in a new one. Back in the day, they kind of, well, I'm not getting at that, but these optical disk drives are able to just kind of go in and slide into those slots. Now, I'm going to take my blur off of my background because I want you guys to see certain equipment as I'm going along. So, like I got, yeah, this is optical disk drive nowadays, right? And it's connected via USB. So, old technology, but if you run across these in a certain environment, take a look at it and just understand what it's used for. You also have your audio controls here, and more than likely some desktops are going to have some type of USB connection in the front, serving for connections to devices or powering up or charging some type of device, right? Of course, you're going to have your power button in the front. And now the fancy ones might have this temperature gauge on it, but 9 times out of 10, you're not going to see that. But it's nice to look at. The more important thing is the fan vents at the bottom. Typically, you do not want your desktops to be cluttered. That's a good way to get a lot of dust into the ducts and actually make the CPU and the motherboard work a lot harder in order to breathe, because as we give these systems commands, they get hot. If you ever looked at or felt the CPU, it gets hot at times. Matter of fact, if you've been working on a laptop for a long time, you can tell that if it doesn't have great ventilation, it will need to get some and actually start to be hot in your lap. So you might want to move it or let it breathe or take a break from it, because it's it needs to breathe and really have that fan cool off that CPU as it takes commands. Now, looking at the back of it, that power supply also gets hot too, so it's supplied with a fan. A lot of times I do see those go bad to where we need to go in there and so take those out and replace them. And I'll come back to that. Now, you also see the other inputs and outputs, and that's what that IO stand for right here when it says motherboard IO I/O, and that's input output panel. And so when we want to communicate to the computer, to the motherboard, we're needing to input some type of way. In order to do that, the only way we have that as humans is to have a keyboard or a mouse. And now you got touchscreens and everything too, but that's still a form of having a mouse or a keyboard. And having those inputs allow us to plug in our mouse and our external keyboards, things of that nature. Other devices that have other functions, we can plug them in to those type of ports. We also have expansion cards that hold special cases for them. They may be video cards, they may be expansion slots for expansion drives such as SATA drives or external SATA drives that we may have. Again, you see it, but you don't really see it often. It's that's more of my technology coming up, where it was a cool thing to actually buy an external hard drive. Matter of fact, I got one hooked up now to this laptop, but it's hooked up via USB instead of any kind of special connector. Now, at the bottom here, you also see different slots that you can take. Again, you could take these slots out and then add on the capabilities to this PC by adding on new slots for various reasons. Okay. Now going back to this, I wanted to say the thing about the power supply fan. While these things may go bad, they're not. Back in the day, we used to um, replace those things with the manufacturer's parts, but nowadays we just kind of buy a whole nother PC or a whole nother tower. To actually wait for Dell or HP to send you a power supply fan, one, you would need to check to see if it's still in warranty. Two, you need to actually prove to them that you need that. And that's if you ever been on a help desk to try to prove to them that they have a faulty system or hardware component and you need that change, that could be a bunch of, oh my, it could be nerve-wracking to try to actually get over to them that they need to send you a replacement part. So I already got it input output devices. And another word for these devices that are coming into the PC, the tower, are called peripheral devices. Now, different ways you can connect them, and you see some here in this image where you have a portable drive, which we already talked about, a external hard drive, and the different cables. Now, a lot of these cables also are being phased out, and it's not necessarily saying that they're bad cables or they're not functional. It's just they're coming up with better technology that leaves them behind. So this USB micro port used to be, back in I would say 10 years ago, we used to call this the Android port, right? It looks like most of those devices back then used that type of in connector. And so those are normally starting to be phased out, going for either USB, USB-A, or now a ton of things are USB-C. And we just don't have, it's almost being, it's just being phased out to where you got to really order these things off of Amazon to try to find a manufacturer that actually sells that type of cable. If you get a particular device that uses that, a lot of times, if you would try to market it saying that you have a USB micro port, it probably doesn't sell too great because the technology is just a little bit behind times. Now, USB 3.0 is going to be a more faster port, being able to have more functionalities than a USB 2.0. So every computer that I've seen, they normally have that blue tab that's in it, if you see it, and that's how is a good indication that it's a USB 3.0. Now here with this cable, you can see that it's a kind of an adapter cable, where it's one end is a USB micro and then the other is a 3.0. Again, matter of fact, you'll see these for a lot of times you'll see it for phone connectors or phone chargers, old ones, right? Not necessarily. Matter of fact, I got one right here, and this is a little mini speaker, right? But it uses a micro port for one end and then a USB-A for the next. So not necessarily, and this one doesn't have any type of new technology. 9 times out of 10, this needed a USB-C in order to actually be modern, in my opinion, or some type of wireless charging. But that's what you get. And plus, it's cheap. So that's probably another reason for it having this type of connection. So you'll see a lot of cables, USB cables. Remember, USB cables are ways that we can hook up our devices to the computers and be able to either communicate to them or pull charging from them or to them. And so you get a lot of USB 2s out there, but these are typically being phased out, in my opinion. When I really think about it, the USB A's are typically your standard, right? But a lot, like I said, a lot of people are moving towards the USB-C Type C connectors. The Type B right here used to be a lot, used to be on a lot of printers, but with so many Wi-Fi connected printers nowadays, there's really no need to have that as a major component. You kind of keep it as a backup, but you don't really, go out of your way to use it. Type B, I don't know if you guys ever remember anything that would use that, but certain devices do use a Type B connection. And we already talked about the B micro. USB 3 and 3.0 and 3.1. Of course, we all familiar with the Type A, that shape. Remember that blue script that's in there is probably going to be able to communicate a lot better with your computer versus a 2.0. And 9 times out of 10, like how I'm using a docking station. I'm not too sure if you guys are familiar with the docking station, but I use a USB 3.0 in order to share out my display. So I have 2 displays, and one is going out of a USB-C, and then the other one is going out of a USB-A 3.0. Now I've seen Type B for printers as well, and this first one is Type B. This first one is Type C. Type B, and I've seen printers for that more than I've seen the Type B for 2.0. With the Type B micro, I've seen this more for cameras and DSLR cameras, more high-end cameras that the ports on the actual camera is a little bit smaller, and then it might needs to have a USB-A on the other end of that cable in order for it to communicate to a computer. But this is where I normally see those types of connections at. Now, of course, USB-Cs, I think it's the craze of town. It's faster. It can hold a lot more power. Again, like I said, I'm powering my desktop, my display off of it, and you see it a lot of times in newer vehicles. They're starting to option towards USB Type C versus A's, and so I just feel like USB A is going to be just a while before it actually becomes phased out. Yes. That's totally correct. Again with the A plus, and I wouldn't be surprised if they start to change the material, because it's just the material here is just it. You're not probably going to work with this. Just being real. Either you're going to just when we get into the troubleshooting stages of it, to actually change out cables, even changing out cables, that's not going to be a thing that you normally do. Either is that or not. Like back when I was getting into IT, you would have to try so many different cables in order to understand, okay, I got a bad cable, let me change that out. But nowadays it's just kind of like the odds of you having a bad cable or bad mouse is little to none. But for the exam, we need to know this. So HDMIs and display ports. Of course, we're all familiar with monitors. Monitors are normally going to be, nowadays, are going to be HDMI driven. And so this is your first port that you see here, but I wanted to bring up the mini HDMI port. And that goes back to those, the only place that I've really seen it is just on a a camera. A camera maybe for a I don't know if you ever seen like a setup where someone has a DSLR camera, but then on the top they have a kind of like a display screen to show a bigger screen of the camera, and they may have a mini HDMI that's there, or they may take that mini HDMI and plug it into an adapter which runs into a full size HDMI and run it into a TV. But this is going to give you a higher refresh rate, and it's going to give you a better resolution. So crystal, more crystal, less pixelated type of picture. And normally you don't see too much issues with the HDMI. Now, it can be some cases where the producer or the whoever has the content that they're outputting, the HDMI doesn't really mesh with it very well, and it kind of gives these lines, these screens, lines over the screen. And so sometimes you could unplug the HDMI and then plug it back in, and it should clear up the issues. Other times you may need to scale back the resolution on the output in order to get that to show properly. Display ports. Now, these are ports that I don't really see too many people using nowadays. But I kept one just, I don't know, I might as well throw it away after the day, but these are not really used too many times when you got HDMIs to be had. Now, I don't know if you guys can see that, and I'm gonna unshare real quick just to give you a better picture. This is very, the shape of it is close to a USB, but I'm sorry, you can see it's kind of cut off at one end, but it's straight edged at the other. And an HDMI is kind of has that pentagon look to it. So just keep those things in mind when if you ever run across a display port. The good thing about that, and they got it in this slide here, is the daisy chaining feature, where you can link several monitors up via the display port. But again, that's kind of old technology. That's stuff that we used to do in the Army, and that was a while back. So nowadays you just, you get you a replicator, or you get you something that can output to a lot of TV displays, and you can run HDMIs to all of that. All right, Thunderbolts. So Thunderbolts are going to be they're like USB-Cs, but they are for more advanced devices, and nothing really comes to my mind other than charging cables. But nothing comes to my mind as far as a device that uses a Thunderbolt that comes to my mind right off the bat. But I normally see these in charging cables. Lightning connectors are typically owned by Apple, right? And these are going to be vendor direct to just iOS. So these are not going to work in no other case other than with the iOS device that's made for the Lightning connector. So now they are moving towards the USBs as well as wireless charging. So now even the Lightning connector is really kind of a obsoleted. Well, it's not, you still got people that use it, but one about these devices, this piece right here, this dongle is one very hard to find, and I'm surprised I still got that. Two, they're not very well made, in my opinion. I've never seen one of these Lightning connectors ever really kind of last more than a year or two without it being beat up. You can get the ones that are kind of like braided, and so it's more doable. But even those I've seen, if you bend it a little bit too much, it breaks those connections in the inside, and it's unusable in my opinion. Got you. SATA hard drive. So these SATA hard drives are connectors that you could slot your hard drives into. Now, nowadays we have more of a solid state hard drives, thin hard drives, right? But sometimes you have, well, these are thin hard drives, right? These are the ones that I'm concerned talking about, and they have these set of connections here in order to connect to the motherboard. They can come a little bit thicker, and the old school ones used to be as big as an 8-track, maybe so big as a phone, a little bit, and fairly thick, maybe 3 or 4 inches thick. That will slot into a desktop, and they will use cables to actually make that connection from the motherboard to the hard drive. That's where, you guys heard me saying about destruction of those hard drives. We need to actually take strong magnets in order to break this up. So these are, you can see this here, right? That will spin. In order to destroy this, well, this one I'll just probably take some pliers to and just kind of cut it in half, right, in order to destroy it. Or I've seen people shoot it, hit it with a hammer, throw it in the microwave, whatever you can to actually destroy it. But nevertheless, off the topic, going back to the connectors, these connectors are hard to mix up. So just in case you have any reason to actually open up a desktop and actually take that hard drive out, and you need to put another one in, then it shouldn't be that tough of a deal to actually seat it in right, because it's made to go in only one way. Okay, where that notch is at, that's what's going to make the difference, that and the sides of it. And so it's kind of hard to really mess that up. External SATAs is having that external hard drive and being able to plug that up as well. All right, any questions so far?
I don't think the screen is sharing anymore.
Dang. Thank you.
If so, do you mind going back very quickly to the previous slide? Thank you.
No problem. All right. Install and configuring motherboards. So the one thing that I wanted to talk about this slide was the binary data and instructions. And I got ones and zeros. So let me pull up my trusty notepad. And so when you give a command to a computer at its basic knowledge, the machine learning or the machine language is ones and zeros. And that one means something's on bitwise, and then that zero means something's off. And so it'll look like this, right? And we've seen this, right, from what movie? The Matrix, right? And this binary language is how it breaks everything down to whether something's on and off. And the reason why I wanted to bring that up is that when we talk about IP addressing is the same way, where we have a IP address of 255.255.255.0. That means, and just follow me here. Each one of these octets, and the octet is separated by the period in the middle, right? So we got 4 octets. That's 1, 2, and then 3, and then 4. In the machine learning systems, we may put in that address, but what it sees is that each octet has 8 bits, and it can either turn all of those bits on or it can turn those bits off. So in 255, all of those bits are turned on. So we have 111. Make sure I get it right now. 111, 1111, and that's 8 ones because it's 8 bits in that octet. That means that everything is turned on. Because of 255, I can't really fit anything else into that octet. I can't go up to 256 or 257. That's not an option. Okay, so everything from 255 means everything is turned on. Okay. Same thing goes for the second octet. Sorry. Same thing goes for the second octet of 1111, 1111. And that's another 8 bits turned on because I have a full 255 addresses there in that octet as well. And do the last one. Now I have 3 octets that are all turned on, and then what will be the last one? Since it's a 0, I have it being a off symbol, right? Because this is how the computer is going to see that. Now, you may be saying, Lee, what are you doing? This doesn't make any sense. Well, when we're going to networking and we're doing 192.168.1.0, these are bits turning off and on in order to create the number 192 or 168 or then 1. Okay, does that make sense in a high level? I'm not trying to really break it down, but just in a high level of that's how at the bare core, that's how a computer is going to recognize that that number that you put in. Just give me one thumbs up and then I'll keep going. If that makes sense. Okay.
Kind of makes.
Okay. So at the bare minimum, that's all computers really do. They turn on bits, they turn off bits. And that's what we have our CPU to do. It's going to be the main brain or central processing unit in order to understand all of the tasks that we give it. So even if I tell it to send an email, it's going to break that down to ones and zeros and then carry out that process that we've seen. You guys remember the OSI model that I showed you where it breaks it down from the application, the presentation, transport, and it breaks it all the way down. All of those things are handled from the computer standpoint at the CPU level. And then once it leaves the physical port in the back of the computer, then it's the next computer's objective to actually take that data and send it on. But nevertheless, the motherboard is here to actually bring everything together, with that CPU being the brain of the operations. Now, the RAM, removable storage is, the removable storage is going to be these hard drives that I showed, right? This is, could be the actual hard drive that sits in the solid state drive, or it could be a USB thumb drive that we put in and have that take on information and store it there. But the RAM that you see here is going to be the memory of what is going on in the computer. So when you tell a computer what to do, it can only do those tasks one thing at a time. What makes it so fast is the RAM is going to be able to do more things and hold more capacity for the CPU. So I'll bring this up, and you know I love my task manager here. My task manager says that my CPU is handling, let me go to, yeah, I keep it here. My CPU is saying that it is handling all of these applications at one time, right? Well, it seems to be one time, but when they're given a request for my CPU to do something or to carry out a mission, then it's going to use that RAM in order to hold the memory that, okay, I need to do this for Sophos. So let me take care of this for Sophos, and then I need to jump back to Google Drive and make sure that I'm sending this over. And it's doing all of these things in seconds, milliseconds at that. And so that RAM is going to help out with that in being able to help the CPU remember what's in order and then what things that it can handle. The more RAM you have, the more memory you have, the more things you can do, the quicker it can be. And that's why going into trying to buy a PC, I would always say you're going to look for your processing speed, and then you're going to look at your RAM. So if you're seeing something that's an i5, i3 CPU, or Intel, that's the Intel chip in there, then you're looking at something that's fairly quick. But how quick can it be if it doesn't have that much RAM to go along with it? If it has 4 gigs of RAM, 8 gigs of RAM, you may bog it down by having up a lot of applications, a lot of browsers. Those things can bog down that RAM, and now it seems like it can only do one thing at a time. You get what I'm saying? And so the more RAM you have, think about your friends that do gaming, PC gaming. Those PCs have, I would say, at least 16 to 32 gigs of RAM on them in order to have such a smooth reaction time in the game in a real-time environment, as well as be able to talk back and forth. In order to do all of those tasks, that CPU needs to be able to work seamlessly. And so those two things need to work together. All right. Electrical safety. So electrical safety. The discharge from electricity is basically what we're saying here on this slide. What we want to do and what we want to make sure that if we have the opportunity to go ahead and go into any type of desktop or laptop, that we want to discharge ourselves from any kind of electrical current possible. We don't want to have any kind of static to actually go ahead and shock that computer or that motherboard, because we stand a chance of actually frying that out when it comes to the CPU there. So we want to make sure that we can put, like you see here in this picture, electrostatic discharge cables on there that will go ahead and discharge any kind of currents that we may have. Or we wear, sometimes they have these mats that we could put down on the floor, and that can neutralize that type of current. We can wear rubber gloves in order to open up any type of desktop. But the thing about that is that you really want to make sure that, one, we're not working with something that's been plugged up. Of course, right? You want to unplug it, right? And then I would typically hold the power button to kind of discharge anything that's maybe lingering. Not saying that that's a thing that you gotta do. That's something that Lee does. So going through that, as well as just trying to make sure that you're not your discharge as much as possible, taking off rings, maybe earrings, anything that you would come in contact. Because when you're looking at that motherboard, it's going to look similar to this. And that's a treat to be playing around with, especially when you have a pair of tweezers or something like that in your hands or a small screwdriver in order to get screws out and put screws back in. And you tend to kind of just want to grab things with your fingertips. You could be setting it up for failure when it comes to not trying to plug it back up and fried everything because of the static. So the components of a motherboard comprise of a lot of things in this picture. The main thing being the CPU in the middle, where we see that CPU socket is going to sit right there. And this is normally going to have some type of fans around there to give it that coolness that it needs to be able to run and give go over tasks that you give it. But in other things that's on that circuitry board, you're going to have your input outputs, right? Your memory slots, and then your disk drive connectors. All of these things work in conjunction to make the computer one, right? So it's just like if you're thinking about it from a human standpoint, you got your brain, but then you have the extremities of arms and legs, eyes, ears, and nose, things that all contribute to the human body. The same thing when it comes to a computer, that you have all of these things that's laying on a computer's motherboard, but it's all connected and being able to communicate to that CPU. And if we need to change anything out, hopefully we can just unplug those things and then replace them. Hopefully we will not have to just replace the whole motherboard. In that case, if I'm a director and you say we need to replace a computer or the motherboard, I would just say, just get another computer. Now, the smaller M2 storage devices, well, let's start off with SATA. These SATA devices are storage hard drives, and these are more in these storage areas that we can actually store files and documents, right? Now, the M.2 is more for smaller, slimmer, sleeker devices such as Chromebooks, tablets, because they work the same way, right? So when you think about, when I showed you guys this hard drive here, this is the same thing that will be in this this phone here, right? It serves the same purpose, but you definitely are not, that's just not going to just be in my phone, right? It will need to be something slimmer, and 9 times out of 10 you're talking about something that's looking similar to the M.2 that you see here on your screen. And they slide in just the way you see it. So if you can look at the end point of it, she's handling that at the end of it, where there shouldn't be any type of static that's going to this end of the hard drive, and she's going to slide it right into this notch. So there's no way you can really mess this up, in my opinion. But once you slide it in, you should hear a click and be able to screw that back in. But in order to switch this out, you would just look for the manufacturer product key or product code number and be able to order another one in case you need to actually replace it. Now, I don't know. I haven't worked in help desk in a while, so I don't know how often these are actually being replaced. But I would go on a limb and say not often. PCI Express cards. So these are expansion slots that we can put on our that we have on our motherboard, and they are used for certain things such as graphic cards, sound cards. Some cases you may even see them used for Wi-Fi cards as well too. And this is, again, this is for older type of devices, for something to come out of the store and it says it cannot connect to the Wi-Fi unless you put in an expansion card, is going to be, it's going to be kind of hard to believe. But it, back in the day, this was a thing, and this was considered, if you were to do that, it will be considered an upgrade to do. So I got something here where I had a old MacBook where it needed an expansion upgrade on the memory card, and this is what they sent me. Well, this is the old one. So this is the 4 gigs that they had in here, and I took that out, and I just wanted to show you guys how it's notched at the bottom here, and that's the only thing you really kind of do. You make sure your device is off. You make sure that you don't have any kind of static going on. Try your best, right? And pull out the old, plug in the new, and it should register itself with that CPU on the new storage that you put in. Now, with sound cards, graphic cards, you may need to go through a proper setup of, hey, we need to set this up and configure it, but it shouldn't be that hard to actually do. Form factor. So this is where we're getting into the size of the actual motherboards. So as you can see in this picture, this is a older form factor, but these are older desktops too, right? So if you can see here right under his hand, these are the hard drives. These are very, compared to the ones that I showed you guys, these are very, fairly thick, and they have 2 of them slotted in there. But as time goes on, they came and are getting more advanced, sleeker, smaller, and they have now the advanced technology extended motherboards, and this is abbreviated as an ATX. Now they also have a ITX, which is even for I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Raspberry Pis, but the smaller desktop type of not desktop, but the smaller desktop computers that are no bigger than a cell phone. These are where those motherboards kind of, they go into that and be able to be hidden out the way. A lot of times, the next time you go into a bank or a hospital and you see like a display, a digital signage board is what it's called, and it's just its whole purpose is to just kind of show slides every 90 seconds. 9 times out of 10 is going to have some type of small factor PC that's hooked up to the back of it, and that's the only reason why it's there. It's out of the way. It could be taped up to the back of the monitor, sit sleek and kind of on par with the wall in that setting, and be out of place. So, well, out of sight. So those are the reasons why you would want those type of form factors. Motherboard headers and connectors. So these pins that you see are what they call headers, and they typically are used for fan connectors. Last time I checked, and you could put those in as expansion fans just in case things are getting hot. But again, will you have to do that? Unless you're building your own PC, building your own gaming system, maybe that's something to take into consideration. Of course, you're going to need to have some type of airflow going through that desktop in order for it to breathe correctly. But in an everyday setting of working tickets in the help desk, service desk, you're probably not going to go in there and mess with this these headers. But we need to know it going for the exam. Video cards. So these video cards are popular in the gaming field, of course, right? So they're able to show a much higher resolution. The refresh rate is top notch, and it's able to be added to a powerful PC that's allowing, it has the actual space for it to be added. Now 9 times out of 10 is not going to have what you see here. It's probably just going to have those HDMI ports, but those DVI ports, I don't think they're going to have that, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think they'll have that. I think they'll have, nowadays, it'll just be more HDMI ports. Now, and the reason why I say that is because the output of a monitor now versus back when this was more relevant, the resolution on these they got 4K monitors now, and curved monitors, and things that look better than what you can actually see. It looks better than that. So to keep up with it, in order to put that output, in order to get that type of resolution out of there, I think is the only way you could do that is over HDMI cable. Sound cards. So again, kind of a little bit obsolete. I remember these colors coming up in grade school, actually. So normally when you guys got into PCs, we only was just kind of using the black circle for audio out. But if for the exam, we need to understand what color goes for these different types of audio ins and outs. So we got a mic in, audio out, also audio in. And the thing about these things is that they're normally just wrapped up into a USB-A type of setting now. So I'm using a microphone now that's just USB-A to, I think, micro B connection, actually. And so it's not even having these options is kind of obsolete. And that's just the way we are when it comes to sound cards, but good things to know. All right, moving on to the NIC card. So NIC is short for network interface card. This is how we're going to get Ethernet connection to our PCs. Now, this Ethernet connection is going to be a way better connection than Wi-Fi or Bluetooth or anything that's coming over the airwaves. If we can actually connect it via a Ethernet cable, then we have the strongest possible connection and probably the fastest connection to and from our router. Okay, so it's always better to have those things plugged in to the network versus trying to get it via the Wi-Fi. Remember that I said that the Wi-Fi is always interrupted by other materials, such as microwave, stoves, radios, whatever that's riding that radio wave. Wi-Fi is going to be disrupted there. But a RJ45 port, it's just a direct connection. And the thing about that is that it can only go but so far, over 100 meters, then the connection starts to degrade. And you need to actually set up a, you either bring your endpoint in or you set up another kind of a switch there in the middle in order to carry that information back over to the endpoint. Wi-Fi adapters, you don't really see this unless you're talking about something old. And these are the last one I actually bought was just in a dongle that would connect to a USB-A connection, and then it will give that computer a actual Wi-Fi connection. The thing about that is that, again, anything in 2024 that doesn't have Wi-Fi capabilities is considered to be extinct, in my opinion. So even your watches can connect up to Wi-Fi. So for any for anybody to be putting in a Wi-Fi adapter, man. All right. So let's get into the legacy cables and the outputs that they put out. So we already talked about, no, we didn't. We talked about display ports, but we did not talk about DVIs. So DVIs, and the thing about these DVIs and VGA ports, now VGAs are more popular when it comes to monitors than DVIs, in my opinion. But the VGAs is going to be your typical blue port, pentagon shape, and only one way to actually set this on, and it screws on both sides, right? It's typically going to be some type of blue cable. If not, it's a black cable that has is somewhere you're going to see blue. Okay, this is a VGA cable, typically going to be for your monitors hooking up to some type of desktop. And that's the thing about that. It's probably going to hook up to a desktop or a docking station in order for it to get some type of video content. Excuse me. DVI does the same thing, and you have different types of DVIs, and they all are configured differently. So you got to look at the pin heads here to see exactly what you got. So I got in my hand now is a dual link. Can't really see it because I put my, okay. So that's a dual link that I have here. Again, I don't really use it because everything is really over HDMI. Again, these are not putting out the type of resolutions that you see with HDMI. So getting this type of cables may be cheap. Getting the desktop or the laptop to have these ports on it may be cheap, but you're not going to be able to get the latest and greatest monitor to go along with it. And then if that's the case, then you're not going to get the output that you really want. That clear output is going to be not at hand when you're messing with these type of cables. SCSI cables. So if you see this, somewhere in a while, just know that this is old. This is 1970s, 80s stuff right here. You know what? You might see this if you go into an old car dealership. A lot of times they use these printers that is able to print on carbon paper. They use these type of connectors, these SCSI connectors. And not saying that there's anything wrong with the technology, it's just phased out. Nowadays you see printers and scanners being minus Wi-Fi, and it's right behind me. So minus Wi-Fi, it doesn't even really care to have a physical connection. But just in case you see these things in a while, just know that connector goes to a particular device that's just made for that connection. Okay. And you're talking about a male and a female connection. I don't think it's necessary to say the difference between the two. If it has pins, it's going to be a male. If not, female. And so the 68 pin piece is irrelevant because you're not going to really see anything else that has that many connections. So really outdated material here. If you do see it and it's working for a particular reason, ask before you disconnect it and do away with it. Maybe in certain cases that they need that to actually be connected and work for a certain reason. Serial cables. So you don't really see these also. These are RS 232. Really just old connections that we may have to certain devices. And this is where back in the day where devices were kind of just coming along and being able to not just talk to the internet. They were upgrade for them was being able to talk to a computer and be able to show certain data points on a computer, but nothing too crazy where you could change the configurations of it. So a lot of these connections will just be able to make a connection to a vendor specific application and be able to show basic information. PS2, PS/2 keyboards and mouse. Same thing for that. It was I hate the fact that I don't have one on me, but the mouse and the keyboard had a color on the end of it. I think the color for a mouse was green and a mic was pink, and I think a keyboard was green, I want to say. But either way, the ports on them were undeniable. You really couldn't mess it up when it comes to plugging them in or getting it wrong and plugging it in into the other slots. Okay, so adapter cables. Now, a lot of times, you may come across some adapters that allow you to use certain cables on newer technology or technology that's maybe they received an upgrade, so now they can talk to each other. The one thing that I see that I call an adapter is take my blur off, is my VGA to HDMI. So this dongle would take a VGA cable and be able to plug it into a HDMI slot for a monitor, but it wasn't necessarily be it wouldn't necessarily be giving me the full resolution that I wanted, because the VGA is only going to show a certain amount of pixels, and it's not just going to get it within this adapter. It's not going to get the remaining pixels that I need to for a full 1080p in this adapter. So only thing it really is used for if you are trying to hook something up and you don't have a particular device. So maybe I don't have another monitor. This is all I got. So I got to make this adapter work. Again, obsoleted. You really don't use it. So I just use it for this purpose, I guess, just to show you guys and give you a real life reason to not pick these things up. But that's all I got. Any questions? This is on lesson 1, and take your questions.
No, sir.
All right. So how do we move forward? So we already done 3 weeks of material in Security Plus. But what I want to do is I still want to catch up with A Plus and get you guys in a particular setting to jump back to Security Plus with enough time for you to actually pass the Security Plus Core 1 and Core 2. So I think if you guys were following me that much in the Security Plus, I have full confidence that you'll be able to pass A Plus and Core 1 and Core 2. I have full confidence. I just need to get you the dates. And again, like I said, I think Dr. Blair will join us on Monday in order to rectify those dates.
Okay, let's get into lesson 2, installing system devices. This is where we're going to talk about more components of the motherboard. We're going to go over power supplies, RAM, talk a little bit about the CPU, also talk about a system called RAID, backup systems before we actually started implementing cloud instances. So let's go ahead and jump into it. Installing and configuring power supplies and cooling. So the first thing we want to look at is that when it comes to power supplies, these are normally going to be in your desktop uh, modules. So in that desktop, at the around where the actual power supply plugs in, that it can be removable, so you should be able to see the screws to where you could take those things out, and then you're able to replace them if they ever go bad. So 9 times out of 10, if you see something that needs a power supply immediately, it will give an error, some kind of error code saying, or throwing some type of fault code saying that it needs another power supply. And in the case of a laptop will probably go bad because of a battery um, not being maybe plugged up too long. Sometimes you can leave a laptop plugged up all day long, and then now that actually keeps the battery fully charged, and it ends up burning out that battery a lot quicker. In order to test that, is whenever you have your laptop plugged in, if you unplug it and it immediately dies, meaning like screen turns off, everything shuts down, then you're probably going to need a new battery. And just to get that test out of the way for a desktop. And what you see here on your screen, these things are normally going to throw some type of code on the computer saying that they need a power supply to be replaced. And normally you'll see this in a diagnostic test. So in order to get to a diagnostic test, and I'll try to run this for you guys in a live class where we'll spin up one of my virtual machines. We can go into the BIOS and try to run a system test. And if it's throwing that error, those are 9 times out of 10 where you're gonna go get your fans or your power supplies and get those ordered with the manufacturer, and then try to get them replaced in. So you want to make sure that you understand the voltage that goes along with it. Basically, what we want to do is, for the real world testing, you want to make sure that you're ordering the right type of voltage to your particular computer, because you don't want to put something in there that's not compatible. That's basically it, right? We don't want to put something that's over the limit, and we don't want to put something that's underperforming under the limit. So just keep those things in mind when trying to replace these things out. Now, on a side note, do I think you're going to replace some power supplies in the real world? No, I don't think so. I think in the real world, I think they're going to just say, let's just trash it and let's just get another computer, honestly. But just in case you do have to, replace power supplies, because in some server racks, you may need to replace a power supply that's in a server rack, which is different than a power supply that's in a desktop machine. So again, you want to know your wattage, you want to know your voltage, you want to know the outputs of your particular device that you're working with. And again, we want to take those safeties and precautions before we start to work on these type of things, making sure things are unplugged and energy has been drained from them, right? So we want to make sure that we are playing it safe when it comes to working with electricity. And then also we want to make sure that we have the right tools to work with it. There are some power meters, also watt meters that we can order to test to see if the battery is good, or to see if you're getting power to that. But again, I would argue that if you're doing all of that to see if a computer is, really lacking power, um, you probably need to throw it away, in my opinion. But for the sake of this exam, go ahead and understand the power requirements for the equipment, understand the type of voltage and the output that it needs in order to actually run safely and smoothly, right? So let's go ahead and let's look into some of the connectors that you may need for these devices. And we're talking about P1 connectors, 20 pin connectors, and 24. So they come in different styles. I would suggest that you just is honestly just look at what you already have and then order the replacement based off of what's there. And a lot of times when it comes to these modules, when they need to be connected, they make these things interchangeable, and they make them kind of one of a kind for that fit. So a lot of times you'll see that female slot is not made for a universal type of pin, a male pin. It's only going to slot a particular male in that's just made for it, right? So even if you have a 20 pin versus 24 pin, they're probably not going to fit each other. And if they do, if you somehow make that work, then they're probably not going to, transfer the power properly. So just make sure that we have that. Now, redundant power supplies is something that I talked about. Um, this is where if one supply goes down, then another one can go ahead and keep it up and running until you're able to replace the one that's failing. And this is great when it comes to, disaster recovery. Um, Understanding that power outages come and we have bad storms, we have things that happen on, not on a time basis, right? And so in order to keep the computers running, the servers running, we may need to have some type of power to redundancy on that machine. Now, I will say that, and when it comes to replacing power supplies in that case, then yeah, we need to understand what we're dealing with, what type of servers we're dealing with, what type of power supplies that we may need to have in stock somewhere in our inventory, and then be able to replace that immediately once we get that code that, hey, we need to go ahead and replace one power supply is failing. So that's always good to know and keep in mind. All right, so when it comes to that CPU chip, now we talked about that in lesson one, where that CPU chip sits in the middle of the motherboard, and 9 times out of 10, it needs some type of coolant. It's going to attract or produce a lot of heat, and that heat sink is going to sit right on top of it and try to drive that heat away, because um, just like how you see in a regular hot day, if your phone gets hot enough, it will shut down because the CPU in it is already working hot enough. And if you play, I really haven't seen it with iPhones, but if you've seen it, I've seen it enough times with Android phones where they get extremely hot just by playing games or just really kind of doing a lot of customary stuff on the phone. And so they tend to get hot, and that CPU is just, by it being in such a small form factor, it can't really dissipate the heat the way it would like to. And so in a desktop session, this is how you actually get that type of fan here in a desktop type of setting or environment. It's able to pull that heat away. And we want that to sit on top of that to create that airflow. Now that airflow, not just because of is going to be produced on top of that CPU, but we also, again, like I said, we don't want the encasing of the server or the desktop to be slotted up against a wall or enclosed under a desk somewhere. It needs to breathe. And so if you have it on a desk, that's a great way for it to get more dust in, to be out of sight, out of mind, and be forgotten about. And if it's forgotten about and it starts to build up dust over time, then we're really kind of making that system run slower over time physically because of the situation that we put it in. So nowadays they have liquid cooling systems. These could be water loops, tubing, pumps, and reservoirs. All of these things that are made to keep that CPU, that chipset, cooler by adding certain, basically the opposite of heat, right? In order to keep that temperature at a more efficient running rate. And so being able to have these things placed on desktop machines is going to make it run more efficient and be cooler over a longer period of time. Now let's go into topic 2B, select install storage devices. So this is where we're going to be talking more about hard drives, solid state drives, things that's has more to do with taking files that we create and then storing them somewhere on the computer, right? And so this is where this comes into play. So a lot of times when we go and we're shopping for computers, we look at the CPU, what type of chipset that it has, but then we also want to look at the memory, right? So that's very important, and the storage size. Now I went on record and said that I will settle for a 256 gigabit storage drive because we have the cloud. We can always push things to the cloud. And while you'll have some computers offering a terabyte of storage, it may not, when they're charging you for that amount of storage, you may can get by with just 256. And if you have so many cloud providers already taking that information off of your computers anyway. So I would always kind of opt to go for a lower storage locally because I know that I'm putting things off to a external hard drive and the cloud. But let's go ahead and get into it. Again, like I said, external hard drives and removable hard drives, things as thumb drives or external hard drives that you could plug up to your PC. These things can take your storage from 256 up to 2 to 3 terabytes, right? And you can always move information off of your computers once you feel like it needs to move off, and constantly keep that storage on the local computer free, just in case you need to download something that has a large file set. So just keep those things in mind. Now, when they were talking about the sizes here of these hard drives, uh, having something that's a 5 or a 3, you're talking about those really thick hard drives, and they're going to be probably sitting here in these drive bays here, right? But again, these are desktops that we're talking about. When we're talking about more of laptops, we're talking more of the solid state drives here. These are the thin hard drives that I showed you guys. They're typically faster to spin up. So whenever you hit your power button on your computer, if it has a good bit of memory on it and a solid state hard drive, it's probably going to boot up within 10 seconds and get you to your home screen ready to work. Where a hard drive it takes a little while to get it going. You will hear things spin up and things of that nature. So I know it's not now in today's world, we don't have too many instances of a hard drive uh, showing up like that. But, a lot of people are moving to the solid state drives and keeping things in the cloud being a big issue too. So uh, while having things in the cloud is great, it's all about having that communication speed, being able to have that network grab those things from the cloud and bring it down in a short amount of time. So keep those things in mind when it comes to storage. Solid state drives are better than hard drive disks. And I just kind of went to the next slide, but they are better than hard drive disks. The hard drive disks it's old technology. These are physical disks that spins, and they actually write the data down to this disk here. That's why I told you guys when it comes to like degaussing or destroying these hard drives, we need to actually physically pull these things apart. And those pointers that we so-called delete those things from, they are just waiting to be deleted. And then, well, once they delete that pointer back from that file that you created, it's just waiting for it to be rewriting over. And so if you're going to use the hard drive over again, make sure that you use something like a boot and nuke, be it CD, to order to kind of write that ones and zeros over all the data that you have put on that hard drive in order to kind of erase everything, right? Or if you don't feel like that's still not good enough for you, go ahead and destroy the hard drive altogether, right? And you may want to go into a solid state hard drive, but then want to make sure that this desktop here, and I'm gonna go back to this slide. This desktop here has the cabling in order to hook up your solid state drive. Because if we're coming from a 3.5 here, my cabling in order to spin this up is going to be different than what I need for a solid state drive. So just make sure that those are the things that you might have to run into when it comes to switching out those hard drives. All right, so let's go into the redundant array of independent disks. This is where we're going to be setting up storage to be stored on our disk in different spots, kind of like a backup system, running a backup on our servers, on our PCs, in order to save information for recovery. So this is a fault tolerance, and fault tolerance is going to be able to make sure that you have something working whenever something fails. So when I had the example of that power redundancy, when one power supply goes down, then the other one kicks right in. That's a fault tolerance. We see the fault, but then we have something to actually pick up where that information has went down at. So this is when it comes to data. So back in the day, it would be if a lightning storm was to come through and it knocks out all of the power, then not only do we have to worry about getting the computers back up and online, we need to worry about what was the last thing that was saved on a computer in order for the data to go back to a starting point again moving forward. And that was the problem with not having things being auto save. I remember that being a big problem when it came to like creating documents. And if it was to cut off on you, it would be nerve-wracking. So let's go ahead and jump right into RAID 0. RAID 0 is going to be a disk striping for performance. This is going to be a one-for-one stripe. There's no fault tolerance in RAID 0. And so it's just going to go from, it's going to write data on one slot down to data 2, down to data up to data 3, so on and so forth, back and forth, writing data back and forth, right? This will make sure that all of the data is copied, but at the same time is no fault tolerance in there, right? So RAID 1 mirrors two disks in redundancy. So it will write the same data only to two different types of disks. Sorry about that. Now, give me 1 second. Now, I want you to think of RAID 1 as kind of like a one-for-one stripe or a one-for-one redundancy. So if data 1, 2, and 3 is going to be up here, and if it fails, then it's going to be down here as well with 1, 2, and 3. So it's always going to be somewhere and fault tolerant. Now, RAID 5 is going to be evenly distributed across all the disks, and it's going to give you the best speed of all of these options as well. And so it's going to be the most efficient, and it's going to give you the best opportunity to save the information that you created. So in today's world, we're probably going to use RAID 5 more than anything else that we see here. But just understand that these are evenly distributed across each parity. RAID 10 is going to be a combination of 1 and 0. Now, this gives you a better copy where we're copying 1 for 1, but it's also going to be performance driven too because of the improvement of RAID 0. So the big thing that you want to remember with RAID 10 is that it's a combination of 1 and 0. Now, those flash drives, those USB drives are removable storage that we can now get for cheap for a lot of storage. You could get terabytes. I think I got a terabyte thumb drive around here that was maybe, I want to say $20, $24, that you could just hook onto your keyring and always have that amount of space in such a small package. And so you can imagine the type of things that you could put on there that you could just store uh, in a any type of setting that has a USB connection. Memory cards are the same way. Now, mostly what I see memory cards for is cameras and different media devices, but they are still some type of removable storage. And so they pack they are a small factor, but they have a large amount of storage on them. Optical drives are, again, kind of like an obsolete type of technology where we have came and went from the optical disc era so quick, where it started off with CDs and compact discs, being able to put music on them as well as data, right? But then it went quickly to the DVD era of putting movies and feature films or some type of motion picture onto a ocular disc. Um, those things quickly went to Blu-ray, and then after Blu-ray, the internet just took off, and we started to realize that we could just put everything on the internet as far as those type of media um, transfers is concerned. And now no one really cares about or has a need to have that media, that data stored on a particular removable media such as a CD or a DVD. Now, it doesn't say that you shouldn't know about it, because if you do come across those things where you need to install a piece of software, or you need to back up the information off of a old technology such as a DVD onto your computer, then we want to understand, where we need to use these type of technologies at, and then copy them over. Um, I have highlighted here is rewritable, because a lot of times it gives a good indication of what we talked about with those hard drives, where those hard drives could be, you can have the pointers removed from that hard drive from that particular file, but then it needs to rewrite over that data. And that's the same thing when it comes to a rewritable disk, is that we're erasing that data off, right, quote unquote, but then we're just really giving more of we're telling it to override it in order to erase the information before it. All right. Install and configure system memories. So let's jump into system memories. And remember that your hard drive is going to be more storage. Your computer chipset is going to be what type of speed that it's going to have as far as the task that it can do. And then the memory is going to help that CPU out when it comes to creating more tasks and being able to do more things with it. So having that memory there is always a big component of having your computer run smoothly and efficiently. Now, with 32 bits and 64 bits, right now in today's age, we are pretty much all in the 64-bit range of CPU type of RAM and memory. You don't really see too many 32 bits out there anymore. And this is really recent. Now, I'm not saying that they're not out there, but I haven't seen them in a while. And so I'm going to bring up um, system information, and I'm going to show you exactly what I talk about. Like, and maybe you can, when you're going to an older computer, just to see if it's a 32-bit machine, you will look here on the system type to see if it's an X64 or a X32. And really, in today's world, if you need to have a 32-bit, or if you have a 32-bit PC, the only thing this really means is that when you're looking to install certain software, just make sure you get the 32. It's meant for a 32-bit application versus a 64-bit. Dual inline memory modules, those DIMMs. This is where we can add on more memory. So if we have these slots in our memory motherboards, I'm sorry, in our motherboards, and we have those slots for the memory, then we can add on more memory to that computer in order for it to read it. Now, it must be compatible with it, and it must be able to read a certain amount. So just because you can add 32 gigs of memory, if it's only built to recognize 8 gigs of memory, then that's the only thing it will do. And so a lot of times what I would suggest people to do is always go to a manufacturer's website and Apple, Mac, um, is it stats? Specs. And look at the specs on your machine to see exactly what you can add to it, or what is built to actually maximize the actual um, capacity of the system. Okay. And so if you can look up to it, it's up to 32 gigs. Now, and this is a for the iMac. Now, if you may buy it at 8 gigs, you may buy it at 16 gigs, but you can always upgrade the memory to 32 gigs if you see it in your price range, and if you see that you have a need for it. Doesn't necessarily mean that you're running at a slower speed. It just means that you can squeeze a lot more out of the system if you wanted to add more memory to it. Okay, so just keep those things in mind when it comes to adding memory to your PC. All right, install and configure CPUs. We already talked about the 86 architecture and the 64. This is 32-bit and 64-bit. Let's jump into some of the features that they have. Clock speeds. Now, this is not just I'm talking about the clock that's in the lower right-hand corner of your system, but it's more of the internal machine clock that it has in order to sync with different other devices that have internal clocks as well. And so a lot of times these machines need to understand that these their internal clock is going to dictate how they write logs and understand how they're going to communicate with each other. And so sometimes you may get a drift on that clock. And that goes into a whole nother thing of if you need to change the battery on a motherboard, a clock battery on it. But have I seen it done a ton? No, but it is a thing. And so just be aware of it, that these clocks, not just the interface clock that's on your OS, but the internal clock that it has needs to be synced up. Virtualization support means the feature to be able to create a virtual machine in its system. So what this means is that, you know how I show you guys a virtual box and I'm spinning up a whole nother computer within my computer. Well, and that's virtualization. It's creating something, it's taking a piece of my CPU, a piece of my storage and memory, and it's creating its own little computer within the computer. And so this is not every computer has this enabled, from the from Best Buy or from whatever store you bought it from. You may need to go into the BIOS and turn this feature on. But if it does have that feature, then it's able to again create another computer within a computer. Okay, and that's virtualization. We'll get further into that later on in the lessons. Some of the types that we've been talking about is CPU types is workstation, servers, and mobiles, right? And these are all things that we come to encounter on a day-to-day basis. All of these things need some type of brain that's working in the device in order to take tasks, execute those tasks, and then be able to communicate with each other in some type of networking. And so CPUs lives in all of these devices, and they all serve different types of missions. And so just keeping that, understanding that some of these loads are way more intense than others. So a workstation will not be is more intense than a mobile phone CPU, but it's not as intense as any type of server that's actually giving and taking orders from random people at random times from random places. So keep those things in mind when it comes to your CPU types and the motherboards that all come in these different types of forms. And we'll go ahead and jump into lesson 3 next.
Good evening.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm fine. I'm at work this evening, so I just want you to know I'm here.
I see you. Don't be careful driving now.
I am. I'm about to cut my camera off.
Okay.